This world is a place where the blood of the weak is spilled and the strong drink it. A deer grazes peacefully on the herbs in a dense forest. Hidden in the foliage, Johann aims his bow while his instructor whispers for him to stay calm. Johann pulls back the string with immense pressure. He releases the arrow the moment Joseph gives the signal. The bow snaps with a thunderous crack instead of firing properly. The deer flees in terror at the noise. Joseph screams Johann's name in pure frustration. Johann laughs nervously and holds up the broken weapon while claiming it snapped because it was too old. Joseph grabs his head in agony while shouting that he bought his beloved Angela brand new just a week ago. Joseph weeps while asking why a noble insisted on learning hunting for no reason. He yells that Johann could have just learned swordsmanship instead. Johann states that swordsmanship does not make money until you get hired. He declares that they should move to another spot because he needs money to survive in this rotten world. The narrator reveals that Johann was born as Kim Johann and reincarnated into this world after an accident. He knows that being reborn as a noble is pointless because he is at the bottom of the hierarchy. He worries that he will be stripped naked and kicked out during the family power struggles. Joseph suddenly stops him while pointing nervously toward a pack of wolves devouring corpses in the dark. Johann looses an arrow toward the beasts. The shot misses, and the loud impact alerts the wolves to their position. Johann stares at the gruesome scene while nodding that the theme of this world is a realistic medieval era. He watches the wolves desecrating the bodies and remarks on the cruelty. He wonders if the dead are from their village. Joseph says it is hard to know but confirms that the weak are nothing but prey for the strong. Johann tightens the bandages on his hand while resolving to avoid becoming prey. He recalls how he frantically searched for a status window when he first awakened, but realized no such cheats exist here. He confirms his absolute goal is money. He imagines a golden coin while plotting to leave the territory to become a merchant or a free farmer. He smiles greedily while vowing to scrape together every coin he can find. Joseph calls out to show him a plant called Little Devil Grass. He explains that the rare herb stops bleeding and boosts alertness. Johann interrupts the lecture to ask if it is expensive. He grins upon confirmation and stuffs the herb into his gear. Joseph spots a dropped herb pouch on the ground. Johann denies dropping it. Joseph realizes with horror that no one else comes this deep into the forest and deduces that someone else must be here. A terrifying scream echoes through the woods. Joseph turns pale with shock. They run toward the noise and find a young girl clinging to a tree branch while wolves circle below. The girl cries for someone to save her. Joseph identifies her as Robert's daughter Dell and wonders why a child is in the deep forest. Joseph panics at the sheer number of wolves and insists they fall back to call for backup. Johann ignores the warning and leaps into the clearing. Joseph screams that these are man-eating predators. Johann calmly tells Joseph to rescue Dell while he draws the pack's attention. Joseph is stunned that a noble would offer himself as bait for a mere commoner. Johann grins while realizing this place is a goldmine filled with at least 10 wolves. He laughs while calculating the fortune he will make from selling their pelts. He yells at his precious moneymakers to wait for him. Joseph watches in confusion as Johann charges with strange footwork. A wolf lunges at him. Johann blocks with his sword. The beast shatters the blade with its jaws. Johann looks shocked as the weapon snaps. Another wolf seizes the opening to bite his neck while Joseph screams his name. The scene shifts to the Eights' family territorial inspection in Baltroden village. Concubine Madame Eights covers her nose while complaining about the foul smell. The first son Philip Eights rides stoically behind her. The lord of the territory Jessen Eights drunkenly curses the miserable countryside. Philip apologizes while reporting that Johann is absent from the procession. He asks if he should send soldiers to find the brat. Jessen yells to forget about the dimwit and claims he does not care if Johann dies somewhere like his wretched mother. Jessen halts his horse before a strange pile of straw stacked at the village entrance. The villagers tremble while explaining they covered the area because Johann's training left ugly traces. Jessen scoffs at the idea of a bug like Johann training. He suddenly freezes in shock when the straw is pulled back. He stares wide-eyed at a massive tree trunk that has been deeply gouged by the force of human fists. Back in the forest, Johann blocks the fatal bite with his wrapped forearm. The wolf realizes its fangs cannot penetrate his arm just as he kicks it away. Johann admits that fighting with a sword is not his style. He assumes a brawling stance and invites his adorable moneymakers to attack. He declares that he needs money to avoid becoming prey. He decides to use strength overwhelming enough to transcend human limitations. Joseph watches in disbelief as Johann punches a wolf's head into the ground. Johann grabs another beast and slams it down with brutal force. He obliterates the pack with bare-handed violence. He stands amidst the corpses covered in blue aura and asks how much all of this is worth while smiling manically. Johann acknowledges that he had no choice but to accept a harsh truth. Life in this world is not easy. His realization stems from a childhood defined by suffering. He recalls being tormented constantly by his brothers, who held rank 2 and rank 3 in the family hierarchy. They stomped on him to show off their higher status and hurled insults whenever they pleased. One brother shouted for the illegitimate brat to die, asking how a motherless bastard dared to talk back. Through this relentless physical and verbal abuse, Johann began to understand just how merciless this world truly is. He internalized a grim certainty that even if he got beaten to death like this, no one would care. He concluded that the only person he could rely on was himself. He constantly asked himself what he needed to survive in a medieval world. Fortunately, Johann possessed one distinct advantage over the people of this era. In his past life, he was a modern student who studied endlessly for jobs and countless exams. His head holds knowledge that medieval people could not even imagine, ranging from political science and sociology to economics, exercise science, TOEIC, and nutrition. He decided to use that intellectual edge. He specifically utilized exercise science and high-intensity training to transform himself. He runs frantically through the village to build his stamina. Villagers look at him with confusion, asking why he is eating discarded food. Despite their judgment, Johann devours oats, cabbage, beans, and quail eggs with gusto. He retorts that these are superfoods, perfect for constructing a nutritionally balanced diet. He created a strict training regimen based on modern exercise science and practiced practical close combat martial arts. Results accumulated over time. After several years, the fruits of his labor become visible. He unleashes a massive punch against a tree, creating a thunderous impact. With each training session, his body displayed even more overwhelming strength. He wipes sweat from his muscular frame, noting that he feels refreshed rather than exhausted. As time passed, no one knew whether this strength was a blessing from God or a new trial. Returning to the present moment in the forest, Johann stands over the carnage he created. He comments that it looks like that is the last of them. Nearby, the companion Joseph checks on the child Dell and asks if she is hurt anywhere. The terrified girl bursts into tears and thanks goodness she is safe. She cries out for Uncle Joseph. Joseph sighs in relief but immediately pivots to scolding his master. He tells Sir Johann that he was unbelievably reckless. He asks if Johann understands how dangerous that was. However, Joseph's tone softens into admiration. He admits that he is moved by Johann's honorable action. He finds it incredible to think that a noble stepped in front of a wild beast without a moment's hesitation for the sake of a young serf. Joseph expresses deep thanks on behalf of the villagers. While Joseph delivers this heartfelt speech, Johann is mentally in a completely different place. He holds up 2 dead wolves by their tails. He thinks to himself with a greedy snicker, wondering which one will sell for the highest price. Joseph catches the mumbling and asks what he said. Johann plays dumb, claiming he said nothing. Johann changes the subject to the girl. He confirms her name is Dell and asks if she is hurt. Dell trembles as she looks at him. She answers that she is fine thanks to him and expresses her gratitude. Suddenly, a terrifying red pressure emanates from the darkness behind them. A monstrous growl echoes through the trees, causing the red aura to flare. Dell freezes in terror. Joseph and Johann turn slowly to see what is happening. A giant wolf with glowing red eyes and massive fangs looms over them. Joseph screams in horror, identifying it as a monster. He grabs Dell and shouts at Sir Johann that they must run. He declares that a monster like that requires an entire army to face. Johann realizes something crucial at this moment. He thought this world was just a normal medieval world, but he now understands there are monsters here too. He smiles confidently and addresses the beast. He asks if it is their leader. He apologizes sarcastically, stating he killed all its underlings. He explains that wolf pelts sell for a high price. The giant wolf growls, staring him down. Johann can feel it. This thing sees him as prey. However, Johann does not care. He asserts that it does not matter what the creature is. He declares that its hide will sell for even more. The monster pounces, snapping its jaws. Johann deftly dodges the attack and delivers a powerful punch directly into the beast's face. The impact is heavy, but Johann immediately notices a mistake. He curses, realizing he scratched the hide. He laments that the price will drop because of the damage. The monster wolf roars in fury and pain. A massive sound wave hits Johann, forcing him to cover his ears. Suddenly, the world shifts violently around him. His vision warps. He sees flashes of a chaotic battlefield, a knight in a helmet, and the sensation of being cut. He screams in agony as he feels his strength draining away, wondering what this sensation is. He collapses to the ground. Johann wakes up with a jolt, screaming in terror. He sits panting heavily on the forest floor, sweating profusely. He looks around in confusion, asking what just happened. He checks the area for the monster, but the red-eyed beast is gone. He wonders aloud if it simply left. He looks over to see Joseph and Dell sleeping soundly nearby. He observes that it looks like everyone is safe. He admits he does not know what happened, but since monsters could appear again, they need to head back quickly. He carries Joseph and Dell on his back and begins the trek home. As he walks, he looks back with deep regret at the wolf corpses littering the ground. He internally mourns that he wanted those wolf pelts. He resigns himself to the loss, thinking there is not much he can do, and resolves to borrow a wagon next time. He notices the village ahead is still bright despite the late hour. He wonders if the villagers are all out searching for Dell. A greedy fantasy begins to form in his mind. He thinks that even if he did not mean to save Dell, he could earn some points with his father. He imagines a cartoonish version of his father tearing up with joy. He pictures his father amazed that he defeated a wolf pack and hereby naming Johann his successor. Johann snickers but quickly dismisses the thought as impossible. He settles on a lower expectation. He thinks maybe his father would at least appoint him to the guards. He reasons that if that happened, he wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. His thoughts are interrupted by a blazing torch thrust into his view. Knights on horseback surround him. A blond man at the front screams his name. It is his brother, Philip. Philip demands to know where Johann has been. He screams, asking how Johann dares to disappear on the day of father's inspection. Johann freezes, his face pale. He realizes with horror that the inspection was today. He thinks to himself that he is screwed. The crowd of soldiers murmurs, calling him an insolent brat. A massive armored boot steps heavily onto the ground. Johann gently sets Joseph down and drops to his knees. He stammers out an excuse to his father, claiming he truly had unavoidable circumstances today. His father cuts him off instantly with a single word, silence. The large man draws a massive, ornate axe from his back. He glares down with furious eyes. He asks how Johann dares to ignore him. He threatens that he will crack open Johann's insolent head for this disrespect. Johann internally curses, realizing he is stuck listening to insults right after barely making it back alive. He fumes about the wolf pelts he failed to collect, lamenting how hard his life is. However, a manipulative thought crosses his mind. He decides to stop wallowing and instead create an opportunity out of this disaster. He pivots to ultimate ass-kissing. He screams that he was not absent from the inspection on purpose, but was late because he was saving people from the forest. Suddenly, a villager screams the name Dell. The frantic father rushes through the crowd. He embraces his daughter, thanking God she is all right. He sobs openly, saying he searched for her everywhere and is just so glad she is safe. Johann seizes the emotional momentum. He gestures dramatically to the weeping family. He yells to the crowd to look at this scene. He explains that Dell was surrounded by a dozen human-eating wolves in the woods. He declares that he fought to save the child and defeated the wolves. The villagers gasp, whispering in shock and admiration. Johann continues his speech with knightly flair. He admits he was unable to participate in the inspection, but claims he believes he did his duty as a son of a knight household. He bows to a perfect 90-degree angle before his father. He asks his father to forgive him just this once. He vows to continue doing his best for the safety of the estate. Then he pushes his luck. He mutters greedily, suggesting it would be great if his father could also give him the guard captain position. Philip winces in irritation. Johann internally grins, convinced that was perfect PR for himself. He thinks that if he were the interviewer, he would have hired himself right away. His father bursts into laughter. He mocks Johann, calling him the dear precious future guard captain. However, the laughter cuts off abruptly. The father asks where these wolves are. He scowls, stating he does not expect Johann to believe him without any proof. Johann panics internally. He insists he is not lying and even met the great dark wolf. His father screams silence. A massive roar of fury erupts from the large man. He demands to know how Johann dares to lie to him. He threatens to rip that mouth of Johann's open. Johann changes tactics. He asks if his father wants a duel or something. He offers to prove his skills right now. Johann internally admits he doesn't want to fight his dad even if he hates him, but sees no choice. His father grins menacingly and agrees. The large man accepts the challenge to see how skilled Johann really is. He orders Johann to raise his sword. He stipulates they will duel using nothing but a weapon. Johann freezes. He curses internally, realizing his father never taught him how to use a weapon. Johann stands awkwardly. His father demands he unsheath his sword. Johann looks down at the broken handle of his blade and can only let out a weak noise. His father calls him a piece of shit. He orders Philip to lend Johann his sword. Philip reluctantly agrees. Philip steps close to hand over the weapon. He whispers urgently to Johann. He advises him to beg for forgiveness now, stating it is the only way to make it out alive. Johann ignores the warning. He retorts that begging isn't an option because he didn't do anything wrong. He grabs the sword and declares that a man doesn't run away. He pushes past Philip. He tells his brother to move. Johann steels himself, hopping to learn from this duel. He reasons that if he shows the people here how skilled he is, even his father will have to acknowledge him. He prepares to prove his worth. A monstrous red aura suddenly explodes around the father. Johann stares in horror, wondering what the hell that energy is. His father attacks. The sheer force shatters Johann's borrowed sword upon impact. Johann groans in pain as debris flies. His father strikes him, accusing him of being a parasite. He delivers a heavy blow to Johan's guard, screaming about how Johan dares to insult him. Philip and the villagers watch in terror. A villager whispers that the Lord is serious and really means to kill Johan. The father swings his axe with brutal force. He reveals why he never taught Johan to wield the sword, because he would still be a useless piece of shit either way. He taunts Johan, stating that no matter how hard he tries, he will never surpass him. The father enters a frenzy. He screams that his estate is his and his alone. He yells that no one can take it from him, not Johan, not the emperor, not anyone. Johan, struggling to see through the blood running down his face, wonders what the hell his father is on about. He asks himself if the old man has lost his mind from alcohol. Philip screams Johan's name as another massive attack comes down. Johan desperately blocks. The force is overwhelming. He admits defeat in his mind. Johan collapses to his knees, utterly beaten. His father looms over him, sneering. The large man tells him to know his place. He vows that if he ever sees Johan again, he really will bash his head in. The father stalks off into the darkness, leaving Johan kneeling in the dirt. The crowd remains silent until one voice whispers Sir Johan's name. Later, inside a small building, Priest Valberg fumes with indignation. He asks how Sir Jessen could be so unfair. Johan, now bandaged, tries to hush him. He asks what if someone hears them. The priest snaps that he does not care. He states he is from the Vatican, so he doesn't need to care. Valberg rants that a knight should have honor. He questions how a father could treat his son like that. Johan smiles wearily. He insists he is fine and points out that at least he is alive. Valberg scoffs at the ridicule of it all. He points out the Lord was dressed in full armor. Johan laughs, suggesting his dad must have lost his mind from all the drinking. Johan leans back, resigned. He accepts that this is reality. He admits he never learned how to use the sword, but claims he didn't know he was this powerless. Valberg offers perspective. He notes that Sir Jessen has been in many battles. He explains the Lord inherited family techniques and has experience. He concludes it only makes sense that Johan lost. He recounts a story about Sir Brits in the next estate over. He says Brits killed 300 serf soldiers on his own. Johan is shocked. He exclaims that killing 300 on one's own is amazing. Johan lies on a table, reflecting. He admits technology is important. He confesses he thought he could easily defeat his drunkard of a dad because he fought off a huge black wolf. Valberg stops abruptly. He asks with wide eyes if that is true. He asks if Johan really saw a black wolf in the forest. Johan sits up, confused by the reaction. He confirms it, adding that Joseph and Del saw it too. Valberg covers his mouth, muttering, "Oh dear God." Johan asks why. Valberg pulls out an old book. He explains that ever since long ago, black wolves have been seen as taboo. He states the priests call them an omen of death. He reads from the book, saying according to century-old stories, black wolves come bearing death and blood. Johan listens with a skeptical expression. He says he doesn't believe in stuff like that. He rationalizes that maybe the wolf was a premonition of his duel with his father. Valberg agrees that maybe that is so. However, the priest forces a smile. He tells Johan not to worry. He assures him the stories are just old tales. He suggests that perhaps God is helping Johan since he is a good person who puts others above himself. Johan freezes. He wonders to himself, me. He admits internally he just wants money. Meanwhile, near the Eights estate in the Brits barony, chaos reigns. Flames consume the night. People scream for help. A soldier brutally slashes a fleeing civilian. A woman begs for her life before being cut down. Blood sprays across the ground. A motionless hand lies in the dirt. An armored soldier stands over a corpse. He asks why they try to run away, nodding they are going to die either way. The soldier remarks that this is sure cruel. He mentions killing everyone in the estate and burning all the bodies. He immediately dismisses the thought, saying who cares. He declares they just do their work and get their gold. In front of a burning building, a mercenary approaches a large, cloaked figure. He addresses Sir Karamov. He reports that the mercenaries have finished cleaning up. He hands over the seal ring of the Brits family. Karamov takes the ring in his armored gauntlet. He crushes it effortlessly. He grumbles that he had high expectations because he heard Brits killed 300 serf soldiers on his own. He notes Brits didn't even last 2 attacks. He sneers that the man is not even worth being called a toy. Karamov introduces himself. He is the sword of the Holy Empire. He is His Imperial Majesty's proxy. He is the recollector of seals. He decrees that he will punish all corrupt nobles as His Imperial Majesty wishes. He addresses the army of soldiers standing before him amidst the fire. He declares that all who are with the Emperor will be rewarded infinite gold and honor. He raises his fist. He orders them to kill, steal from, and burn them all. He points his finger forward. He shouts for them to go. He announces that the Eights estate is next. The army of soldiers, their eyes glowing red in the darkness, grins viciously as they march toward their next target. The clash of steel rings in the darkness. 2 armored figures fight to the death on a shadowy battlefield. One combatant moves with fluid grace, parrying each of his opponent's frenzied attacks with casual ease. The skilled warrior finds an opening and swings a gleaming sword. Johan's vision goes blurry as he watches the blade decapitate the opposing knight. The severed head tumbles through the air. As it hits the ground, Johan stares at the face within the helmet. A silent shock pierces his heart. It is his own face staring back at him with dead eyes. Johan wakes up in his bed with a scream. He bolts upright, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. He asks himself if it was just a dream. He holds his pounding head, trying to shake the lingering terror. He admits he has been having the same nightmare for days, ever since he saw that black wolf. He remembers Priest Valberg's voice echoing in his mind. The priest explained that since ancient times, the black wolf has been known as an omen of misfortune. The very existence of the creature is considered bad luck, spreading blood and bringing death. Among priests, it was even named the sign of death. Johan grips his face, squeezing his eyes shut. He forcefully rejects the idea, dismissing it as superstitious nonsense. He tells himself it is just a tale from a legend. He laughs nervously, reasoning that it's not like he ever did anything bad to the black wolf. His laughter dies instantly. A memory surfaces, the moment he hurled a massive rock directly into the creature's face. He freezes. He sheepishly admits to himself that he did throw a rock at it, and a very big one at that. He groans, telling himself to forget it. He adopts a fatalistic attitude, deciding that whatever happens, happens. He jumps out of bed with renewed resolve, declaring that he has had enough useless thoughts and that it is time to go train. The sun sets over a golden hill where Johan trains alone. He wraps his hands, preparing to punch a massive tree. A voice interrupts him, calling out, "Hey, you worthless brat." Johan pauses and turns his head. Standing behind him are his two brothers, ranked second and third in the family. One brother asks if he already forgot what father told him. The other chimes in, mimicking their father's voice, saying that if Johan doesn't want to die, he shouldn't make himself noticeable. The brothers sneer at him. They mock him for acting cheeky. One brother points out that even after they beat him senseless, he crawls out again to act all tough. He compares Johan to a dog that barks but can't do anything. Johan ignores them and prepares to strike the tree. The brothers laugh, asking if he thinks chopping wood all day makes him stronger. They continue their relentless ridicule. One asks if Johan thinks breaking a log is impressive, calling it a lowly trick. He scoffs, asserting that a lowborn like Johan could never have real strength. He mocks Johan's dream, telling him to keep dreaming if he thinks he will join the Guard Corps. Johan smiles patiently, though a vein pops on his forehead. The brother declares that their father would never appoint trash like Johan. He cruelly adds that if their father ever used Johan, it would only be to crack his skull and feed him to the pigs. As the insult leaves his mouth, Johan delivers a simple punch to the tree. The impact is deafening. The massive tree trunk shatters instantly upon contact, sending wooden shrapnel exploding in all directions. The top half of the tree crashes to the ground. The two brothers stare with bulging eyes, their jaws dropping in utter shock and horror. Johan turns to them slowly. His shirt is gone, revealing a terrifyingly muscular physique. He smiles with dark intent. He politely asks if his brothers said something. He invites them to come a little closer and repeat it. The brothers scream in panic. They shout that they are good and ask why they would go there. They scramble away, fleeing down the hill. They yell back that they will tell father everything. Johan watches them run, sighing deeply. He calls them pathetic idiots. He wonders how they can live with so little thought, questioning how they prepare to make a living without worrying about their own future. He decides there is no point worrying about others, and that it is time to get back to training. Suddenly, a voice comments that what they said is true. Johan pauses. Philip stands nearby, holding a large sack. He states flatly that father has no intention of appointing Johan to any position. Johan acknowledges the presence of the firstborn. He huffs, admitting he figured as much. He notes philosophically that considering their father didn't kill him, it could be worse. Philip asks if he is not disappointed. Johan assumes a fighting stance, shadowboxing against the sunset. He states that it is what it is. He resolves to find another way to make a living. Philip drops a bombshell. He tells Johan that father fears him. Johan stops mid-punch. He punches the tree lightly as Philip explains. Philip asserts that Johan is undeniably strong and that strength is a threat to their father. He explains that father wants obedient children like him. He points out that Johan is different because he insists on living by his own principles. Philip reveals that their father believes one day Johan's strength will take everything from him, just as he overthrew grandfather to take sovereignty. Johan sweats, dismissing the idea as nonsense. Philip ignores the denial. He orders his servant to bring the sack over. The servant complies, handing the bag to Lord Philip. Philip dumps the contents onto the ground. Clattering onto the grass is a set of equipment. A plain surcoat of unknown origin stored somewhere in the castle, a spare set of chest plate and a longsword, nothing else. Johan flinches, recognizing the gear immediately. He stares at the pile. Philip notes that these are the things Johan has had his eyes on for a long time. Philip states firmly that he is not like father. He declares he is not foolish enough to discard someone capable. He smiles slightly. He makes a promise that when he becomes lord in the future, he will appoint Johann as captain of the Eighth Guard. Philip turns to leave, advising Johann not to neglect his training until then. He adds a request to please stop causing trouble. Johann yells after him that he never causes trouble first. Philip raises a hand dismissively as he walks away. Left alone, Johann stares down at the armor shining in the dying light. He realizes with horror that the armor is the one from his dream. His mind races. He asks himself if he wears this, will he die the same way he did in the nightmare? A terrified vision of his own corpse flashes before him. Despite the fear, a different feeling emerges. He picks up the chest plate. He admits that for some reason he feels like he can overcome it, though he has no proof. He equips the breastplate, hearing the leather straps tight. He draws the longsword, its blade gleaming. He declares that whatever the case, he will need equipment if he wants to win. He stands fully armored, looking like a true knight against the backdrop of the darkened forest. Meanwhile, the local tavern is lively. A man slams his mug down, laughing heartily. He tells a tall tale to the skepticism of others. He claims he is telling the truth. He shouts that Sir Johann killed 50 wolves. A crowd gathers. One man points out that Sir Johann left all the pelts behind because a knight shouldn't be obsessed with money. Another villager adds to the legend. He claims Johann drew his sword solely to save Del and Joseph. He points to a heroic mental image of Johann shining with holy light. He praises Johann as so righteous and pure, asking if he isn't the very model of a true knight. An older villager agrees, stating true Sir Johann is far more knightly than Lord Jessen, calling the current lord a drunken, woman-chasing pig. They laugh openly at their lord. One wishes aloud that the pig would just die already. Another jokes that Sir Johann should have cut Jessen's head off that day. A man slams a wooden barrel onto a table. It is Robert, Del's father. He shouts, "Hey!" He declares drinks are on him today and tells everyone to drink as much as they want. The tavern patrons cheer, asking why. Robert yells that it is because Sir Johann saved his daughter Del. He toasts to Sir Johann, the righteous knight. The tavern erupts in a roar of approval. In a dark corner, a hooded stranger sits with two other shadowy figures. The stranger asks, by the way, who Sir Johann might be. He remarks he doesn't think he has seen the man around here before. The villager sitting next to them scoffs. He tells the hooded figure they were bad-mouthing the Lord right in front of a complete stranger. He laughs, guessing the villagers here aren't afraid of anything. The hooded figure's hood hides a sinister grin. Red eyes glow in the shadow of the cowl. He says he finds their story quite interesting. He leans in closer, the atmosphere darkening around him. He commands the villager to tell him more about Johann Eitz. Outside under the moonlit sky, Johann walks happily through the village. He hums a tune, oblivious to the danger brewing in the tavern. He fantasizes about his future. He thinks excitedly that Philip will appoint him captain of the guards once he becomes lord. He celebrates that his golden road has finally arrived. He thinks fondly of Philip, nodding he never thought his brother could be depended on. Johann stops. He spots a figure sitting slumped against a building. He squints, confirming it is definitely a drunk man. He decides right then that a future captain of the guard can't just ignore a drunk citizen. He approaches with a cheerful smile. He calls out Sir, warning him that if he sleeps here he will catch a cold. Johann offers to escort the man home. He leans down, still smiling. The man remains silent. Johann pauses, sensing something wrong. He notices something cold pressing against his neck. His eyes widen as he realizes a knife is held to his throat. The smile vanishes from his face. He freezes, thinking what? Panic sets in as he internally screams, "What the hell?" In a fleeting moment, the man attacks with a dagger. Johann cannot see the attack coming. He groans, wondering in panic about the attacker's identity. He asks himself who he is. He wonders if this could be an assassin sent by Jessen. However, he rules out the idea that his father is behind the attack. He reasons that if it were Jessen, he would have come to kill Johann himself. He then wonders in terror if the madam was the culprit. He also rules out his brother's involvement, thinking Philip would not do this. He realizes he cannot guess who sent him. He screams at the man, asking what he wants. He thinks it is about money. He shouts that if the man is doing this for money, he will give him everything he has. He begs him to let him go. He thinks to himself, however, that in reality he does not have a single coin. The attacker replies coldly that if it is money, he has more than enough. This increases Johann's confusion and terror regarding the real motive. The attacker stops suddenly. He addresses him by his full name, Johann Eitz, and declares he will ask him a question. The attacker threatens that if his answers are not to his liking, he will slit his throat right there. Johann stands stunned by the strangeness of the situation. He wonders to himself about the madness of this person threatening his life with a question out of nowhere. Facing this question, he tries to compose himself. He summons his past experience making it to round 2 in a major corporation interview. He decides to answer perfectly and survive. The attacker announces that they shall begin. The young man prepares for the confrontation, thinking, all right, bring it on. The attacker surprises Johann with a strange comment. He points out that he has a good body. He remarks that it is hard to believe he is the son of that pig. He asks suspiciously if he is truly Jessen's son. Johann freezes from shock and confusion. He cannot believe this is the question determining his fate while the man holds his life in his hands. He curses his luck, wondering what he is supposed to say. He stammers out his answer. He says that sometimes a lion can be born from a pig's bloodline. A heavy silence prevails where the attacker shows no reaction. Johann worries, thinking he answered wrong and might die. Suddenly, the attacker explodes in loud, hysterical laughter. He declares that the answer is quite to his liking. Johann smiles and asks him to please release him in that case. The attacker refuses immediately, saying no. With a demonic look, the attacker announces to Johann Eitz that he is now his. Johann stands dumbfounded. He does not understand the meaning of these words. It turns out this man is Kegel. He is the Empire's greatest assassin and the Nisos Guild's poison master. He perfected his swordsmanship through countless assassinations. Because his movements resembled a serpent's, he later came to be known as the Venom Serpent. However, even he had problems. He could not find a successor to inherit his swordsmanship. He searched everywhere, even within the Assassin Guild itself. Sadly, he found only worthless insects lacking qualifications to succeed him were all he found. He remembers moments watching trainees fall before him. A few showed potential, but they strongly refused to learn assassin skills. They preferred to die here instead of tarnishing their honor. More than 30 heirs of knightly families died at Kegel's hands. All chose death in the name of honor rather than accepting his training. Growing impatient in his search for a successor, Kegel decided to visit the Witch of the Empire. The witch welcomed the venom serpent Kegel, who grants peaceful deaths to all. She revealed to him that the disciple he seeks resides in Eitz Castle, a small, forgotten rural territory. She added that he is one of the sons of that lecherous drunkard lord. Kegel mocked the prophecy. He described Eitz Castle as that backwater dump. He underestimated the idea of his successor being there. He noted that a gold coin could buy half that land. The witch laughed confidently. She offered him his money back if her prophecy displeases him. Despite his doubt and worry about the curse he would get from stealing a witch's coin, he decided to believe her as a last resort. Kegel wanted to believe her because he wasted too many years searching for a successor and had no time left. However, even as he stepped foot into the Eitz estate, doubt clung to him. He wondered if the one worthy of becoming his successor really exists in this place. He decided within himself to kill the brat on the spot if he didn't like him. Returning to the present moment, Kegel introduces himself as the Nisos Guild's guildmaster. He declares strictly that he has no more time to waste. He states that Johann will become his successor. He gives him two choices with no third. He says choose to die here by his hand or learn his swordsmanship. He asserts these are the only two paths he can take. Johann stands amazed. He mumbles, not comprehending the situation. He asks, stammering, how much he needs to pay to learn his swordsmanship. Kegel gets angry, explaining he is not accepting money. This increases Johann's astonishment. He can't believe a guildmaster with incredible skill will teach him for free. He rejoices greatly, considering this a jackpot. He asks Kegel eagerly what took him so long. He calls him master. He expresses that he has been waiting his entire life for someone like him. Kegel warns his student that his swordsmanship is that of an assassin. He says simply learning it will brand him as disgraceful, the shame of any knightly family. He warns he may be scorned his entire life. But Johann interrupts him with a desperate scream. He asserts he doesn't care about honor or shame at all. He begs him to teach him. Kegel agrees, saying fine. He thinks surprised that this kind of brat is a first. Johann seizes the opportunity immediately. He asks his new master if he will give him an allowance since he mentioned having plenty of money. He reminds him that he is at the age where he really needs spending money. Kegel looks at him in amazement. He realizes this brat really is something else. At Eitz Castle, Lord Jessen announces that the inspection is done and that he will be stepping out for a while. Philip bids him safe travels, confirming he will take care of the castle. However, once Jessen leaves, they exchange meaningful glances. The madam mutters with malice that no matter how much Philip struggles, this castle will be hers. Philip scoffs. He calls it nonsense, assuring her the next lord of this castle will be none other than him, Philip Eitz. The Lord Jessen screams angrily at his eldest son and wife. He expresses he is sick of them fighting and arguing all day every day. He gives them permission to do whatever they want. Philip asks his father what they shall do regarding Johann, who is yet to return. The father screams Philip's name loudly, scaring him. The father replies with indifference and cruelty, ordering him not to waste his time over that brat. He states that the weakling's death is of no concern to him. Philip apologizes to his father, claiming he understands. But once the father leaves, his features change completely. He begins wondering with worry where Johann is and what he is doing right now. At the same time in the forest near Eitz Castle, Kegel decides to check how skilled Johann is. The young man asks to borrow a sword. He explains shyly that he breaks them often. The master agrees, telling him to go ahead. Kegel thinks surprised that he breaks swords. He describes him as a reckless brat. He thinks there isn't a single thing he likes about him. When Johann takes a fighting stance, Kegel wonders if he is really the son of a knightly family. He asks what that stance is, deciding this one must die as well. The student asks if he has to use swordsmanship or if he can fight however he wants. So Kegel permits him to fight as he likes. He tells him to use fists, rocks, blades, or anything because it doesn't matter. Johann smiles slightly, saying then he attacks suddenly. He shouts, "Here I go," and swings his blade. He breaks the sword easily from the force of impact. In that moment, the master realizes the error of his doubts were unwarranted. While looking at him in shock, he finally admits that the brat is monstrously strong. Kegel feels surprised by the air pressure resulting from Johann's punch. He realizes that if that punch hits him, he knows his bones and muscles will be crushed. He thinks it is like he is not fighting a human but a lion. However, he decides to fight seriously. He unleashes a snake-like fighting technique. Johann wonders in amazement at the strange movement. He asks where he is trying to go, guessing up, down, up, down. He tries to block, but the attack hits him in the face. He falls to the ground, screaming in pain. Kegel states that he knows he hit him with the flat side of the blade. He notes stunned that Johann didn't even pass out. He describes it as ridiculous. Kegel praises his student, asserting that had he been born 1,000 years earlier, he would have been called a legendary hero. Johann thanks him, calling him master. However, the master adds a warning of a critical weakness. He declares strictly that at this rate, Johann will die no matter what. This sparks Johann's shock and confusion as he asks what he means. Kegel warns him strictly that he can't control his strength and that strength will kill him. Johann denounces this talk. He says no way, rejecting the idea by stating it is not like he is attacking himself and that he is not that stupid. The master asks him to come at him again if he is confident. He offers a tempting deal to give him gold if he manages to break the master's sword instead of his own. Upon hearing the word gold, Johann's features change completely and his eyes shine with greed. His hesitation turns into unparalleled enthusiasm. He shouts gold and tells his master he better keep that promise. He dashes at tremendous speed toward the master to attack. A strong sword clash rings in the place, but the result is disappointing as his sword shatters again. Its fragments fly into his face, making him scream in pain as he grunts. He remembers bitterly, realizing this is just like when he was fighting father. Kegel explains that he just lost to his own strength. He emphasizes the necessity to learn to control his power, or else death will be his fate. Kegel shoots a fragment of the broken blade at him. Johann asks if he purposely shot the fragment there. Kegel confirms, explaining that it is a piece of cake if one is proficient at the sword. Johann finally understands. He states he needs to learn to control his strength. He vows to learn it and avoid death to achieve his dream since he is the future guard captain of eights. He thinks that public servants avoid disaster the best. The master tells him that if he knows how to restrain his power, something like this is possible. In the blink of an eye, Kegel directs a swift blow at Johann. Johann is stunned when he sees his metal armor slit in half. What increases his amazement is seeing that the master used only the sword scabbard, not the blade. Kegel explains that if he is able to control his strength, he can slice through anything even if he is not wielding a sword. Kegel smiles demonically. He says he cannot imagine how powerful Johann will be when he is able to properly control his power. The master announces that is enough and says to get to training. When Johann looks anxious, Kegel confirms it will be difficult and he might even die. He asks if he is ready. Johann answers with great enthusiasm in the affirmative. The scene shifts to the village. Johann appears with a swollen face and clear signs of beating from harsh training. He talks to himself about the difficulty, thinking he is finally learning to hold back but notes it is so hard. He says he managed to learn not to break his sword now, but yearns to know when he gets to learn real swordsmanship. Suddenly a commotion catches his attention. He sees a group of strangers, asking himself if they are elves. He screams at the group leader, asking who they are and why they are standing there. The group leader orders him to leave at once because the area is restricted from others. Johann replies sharply, asking what. He resents a stranger dictating orders, shouting, "Who are you to tell me what to do?" The group leader laughs arrogantly. He identifies himself as belonging to His Imperial Majesty's directly affiliated mercenaries. He reveals they are the famous wolves of Akite. Instead of fear, Johann screams in amazement and joy. He shouts that he wanted a job too. He asks about the pay. One guard asks sarcastically if he wants to be one. He explains mockingly that what they get is incomparable to what the guard captain would get. He reveals they get 2 golden coins for just one job. This strikes Johann with extreme amazement as he stammers 2 golden coins. The guard warns Johann that looking like he works out just makes him a bigger target. He emphasizes that what is important is skill. Johann agrees, saying, "You're right. Johann drowns in his dreams. He thinks he has never seen golden coins in his life. He wonders seriously if he should change his career path, thinking it is better than a guard captain. But suddenly something strange happens. Johann's hand moves involuntarily, attempting to draw his sword. This causes him extreme shock and confusion as he asks why he just tried to unsheath his sword. The elf accompanying Kamarav notices his movement. She screams angrily, "How rude!" She considers his behavior the height of insolence. She threatens to behead him right away for daring to try and unsheath his sword in the face of Sir Kamarav. Kamarav intervenes to calm the elf Jane. He asks him calmly who he is. Johann stammers while sweating, identifying himself as Johann from House 8. Then Kamarav reveals his identity as the Holy Empire Emperor's Guard Knight, Kamarav. Johann is surprised again, finding his hand on the sword without even knowing. A terrifying feeling overtakes him he hadn't experienced before. He compares it to when he saw the Black Wolf or when his father was trying to kill him. He describes this murderous intent as suffocating. It is as if he is prey placed in front of an apex predator. Kamarav orders him to move because he is in the way. Johann moves, feeling his heart beating wildly. One soldier mocks his fear, saying, "Goodness, he is so scared." He warns him in a sarcastic tone to be careful next time. He laughs, doubting there will be a next time for him though. Jane asks her master if it is all right to just leave him here. Kamarav replies that he doesn't want to cause such a ruckus on a good day like this. He walks toward the castle gate. He mutters mysteriously that it is not yet time. Johann watches them go. He wonders in confusion why a knight of the emperor would be here and what reason he would have to be in this place. Philip appears rushing to receive the grand guest. He welcomes Karamov, introducing himself as Philip VIII, the next lord of House 8. He asks eagerly about the reason for his visit, inquiring what brings him here. The stepmother interrupts, expressing her intense admiration for Karamov. She describes him as unbelievably handsome. She presents her son John as the child who will become the real lord, ignoring Philip completely. She continues flirting with Karamov. She states that if she had known someone as wonderful as him existed, she would have married later. She asks if they should head inside the inner castle. Karamov does not reply to her. She tries to catch his attention again, saying, "Sir Karamov Tilda, are you listening to me?" However, he ignores her completely. Instead, a massive thud echoes as he slams his hand down. He asks sharply, "Where is Jessen?" Philip objects to addressing his father without titles. He states that addressing Lord Jessen like that is improper regardless of his reputation. The madam interrupts him again. She defends Karamov as the Empire's greatest knight. She claims there is nothing wrong with him calling Lord Jessen however he wishes. She announces that as the rightful lady of the house, she will handle his reception. She hints at Philip not to object. Philip looks with malice at the cunning woman. He thinks she is trying to seize an opportunity to push John as the next lord, but Karamov interrupts them with a resounding scream. He slams his fist down and orders them to shut up. He chases everyone away rudely, ordering all of them to get lost. He demands they bring him some alcohol instead. He announces coldly he will wait inside this castle until Jessen arrives. In the dark forest, Johann swings his sword with immense force, creating great air pressure. During the fighting, he remembers the dangerous, suffocating aura he felt when he met Karamov. Kegel watches him silently for a moment. He suddenly screams at him, calling him a fool for his lack of focus. He throws daggers at him. Johann blocks the daggers with great difficulty while groaning. He suffers a slight cut on his neck, appearing extremely tense. Kegel scolds his student. He states that if the daggers he just threw were laced with poison, Johann would be dead. He asks why he isn't concentrating. Johann wipes his chin and admits something feels off. He mentions the knights claiming to be the emperor's personal knights who came to the village. He argues it is illogical for them to shut the gates and control entry in the Eight's territory in this way. He says it makes no sense. Kegel asks coldly what he can do about it, suspicious or not. He explains that Karamov is the emperor's direct knight. He states he is the strongest warrior on the continent and the core power of the Holy Empire. He adds that even the armor he wears is legendary. Johann asks curiously if Karamov is stronger than his master. Kegel pauses. He admits seriously that if he ever had to face Karamov, he would turn around and run without hesitation. Kegel hits his student on the head to silence him. He asserts that results are only known after fighting. He scolds him harshly, describing him as a half-witted brat who doesn't even know the basics of swordsmanship, but is worrying about others while unable to even control his own strength. Johann regains focus. He holds the sword seriously, announcing, "I'll do it." The master sighs and signals him to come. Johann dashes, attacking powerfully. The master's voice rings out, asking him to do it again. The attacks continue with Kegel screaming again, repeatedly. Johann begins wondering in confusion why it isn't working. He notices the master uses only the sword scabbard, not even a real sword, yet he cannot cut it. Kegel explains that is right. He says it is the flow of strength. He advises his student not to swing blindly. He instructs him to transfer the flow of strength and concentrate it at the sword's tip. As Johann swings his sword, he slowly begins to understand what it meant to control his strength. Kegel notices the change immediately. He thinks the dull sound of his sword is becoming sharp. Johann executes a powerful blow different from previous ones. At that moment, he becomes certain that if he tempers everything he learned so far with the proper amount of strength, this is it. Kegel suddenly feels intense fear, thinking this is dangerous. In a fleeting moment, Kegel finds his scabbard cut without realizing what happened. Johann stands amazed. He stares at the cut scabbard. He screams with overwhelming joy, declaring he did it. He claims he has completely grasped the feeling. He laughs, saying it wasn't even that hard. Kegel downplays the achievement, humming that it must have been luck. Johann is surprised by the reaction. When Kegel calls him, he replies affirmatively with a yes. Kegel announces seriously that this time he won't hold back. He challenges him to come at him again. Johann bares his fangs. He shows a terrifying snake-like attack. The aura of a purple serpent strikes terror into the master. Johann manages to knock Kegel to the ground. Johann jumps for joy because he won again. Kegel wonders in confusion what this brat is. He realizes he clearly taught him nothing but how to control strength, yet Johann can freely use the secret sword technique Serpent's Tongue. The master is stunned that he perfectly absorbed a technique he saw briefly on the very first day. He notes Johann is using it more perfectly than he does. The old assassin's experience tells him that unless a miracle happens, Johann has already become someone he cannot defeat. Kegel mutters in amazement, calling him an absurd brat. Johann laughs maniacally, cheering that he learned the technique and secured his meal ticket. Suddenly, Kegel announces his teachings end here. He states he will leave at sunrise. Johann asks disapprovingly, huh? He notes he only just got the hang of using the sword and asks if he is ending it like this. The master assures him he already possesses everything necessary. Kegel admits grudgingly that Johann has become stronger than him in less than a week. He expresses satisfaction as long as his swordsmanship does not vanish and continues onward. He tells Johann to go live his life as he wishes. He tells Johann he has worked hard until now. Johann thanks him sincerely. He asks if he is really leaving. Kegel says yes. Johann asks if it is because he is an assassin. Kegel denies that. He explains no, it's just how he is, never staying too long in one place. Johann seizes the opportunity to ask his master, by the way, do you know anything about ominous signs? He asks about the black wolf. Kegel says yes. Johann mentions he recently encountered it. He tells him about his dream seeing his head cut off afterward. He confesses he thought Kegel was the omen when he first came for his head. Kegel replies that if he had killed him, then that would have been the ominous sign. He explains ill fortune does not arrive in a fixed shape. Before leaving, Kegel offers some advice. He advises finding a weapon suited to his strength first. He notes the need for at least Dana's steel to withstand his power. Johann asks Danis, what's that? Kegel explains Dana's steel is a metal imbued with magic, existing only as a legendary relic. He adds its method of creation was lost, and it can only be mined from ancient ruins. He states weapons made from it are extremely rare and only a few exist in the entire world. Johann assumes it must be expensive, right? Kegel confirms that even if he saved his whole life, he couldn't afford it. He adds he probably can't buy it with money at all. Johann asks why he recommended it then. Kegel explains he just wanted to tell him to find a weapon that suits his situation. Johann doubts his intentions. He asks if he is hiding true intentions because he is an assassin. Kegel gets angry, asking why he brings up his profession for everything, calling him a crazy brat. Kegel notes that even its color is unusual wearing Danis steel. He warns strictly that if Johann ever sees someone wearing Danis, even from far away, don't look back, just run. He adds another tip, if he doesn't know his limits, he won't live long. Johann promises to keep that in mind. Johann asks if he is leaving now. Kegel asks Johann to carve his next words deep into his bones. He advises do not fight opponents he cannot beat. He says if it is dangerous, run. But if he must fight, he must use any means necessary and kill without fail. Kegel assures him if he follows this rule, he likely won't die. He looks at Johann and commands, do not die. Johann watches him leave. He remembers the words, if it's dangerous, run. If you cannot avoid it, kill, and always survive. He promises Master he will remember those words. At Eight's castle, the madam asks if the alcohol suits his taste. Karamov smashes the cup, saying it tastes like rotten piss. He orders her to take it away. The madam gasps, nodding that was quite an expensive drink. She says it is a shame he didn't like it. She says the only alcohol better than this is in Lord Jesson's bedroom. She suggests moving to a cozy bedroom instead of staying here since he must be tired after his journey. She whispers that Lord Jesson's bedroom is very comfortable. She says she is sure he won't be disappointed. She whispers seductively that just the two of them could have a wonderful time together. She asks, don't you think? Karamov speaks suddenly, telling her to get lost. The madam stammers that Sir Karamov, they don't have much time. She begs him to allow her to begin his reception, nodding the Lord will arrive late tonight. Suddenly, Karamov's red eye flashes. He mutters he was getting sick of this anyway. He decides fine, he shall enjoy himself. He clamps down on her neck. He calls the entertainment slaughter. Philip watches the scene in shock, covering his mouth. Outside, Johann reaches the village outskirts. He stops, asking what's this? He sees flames devouring the entire village. He looks in shock, wondering in amazement why the village is on fire. Lord Jessen wonders what in the world is going on. He rides along a dirt path, staring at the smoke rising from the Eight's estate. One of his knights answers that he doesn't know. The knight adds that the fire looks large, so the Lord should return at once. Jessen grits his teeth and grunts as he whips his reins. He rides swiftly, the hoofbeats echoing loudly. His horse neighs as he skids to a halt in front of the castle. Jessen stares at the gates. Mercenaries greet him, stating that he finally shows himself after something fun has taken place. The mercenaries sneer, remarking that he is slow and dull just as he looks. One elf soldier orders him to move faster, calling him Sir Pig. He adds that Sir Karamov isn't a very patient man. Jessen pushes open the huge wooden doors, his eyes glowing red with rage. He stops dead, asking what. Before him, the stone floor lies littered with corpses. The bodies of his servants and children lay twisted and lifeless, with blood pooling everywhere. He stares at the horrified, frozen faces of the dead. Jessen sweats, horrified by the carnage. A massive armored boot steps forward with a heavy thud. Jessen looks up. Karamov looms over him, saying he is late. Jessen. Karamov's armor shines gold and his eyes burn red from beneath his helm. Jessen demands to know what Karamov is doing right now. Karamov reaches for his sword hilt. Jessen draws his massive axe. He screams furiously, asking what does Karamov think he is doing. Karamov speaks formally. He declares Jessen is guilty of the attempted assassination of the emperor and high treason. He states that by His Majesty's decree, House Eights shall be eradicated. Jessen screams back not to be absurd. He shouts that this is a purge. He accuses them of just pinning false charges on him to execute him. He raises his axe and charges, yelling he won't let Karamov do as he pleases. Karamov draws his huge purple sword with a screech of metal. He commands his men to blow the horn. A golden knight raises a horn to his lips and blows a resounding note. Karamov orders his men to retrieve the seal of the Eight's family. He grips his glowing purple blade tightly. He commands them to purge everybody in this territory and erase this land from the map. The mercenaries charge, shouting war cries. They slaughter villagers mercilessly. Johann's previous neighbors get cut down where they stand. Flames engulf the wooden houses. The mercenaries laugh manically as they kill. A mercenary stands over Valberg, who kneels on the ground in prayer. The mercenary laughs, calling Valberg a vicious bastard. He asks if it is that hard to tell him where the pig's bastard son is hiding. Valberg remains silent, looking defiant. The mercenary smirks, saying fine. He offers to send Valberg to his god, whom he adores so much. He swings his sword down, shouting die. Suddenly, Johann appears from the shadows. He slashes through the mercenary with a swift, diagonal cut. The mercenary's body splits. He looks shocked as he falls. Johann stands over Valberg, calling out his name. Valberg looks up, asking Lord Johann what is happening. Johann helps him up, admitting he doesn't know either. He explains the imperial troops are killing villagers on sight. Valberg looks grim. He suggests it is possible that Lord Jessen has already been killed as well. Johann freezes, repeating even father. Valberg continues, saying that is not all. He gestures to the inferno around them. He explains they are burning the entire village to wipe everything out. Johann looks determined. He says damn it and decides he has to hurry back to the castle. Suddenly he hears crying. He stops, recognizing the voice. He asks if that is Dell. A small girl crawls out from behind a burning building. Johann sighs in relief, saying good, she is safe. He holds out his hand. He tells her it is dangerous here, so come to him. His eyes widen in horror. Behind Dell, a spear pins a man's corpse to a wooden stake. Dell cries, telling Lord Johann that her dad is dead. It is Robert's body, limp and lifeless amidst the fire. Johann stares at the gruesome sight. Flashbacks hit him hard. He sees memories of saving Dell, Robert hugging his daughter, the villagers drinking in the tavern, raising mugs and laughing. Robert's smiling face cheering for Lord Johann echoes in his mind. Johann grits his teeth in rage and sorrow. Johann turns to Valberg. He pushes Dell toward the priest. He tells Dell it is dangerous to stay alone. He orders her to stay with Father Valberg. Dell looks up tearfully and says okay. Johann turns and walks away. Valberg calls out to him, asking where he is going. Johann doesn't answer. Valberg shouts that he mustn't go, telling him he needs to flee. He screams Lord Johann. Johann walks forward resolutely. He reaches the square. He sees a pike with a severed head stuck on top. It is Lord Jessen Eights' head staring blankly. A wooden sign hangs below. It reads that Duke Jessen Eights has been executed for treason against the emperor. It warns that anyone who retrieves his corpse without permission will be punished for the same crime by Imperial Knight Karamov. Johann stares at his father's head with shadowed eyes. A mercenary nearby notices him. He sneers, asking if he isn't the bastard son. He mocks Johann, saying he thought he ran off. He asks if Johann came back to die. Johann says nothing. He swings his sword. The wooden pike shatters. Jessen's head tumbles to the ground. Johann's foot stomps heavily onto the red banner with the golden eagle, the symbol of the empire. The mercenary stammers, telling others to look at this brat. He orders the others not to just stand around. He screams to kill him now. Johann's blue eyes glow in the darkness. He unleashes a flurry of attacks. His sword moves like a blur. He slashes through 3 mercenaries instantly. They scream in agony. Johann continues to advance, cutting down every soldier in his path. Johann wonders to himself why he is doing this. He asks himself why he is going back to the castle. He admits Father Valberg is right and he should be running away. He knows if he goes back he will just die for no reason. He encounters Philip. Philip sits slumped against a tree, riddled with arrows. He calls out Johann's name. Johann freezes. He whispers Philip's name. Philip smiles weakly. He remarks that Johann is alive. Johann rushes to his side. He touches Philip's shoulder. He asks why he came back. Philip struggles to speak. He tells Johann to go and run away. He warns that if he stays here he will die. Philip coughs up blood. He lifts a helmet from his lap. He says he wanted to give this to Johann for when he becomes Lord one day. Johann takes the helmet. He stares at Philip's lifeless face. He looks down at the helmet in his hands. He remembers Kegel's voice. The image of the assassin appears in his mind, warning him to understand the difference in skill level. The advice echoes that if it gets dangerous, run. The opponent is the Emperor's knight. Kegel told him to run without looking back. Johann clutches the helmet. He remembers the second part of the advice. It states that but if he has to fight then he must kill. Johann stands up. He puts on the helmet. The visor snaps shut. His blue eyes glow from within the darkness of the helm. He confirms right. He declares that time is now. Johann walks up to the massive castle doors. He pushes them open with a single hand. He strides inside. The hallway is lined with mercenaries. They look surprised. One elf asks what the hell. He asks how this bastard got inside and asks where the guards are. Johann charges. He punches an armored knight in the face with overwhelming force. The helmet crumples under his fist. Johann roars Karamov's name. He punches another soldier, sending him flying. He screams for the asshole to come out. He stomps on a fallen soldier's chest, crushing it. A shadow falls over him. Karamov walks out slowly, dragging his massive purple sword. Blood drips from the tip. Mercenaries step aside. Karamov stops. He notes so the runaway son of Eights really survived. He says Johann is that guy in front of the castle back then. He asks if his name was Johann Eights. Johann stares at him through his helmet. He replies he is not in the mood to exchange names. He tells him to just think of him as one pissed-off man, calling him an asshole. Karamov sighs. He tells Johann he should have kept on running. He says if he had, he could have lived. Karamov smirks. He supposes Johann doesn't care about his life. He says fine. He tells him if he wants to die, then come at me. He points his massive sword at Johann. The purple energy hums. Johann's blue aura flares around him. Johann screams that Karamov doesn't need to tell him that. He charges forward, his fist glowing with power. He shouts that is what he was going to do anyway. He unleashes a massive punch directly toward Karamov. They start trading blows with one another. It is just like the dreams Johann was having. They get to the exact moment where Johann readied the attack and swung down. Karamov blocks it. Johann's sword gets cut by Karamov. He goes to swing for his head. Johann drops the sword. He dodges backwards before grabbing another one and charging straight in. Karamov smiles, saying that this is fun. He cuts another one of the swords in half. This happens over and over and over again. Johann is continuously grabbing swords off of the mercs that he already killed. He then dodges a big swing from Karamov while he's stuck from the dodge. Karamov comes in to finish it and swings down. Johann avoids this one. This causes Karamov to slice into one of the pillars of the castle and it begins crumbling. Karamov says this is interesting. He says he is far more entertaining than Brits was from within the smoke of the rubble collapsing. One of the mercs gets thrown at him. Karamov cuts straight through him. He says that this is truly enjoyable. He wants even more entertainment. Johann finally manages to grab another sword. He comes in with a heavy-ass swing to which Karamov blocks using his arm. But the attack pierces through his armor and also takes a chunk out of his arm, though of course the blade gets broken. Karamov is genuinely surprised as he distances himself. It takes a moment for it to set in because he just cut through his Dana steel armor. Karamov begins trembling as Johann grabs another blade. Karamov says that's impossible. He says humans are incapable of harming Dana steel, asking just who he is. Johann charges straight in once more. They continue trading blow for blow while Karamov says that he's never heard of such strength before. But it seems like that's all he is because he's easily blocking all the attacks. And even though he's on the defensive, Johann can't get in a single meaningful hit. Karamov realizes that he's a brute with only strength. There's no finesse to his attacks. He thrusts forward. Johann blocks it. Of course, the sword breaks. He quickly grabs another off the floor and readies himself once more. Karamov says that it's just as he expected. He can't even properly block a simple thrust. He's swinging purely by instinct right now. There's no technique behind him. This makes him think that Jessen never taught him real swordsmanship. He can tell that he's dangerous. He needs to finish this quickly because if he grows, he will become someone nobody can stop. And if he uses that stupid wide slash again, he'll break it, cleaving through the sword, cutting his head off with one swing. Johann then starts to do exactly as he thought, but it was just a fake as he does a quick change-up. Karamov is completely caught off guard. He goes to react. Johann uses Kegel's technique, changing his direction to Karamov's open side. The sword comes into contact with the armor. He manages to deal a very heavy blow in exchange for losing his sword. Karamov starts screaming in pain as his insides start to spill out. He sees Johann rearing back his fist. He comes in hitting him straight in the side where he just cut him. The Danis armor begins to dent. We see a massive shock wave from the punch. That's not all as it explodes out the backside, causing him to spit up a ton of blood. He stabs his sword into the ground. Nothing but blood comes out of his mouth. His eyes begin to go a little hazy. He recognizes it as Kegel's swordsmanship. This means that Johann was hiding his true skill all along and that he completely let his guard down. Johann points a broken blade at his throat, while Karamov continues to bleed out from all the internal damage. There is a literal pool of blood underneath him. He begins coughing his jaw. He lowers his blade and raises his helmet. He drops it onto the floor, asking him why he did all of this. Karamov says that it was all for his imperial majesty, as the Holy Empire is now more unstable than ever. His majesty has unsheathed the imperial sword to correct the empire. Before he finishes his next sentence, he starts coughing violently. He holds onto his side while spitting up even more blood. He then starts to laugh. He tells Johann he's moved. For decades, he's crossed battlefields and fought countless knights, but he's never encountered anybody as strong as him before. He needs him to go with the Empire with him, as his majesty needs a strong talent like him right now. The Empire's endless gold will grant him glory. He shall receive vast and fertile lands. He'll see to it as well that his majesty will appoint him as an imperial knight. He becomes the imperial sword. He'll get anything he wishes. Johann thinks about endless gold, but says that it's strange. It's the life that he once dreamed of, but for some reason he doesn't feel anything. He looks down at Karamov. He tells him that he refuses. Karamov's confused, asking why. Johann says that he has not only killed his family, also innocent serfs, people who did no wrong. Karamov surprised, asking if he's really declining his offer over mere serfs. He grits his teeth out of frustration, asking why their deaths even matter. Then says that it must be because his mother was a low-born serf. That insect blood has tainted him. He needs to understand that the world's law is that the strong drink the blood of the weak. Johann grits his teeth and apologizes to Kegel, saying that he can't control his strength anymore. He swings, hitting Karamov in the face, sending him flying backwards. He doesn't stop there as he comes in with blow after blow. He asks why he thinks that these were worthless lives and if the Emperor means that much. Why they think they're that great to begin with, to the point that they get to judge who deserves to live and who doesn't. The Danis armor begins to start warping on his skull. As blood fills Karamov's eyes, the last sight he sees is none other than Johann. Each blow getting heavier and heavier as he is turning him into a meat crayon. Eventually, he's just twitching on the floor. Johann stands up with his fist covered in blood. Karamov, though somehow still alive, begins coughing. Johann starts to walk away. Karamov calls him a fool, saying that he should have taken his offer because now it's too late. The one who broke the Emperor's sword will only know suffering from this point on. Johann looks down at him as his hand goes limp, as those were his final words. Johann says this world accepts death so naturally. All he ever thought about was to make money and survive. But they slaughtered everybody in his territory, including his family, and then tried to erase it. So even if the whole world becomes his enemy, he only did what had to be done. He'll never regret his choices. Regardless of what anyone says, this is how he plans to live. A stone gate slowly creaks open in the middle of the night, revealing the interior of the castle courtyard. A guard approaches a wooden door to check on the situation inside. Upon opening it, he discovers Master Jane and her elven soldier standing there. Jane speaks with a furious look etched onto her face. She demands to ask one more time if what he just said is the truth. The beaten elf confirms it is true without a shred of falsehood and begs her to believe him. He explains that he suddenly barged in, beat all the soldiers to a pulp, and then took Sir Karamov's head with his bare hands. The soldier adds that this was the last they saw of Sir Karamov. Jane stands speechless. She points toward the courtyard and questions why Karamov's corpse is not in there if the story is true. The elf maiden shouts that she cannot believe such nonsense without any proof. The soldier replies that he does not understand it either, but he definitely saw it with his own eyes. Just then, another soldier arrives to announce that the pursuit party is ready. Jane pulls herself together and starts walking with firm, determined steps. She turns to her troops and passes the order down to everyone present. She commands them to chase him down and kill him. The elf maiden reveals that the target is Johann Eitz. The troops begin to move out to follow the order. She calls him a filthy traitor to his own bloodline and the one suspected of murdering Sir Karamav. Jane screams for them to hunt him down. She orders them to kill him if they must, but to bring him back no matter what. Meanwhile, Johann runs through the forest with determination. He finds himself in the middle of a brawl with several elven soldiers. One of them screams in pain as he is struck by Johann. With a swift blow, Johann takes out another soldier without mercy. Jane's voice warns her troops never to face him by themselves. She orders them to seal off every road to drive him relentlessly until he is exhausted. The soldiers express shock, wondering if Sir Karamav is truly dead. Jane declares that they must bring that bastard's head to his majesty. Johann listens to the memory of Philip telling him to find the stable and flee to survive at all costs. In the present, Johann locates the stable mentioned and feels a moment of relief. Even so, he thinks that was truly the end. He drops Karamav's corpse to the ground and thinks that hiding the body might stir up confusion. He notes that the pursuit party acted much faster than expected. Johann decides to keep carrying him to use the armor as a shield until he shakes them off. With a groan, he lifts the heavy body and continues. Exhausted, he opens the stable door. Inside, he realizes this must be Jessen's warhorse. Johann approaches the animal and thanks his brother. He notes that with this guy, he should be able to rest a bit on horseback. He decides to see what to call him. The horse stares at Johann with bright blue eyes. He decides his name will be Philip. Meanwhile, an elven soldier shouts that he saw something shining nearby. He claims he is sure it was the glow of Dana's steel and orders a search of every inch of the area. The leader declares that the bastard is definitely nearby. Suddenly, a soldier asks a question. He says he hears hoofbeats. In the next moment, Johann flies past them atop Philip. He is focused on escaping. One of the elves yells in shock that it is Johann Eitz escaping on horseback. He vanishes into the darkness of the forest. The leader screams to shoot him down and not let the bastard get away. Archers fire their crossbows, but the bolts strike the armor of Sir Karamav, which Johann is using as a shield. Johann rides his horse throughout the entire night, quickly losing the pursuit party and arriving deep within the Black Forest. Johann dismounts and thinks that this should be deep enough. He reflects that even though he was a twisted man, not burying a person does not feel right. He says that in any case he must proceed. Johann looks at the armor and notes that it really does look expensive. He picks up the purple sword lying on the ground. He realizes the sword is light yet solid and identifies it as being made of Dana's steel. Johann notices an ancient imperial script on the blade. The text reads that it is the one who recovers crests. Johann reads the name Crest Recoverer. He wonders if it talks about retrieving family crests and notes that even its name sounds ominous. He decides to take the sword with him for now. As for the armor, he decides to just bury it. Johann thinks it is a waste, but carrying it around won't help him at all. He promises that he will definitely come back for it later. He grabs a shovel and digs into the earth. With effort, he finishes burying the corpse and equipment. Johann rests and wonders if this is good enough. He knows that once word of Karamav's death spreads, the entire empire will go after him. He recalls the warning that he will know only suffering from this point on. Johann reflects that his life already knew suffering long before he beat him to death. He wonders what to do now. He realizes his house has been burned to the ground and he did not manage to bring even a single coin with him. Johann stands exhausted and trembling. He decides to rest a bit and think. Suddenly, a presence in the darkness catches his attention. He spins around to see a black wolf emerging. Johann curses. He notes that of all the times it could have shown up, it had to be when he is completely worn out. He realizes that in this condition he does not stand a chance. He knows he cannot hold his sword with no strength in his hands. He decides he needs to get to the horse and somehow flee. Suddenly, an elven soldier shouts that they have captured the bastard's warhorse. The leader declares he has to be nearby. Johann identifies them as the wolves of Akite. He is shocked they are already here. A soldier points and shouts that he heard something over there. The group appears in the distance. Johann realizes a monster is in front of him and the pursuit party is behind him. He realizes there is no room for escape. He wonders if this is the end for him. Suddenly, the wolf charges past him. The creature crashes into the soldiers, slashing and biting. The elves scream in agony. One soldier screams that it is a monster and begs to be saved. Johann watches in confusion. He asks if it did not see him. He realizes that is not important right now. He sees that it is clearing a path and that this is his chance. Johann knows he needs to move. He gritted his teeth and thinks that if he does not go now, he will die. He screams and sprints toward the escape route. Johann forces his way past the wolf and the soldiers. He puts a foot in the stirrup. Johann mounts the horse and pulls away. He looks back at his past. Johann flees with a determined face. He remembers being a child holding a wooden sword. In the present, he continues his desperate escape. Images of training and his village flash by. He bids farewell to the Eight's village. Nearby, a soldier lies defeated. The giant black wolf watches Johann escape. Its red eyes glow in the darkness as the story of the end of childhood concludes. Johann comes across a checkpoint set up by the soldiers further ahead. He curses and realizes that even here the way out is completely blocked. He realizes he is screwed. The exhausted Johann dismounts his horse. He reflects that ever since he escaped, he hasn't eaten, slept, or done anything properly. He notes that he didn't think he would be hounded by the wolves of Aniclimax for 3 days straight. He recalls how he has lost count of how many times he almost died, while fending off those bastards swarming him in packs. Johann stands at his limit. He admits he does not even have the strength to lift his sword. He wonders if there is really no way to get out of here. Johann questions if he is just going to get caught by those bastards and executed like this. Suddenly, he spots movement nearby. He realizes it is a trade wagon with armed escorts. Johann wonders if it is a peddler caravan. A literal light bulb goes off in his head. He decides, all right. He plans to disguise himself as a peddler. Johann thinks that if he looks like he is part of their group, he will be able to avoid suspicion. With a serious gaze, he decides he will use them to get through the checkpoint. Nearby, a wagon bearing the crest of the Katana Trading Company rolls forward. Inside sits Eldens. One of the guards, Can, calls out to Sir Eldens. Eldens asks what it is. Can reports that up ahead is a heavily armed cavalry. Eldens reacts with a loud what. The terrifying figure of Johann on horseback looms in the road. A mercenary named Can suggests they should prepare for battle. A younger mercenary named Gamson questions the order. Gamson asks why there is all the fuss over one guy on a horse, stating that if it comes down to it, the 9 of them can charge at him and end this immediately. Goran tells Gamson to look closely. Goran points out that unlike them, he is fully clad in armor and riding a warhorse. Can adds that on top of that, he is wearing a plate helmet and a breastplate. Can gestures violently and asks if they see the sword hanging at his waist. He tells them to look at that hilt. Can explains that the purplish sheen means it is definitely a sword forged from Dana's steel. He warns that if he swings that sword down on them, their armor will be sliced like butter. Gamson sweats and suggests they could get wiped out if they clash head-on with him. Gamson hesitantly asks if wiped out is not a bit much, considering they have 9 people. Can shouts to get this idiot out of his sight, claiming he cannot think properly because of him. Another mercenary slaps Gamson and tells him to come here, calling him a dumbass. He warns him that if he doesn't know anything, he should just shut it. Eldens orders Goran and Can to get everybody ready so they can attack the instant that man moves suspiciously. He states he will go ahead and check the situation out first. The catfolk warns that when he gives the signal, they must all attack at once. Goran and Can confirm the order. Johann struggles with his horse as Eldens approaches. Can whispers to the group to listen up. He instructs them that once the fight starts, they must knock that guy off his horse first. He adds that after that, they should calmly thrust their swords into the gaps of his armor. Eldens stands before Johann and offers greetings. He introduces himself as Eldens of the Katana Trading Company. Johann is shocked to see a catfolk. He realizes the men are tense. He thinks this is bad and wonders if he is suspicious because of how he looks right now. Johann decides he needs to get him to lower his guard first. Johann wishes that the blessing of the gods be with him. He tells them his name is Johann. He lies that he looks like this because he was attacked by bandits while traveling earlier. He tells Eldens that he need not be overly wary. Johann points a finger and asks if he could please tell the gentleman glaring at him back there not to attack him. Eldens suddenly bursts into laughter. He apologizes for being terribly rude. He explains that as a peddler, he always has to be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Johann says that of course he understands. He states that is why he has a request. Johann asks if he could please let him travel with their group. He explains that as they can see, he lost all his travel funds from the attack. He proposes that if they could provide him with a little food and a place to sleep, he will help guard their caravan. Eldens observes him closely. He thinks that Johann certainly looks strong enough and does not particularly seem suspicious either. Eldens agrees to do that. He points down the road and states they are on their way to Marseille. He adds that since it will be a fairly long journey, he should go and get acquainted with the mercenaries over there. Johann bows and expresses his gratitude. Internally, Johann wonders where Marseille is. The mercenaries watch as Eldens walks with Johann. Gamson asks Sir Eldens what is going on. Eldens explains he is just a wanderer and nothing more. He says they will be traveling together for a while. However, with a dark look, Eldens whispers to his men to keep an eye on him just in case. He orders that if anything happens, they should not hesitate to kill him. Goran and Can agree. Johann exhales and thinks that it is good. He focuses on the fact that now he just has to get past the checkpoint. The caravan moves out as the sun sets. An elven soldier shouts that people are coming this way. The wolves of Akaton stand in the road and order them to halt. The elves declare they are the wolves of Akaton. They announce that if the travelers want to pass through, they must cooperate quietly and let them hold a brief inspection. Johann stares from behind his helmet. He thinks that they finally arrived at the checkpoint. He hopes he can slip by without drawing attention. The elven leader notes that he has done business with the Katana Trading Company a few times. Eldon speaks directly with the one in charge. The leader is shocked to hear it is the Katana Trading Company. He stammers, realizing it is the trading company that has its main office in Marseille, the commercial hub. He recognizes that the Katana Trading Company is from the city of Marseille, a place even the Emperor can't touch without caution. The elf laughs nervously and says it is a pleasure to meet Mr. Eldons. He explains they are just following orders to search for a runaway trader. He asks if he would please cooperate for a moment. Johann freezes at the words runaway trader. He realizes these bastards really did set this checkpoint up just to find him. The elf points at him and shouts to the one there. He orders him to take off his helmet and show his face. Johann curses internally. He coughs and claims that the thing is, he has got a bit of a condition on his face. The soldiers laugh cruelly. One asks what did his mother clench too hard while giving birth to him. He taunts him to let them see his mashed-up face and orders him to hurry up and take it off. The leader asks aggressively if he is hiding something. Johann stares intensely. He puts his hand on his hilt. He thinks that if it has come to this, he might have no choice but to fight. Suddenly, Eldon screams enough. The mercenaries and elves pause. Eldon steps forward furiously. He asks if they are seriously suspecting the Katana Trading Company. He yells that that is not it, they are simply carrying out imperial orders. Eldon screams at him, asking if he didn't tell him to go bring his commanding officer. Eldon threatens that if they interfere with them any further, he will have no choice but to file a direct complaint to his captain. He emphasizes he will do it at the Marseille branch personally. The elf freezes. He orders his men to clear the way for them. The soldiers look annoyed and click their tongues. Johann rides past, relieved. A mercenary comments that he got lucky, calling him a sorry bastard. The caravan enters a forest path. Johann thinks that at last he is getting out of here. He rides off into the distance. Later that night, the group makes camp. Goran tells everybody to check their gear one more time. He assigns the night watch to the oldest and newest recruits. Eldon sits reviewing a scroll, humming to himself. He notices Johann. Eldons realizes it is Johann. He tells him that he does not particularly have anything to do so he can go ahead and sleep. Johann stammers a thank you. He lays out his bedroll. He collapses onto it. Johann reflects that he didn't think getting some sleep would be this hard. He grips the cloth and sighs that finally he can rest. Johann falls into a deep sleep by the fire. Deep in the bushes, a sinister figure watches. The mysterious man smiles with sharp teeth and says good. He orders someone to get everyone ready. He declares they will surround them from the hill and strike them all at once. In a dream, Kim Johan listens as a staff sergeant speaks. The narrative takes us back to a time of battalion-level tactical training. He executes a military strategy known as defense in depth, seeking to delay rather than prevent the advance of an attacker. Kim Johan successfully carried out the defense against a large company-sized enemy force with only a small number of troops. Because he displayed outstanding tactical sense and became an example to other service members, he is awarded a commendation and 4 nights and 5 days of reward leave. The battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Kim Yibak, hands him the award. Johan salutes and shouts sir with vigor. He smiles and thinks that this is insanely awesome, believing that maybe the army actually suits him since he studied strategy and tactics in advance. But then, the reality sets in. He remembers an outdated, backward top-down culture, murderous duty shifts, and scorching hot or freezing cold work conditions. Worst of all, he recalls a paycheck smaller than a rat's tail. In the dream, Johan realizes this isn't it and tries to escape. A giant hand grabs him. The superior officer asks where he thinks he is going with a terrifying smile. He tells Johan he can come in whenever he wants, but he cannot leave as he pleases. Johan screams in despair as he is dragged back. Suddenly, Johan wakes up on his bedroll in the forest. He breathes heavily and asks if that was a dream. He complains that he could not even sleep properly because of that dream of him in the army. Johan rubs his shoulder and notes that his whole body aches. He pauses, sensing something. Under the full moon, a sharp sound cuts through the air. Johan realizes it is an arrow. With a swift movement, he snatches the projectile out of the air just inches from his face. He realizes it is an attack. Johan curses, thinking those damn bastards are after him again. He stands up and thinks that here he thought he made it through safely. He decides he needs to warn the mercenaries first. Johan screams at the top of his lungs that it is an enemy ambush. The story flashes back to 5 minutes before the enemy alert. Gamson and Can are on watch. Gamson complains and asks why they are the only ones getting worked to the bone. He argues that it is only fair to assign that cavalry to sentry duty too. Kan tells Gamson to shut up already. Gamson is confused. Kan asks him if he is telling him to entrust guard duty to some guy they do not even know. Kan lectures him, asking if he has not considered that while they are asleep, that bastard could slit their throats, grab the supplies, and run. Kan warns him that if the only thing he actually matters and he keeps being reckless, he won't be doing this kind of job for long. Gamson stammers. He shouts that he became a mercenary because he did not want to rot away in some backwater village his whole life, because he wanted to live like a real man. He shouts a but, and declares that if he had known the Goran mercenaries were a bunch of idiots who can't do anything against and freeze up because of one armored cavalryman, he never would have joined this crappy party in the first place. Kan snaps, he grabs Gamson by the collar and raises a fist, asking what the hell he just said and if he wants to die. Suddenly, Johan's scream echoes, warning of the enemy ambush. Kan freezes. Immediately, arrows begin to rain down. Kan shouts to get down. He tackles Gamson, shielding the younger mercenary with his own body and shield. The arrows strike the ground around them. Kan realizes the rain of arrows has stopped. He points and orders Gamson to go call the others. Gamson scrambles away in terror, screaming and crying. Kan curses the son of a bitch. Goran arrives with his sword drawn, thanking goodness that Kan is safe. He confirms arrows came flying in and that it is an ambush. Kan looks around and asks where Gamson is. He dismisses it, asking if Eldons is safe. The catfolk Eldons is seen trembling while hiding under the wagon. Kan orders Goran to hurry up and get ready to fight. Johan rushes over and addresses the two. He asks if they are Goran and Kan. He points to the wagon and orders them to form a circular defensive line around it. Johan shouts that they do not know which direction they will attack from, so they have to stick together and fight. Kan stares at him with disdain. He asks if Johan thinks he is their employer. Johan is confused. Kan shouts that they will handle their own end. He warns Johan to just worry about keeping himself alive. Johan is stunned by the rejection. The mercenaries shout to grab their shields and prepare for battle. Johan turns to Kan and Eldons. He shouts that he has fought a battle similar to this before and demands they give him a shield too. Eldon screams back, absolutely not. The catfolk yells that they do not even have enough shields for themselves and tells Johan to figure out how to survive on his own. Johan curses, realizing they don't trust him at all. Suddenly his eye widens. He senses enemies rushing in. A horde of bandits charges out of the darkness with terrifying screams. Johan wonders who those guys are, nodding they are not the wolves of Akite. He realizes they are just a bandit gang. Goran draws his sword and screams, now. He orders all units to charge. The mercenaries rush forward with a battle cry. Johan stands bewildered. He shouts what? Asking himself if everyone rushes in who is supposed to guard the wagon. The melee begins. A mercenary demands to know who the hell these bastards are. Another asks how they dare ambush them. The bandits shout to push them back with numbers since they outnumber them. Goran crosses blades with an enemy and orders his men to stand their ground. He screams that giving them space means death. A large bandit looms over Goran. He shouts at Goran to shut up and smashes him in the face. Kan screams Captain Goran. The bandit raises his sword over the fallen Goran and yells at him to die. Suddenly a purple flash cuts through the dark. Johan strikes, the bandit freezes, he utters a confused sound. His sword hand falls away. Johan stands breathing heavily, gripping the Dana's steel sword. The bandit realizes his torso has been cut clean in half in an instant. The other bandits watch in horror as red markings glow on Johan's blade. They realize the rune letters carved into the sword are absorbing blood. A bandit screams that it is a demonic sword. Johan stands ominously with the glowing weapon. The bandit panics, wondering why a peddler escort has a demonic sword and realizing there is no way they can beat him. Johan bellows at them to listen up. He declares that he is Johan Yates of House Yates. He screams at them, asking who they are to attack him. Kan and Goran stare in shock, realizing he is a noble. Johan internally hopes that changing it a bit from Yates shouldn't be a problem. The bandits whisper in terror. One says that he doesn't know what house that is, but it means he is a noble. Another points out that if he is using a demonic sword, it must not be your run-of-the-mill house. They realize they are screwed for messing with a noble house. Johan points his glowing blade at them. He demands they answer his question. He asks if they will surrender now or if they will meet their end by this sword. He holds the weapon forward, demanding the bastards think carefully. The bandit leader drops his sword, it clatters to the ground, the others follow suit. The leader stammers that they surrender. Johan lowers his sword and sheathes it slightly. He calls out to Goran. Goran stammers a yes, Sir Johan. Johan orders him to bind them. The bandits are huddled together on their knees. Johan turns away, his eye glowing blue. He declares that he may cut down anyone who resists. Johan bandages his arm and stares ahead, leaving Eldons unsure of what to do next. The catfolk whispers about that noble and that he thought he was just a wanderer with good equipment. Goran wonders if there is no way he will hold a grudge because they treated him poorly. He suggests that maybe they should have at least put up a private tent for him. Eldons rationalizes that they let him join when he asked, which surely counts as showing goodwill. He decides he will smooth things over so they should just stay quiet and watch. He greets Johann of House Yates loudly, nodding that he must have had a rough night. Johann acknowledges Eldons simply. Eldons thanks him, stating that he helped protect his caravan. He says he is not sure how he can repay him. He bursts into tears, exclaiming that if he had known he was a noble, he would have lent him a shield. Johann asks what he is talking about. He declares that more importantly, he is glad he is safe. Eldons freezes, asking if he is not going to take compensation. Johann walks away quietly. He stops and turns back. He tells Eldons that by the way, next time lend him a shield. Eldons sweats and bows deeply, promising that next time he will definitely lend him a shield first before anyone else. Johann says good. He then adds that he is thinking of interrogating them and asks if he could get the mercenaries' help. Eldons agrees instantly but adds that now that his status has been revealed, it would put their minds at ease if he spoke more formally. Johann agrees to do that. Johann stands over the prisoners. He kicks one in the back and shouts at the thief to hurry up and move. The bandit groans in pain. Johann glares and asks if he is their leader. He demands to know who they are and why they attacked them. The bandit reveals they are the private soldiers of House Brits. A flashback shows a boar crest burning in flames. The leader explains it was a house that was wiped out. He reveals that a few months ago, House Brits was suddenly attacked on the charge that they supposedly plotted treason against the emperor. He describes how those bastards slaughtered everyone, men, women, children, even the elderly, without any real proof. The leader reveals that the ones who attacked their territory were the wolves of Achaean. Johann is stunned. The leader continues that they resisted desperately, but once the noble executioner joined them they were defeated and had no choice but to retreat. Goran recognizes the name Noble Executioner. Johann thinks it is probably him. He envisions the red eyes of Karamav, the emperor's hunting dog. The bandit apologizes, saying he committed a crime worthy of death. He explains they never would have expected a noble to be traveling with a trading caravan. He recounts how the imperial army chased them, calling them rebels, and the northerners turned their backs on them, calling them cowardly deserters. The leader bows his head, admitting that although he can't justify banditry, they had to do something to survive. Johann asks if they didn't attack them for any other reason. The leader confirms there was no other reason, stating they only targeted a trading company's caravan because it's expensive. Eldons lunges at the man, screaming, "You damn bastard." He asks if he knows that delivery for trading companies is built on trust. He demands if he has any idea how much damage they suffer because of men like him. Johann grabs Eldons by the collar to hold him back and tells him to calm down. Johann ponders the charge of treason against the emperor. He remembers that when he fought Karamav, he said all of it was for the emperor. Johann realizes that now he gets it. He understands there was never any treason against the emperor to begin with. He sees a vision of the emperor and Karamav. Johann deduces the emperor just needed a pretext to purge the nobles, an excuse to unleash Karamav. He curses Karamav, asking what piece of shit claims it's for the emperor. He declares that guy deserves the most horrible death ever. Johann looks at the bandits and realizes they are in a situation similar to his. He acknowledges they are victims of power. With that said, he notes it's also true they became bandits. He admits he is not sure what to do with them. Goran asks Sir Johann what they should do with them. He tells him to just give the order and they can beat the living life out of them until they spill more. Johann stops him, stating they have gotten all the information they need. Goran says he understands. Suddenly, Gamson shouts that they should then beat them to death. He raises a mace to strike a bound prisoner. Goran blocks the strike with his own weapon. Gamson stammers, asking what he is doing and why he is stopping him. Goran scowls and states they surrendered to Sir Johann, so they don't have the right to punish them. Goran emphasizes that especially Gamson has no right after he abandoned his comrades and ran away. Gamson nervously laughs it off. The bandit leader begs the Sir Knight to please spare them. He swears they will never do anything bad again and asks him to please show mercy just this once. Goran tells Sir Johann that if he says the word, he will execute them immediately. He draws his sword. Johann stands in the sunrise. He orders them to disarm them and let them go. The bandits are shocked, asking if he is seriously letting them live. Johann addresses them to listen carefully. He says he understands their circumstances, nodding they probably haven't done any work other than wielding weapons. However, he warns that even so, robbing caravans is not acceptable. He strikes his chest and declares that he too only learned skills to survive. Eldons is flabbergasted, repeating "learned skills." Goran laughs. He points to the prisoners and asks if they think these people refrain from banditry because they don't know how to steal. He points his thumb at himself and says that this guy right here is Goran. He declares he is here because he pays well. Johann laughs loudly. He tells them he is letting them all live, so they must learn skills and find a way to make a living. The bandit leader bows on the ground, thanking the Sir Knight. He promises they won't forget this. Goran tells his men they should get going too. He jokes that he doesn't want to get dragged into anything like this again. Johann smiles and agrees. From a hilltop, the Black Wolf watches the caravan depart. Johann's group decides to stop by a small place known as Rutsbeck village to rest for a while before heading to Marcel. Johann leads his horse through the wooden gate. The village chief announces he has got it, confirming Sir Eldons has arrived. Eldons hugs the village chief, shouting that it's been months. The chief tells him it's nice to see him. He asks if anything happened on the way there. Eldons warns him not to even ask, explaining they ran into a bandit gang on the road. Eldons shivers, stating that ever since the Emperor started going crazy, it feels like the bandits are getting worse. The village chief scolds him, calling him a fool and warning him that if an Imperial faction insider heard him, he'd be in trouble right now for saying that. Eldons laughs it off. Eldons points his thumb behind him and says that still, they were able to transport the goods safely. He credits the noble who traveled with them, praising him as unbelievably brave. The chief asks, "Oh, a noble, huh?" He scratches his chin, nodding that now that he mentions it, a noble came through there a few weeks ago. The chief reveals that it turned out he was just some nobody pretending to be one, so he beat him half to death and chased him out of the village. Eldons facepalms, telling him that he still acts recklessly when he loses his temper. He assures him he doesn't need to worry this time. He praises Johann as brave and very upright, emphasizing that even after he protected them from the bandits, he didn't ask for any reward at all. The village chief is stunned, asking what kind of noble does someone a favor and doesn't shake them down for money. He says that can't be true, but admits this old fox isn't the type to talk nonsense though. He muses that with bandits everywhere these days, simply having that night stay there would benefit their village. The narration explains that in this era a proper knight is strong enough to slaughter an entire mercenary band, making them a great help to public safety. The chief realizes it is perfect timing. He grabs Eldons by the collar and suggests that since they are here, why don't they stay for a few days or actually a few weeks and get some real rest? Eldons pushes back, arguing he can't impose on him. Eldons thinks that though they have the kind of relationship where we shamelessly haggle each other down in broad daylight, this wrinkly baldy is trying to snatch his companion away. The chief laughs maniacally. Eldons wonders where this precious noble of yours is. Meanwhile, Johann sits slumped against a tree in the dark. His stomach growls, he thinks he is starving to death. He worries it looks like he is about to die on the street like a beggar. Goran approaches him hesitantly. Johann asks what it is. Goran holds out a pouch. He asks him to please take this. Johann stares blankly. Goran explains it is the money he seized. He opens the pouch to reveal gold coins, saying they sold off all the bandits' properties and weapons. He notes it is not a fortune, but it's a decent amount. Johann stares at the coins, thinking money. Goran asks if he didn't take any for himself. He reminds him that he is the one who captured them, so of course not. Johann sweats and hums thoughtfully. Goran thrusts the bag forward, telling him to take it and split it with his men. Johann reacts with a what? Goran insists this is far too much. He argues that they surrendered to him, so it only makes sense for all the spoils to be his. Johann forces a smile and tells him it is fine and not to worry about it. He claims he already took his share. He holds up a few paltry copper coins, saying, "See." Goran asks in disbelief if he is only taking that much. Johann laughs, insisting it is fine. Internally, Johann screams that it is not fine at all. He cries inward tears of blood, lamenting that it hurts to give up the money he got with his blood and sweat. But he reasons that compared to running into the wolves of Anicap alone, spending some money to stick with a mercenary band is 100 times better. He stops Goran's protest with a raised hand. He states that besides, he didn't fight by himself. He declares that they fought together, which means they are now comrades in arms. He holds up a silver coin and smiles charmingly, asking if this should be enough to earn some goodwill. He says that if that is all, he will get going. Goran blushes deeply, moved by Sir Johann. He thinks about a heart that cares for those beneath him, declaring this is the true dignity of a knight. Later, Goran addresses his mercenaries in the tavern. He tells them to listen up. He announces that Sir Johann has shown generosity to them all and distributed the proceeds from selling the spoils of war. He happily orders them to line up and come forward one by one to receive their share. The mercenaries are stunned. They ask if he heard that right and verify if he is distributing the money that should have been his to them. They break into ecstatic cheers, shouting Johann, Johann. Johann sleeps peacefully in his room, oblivious to the praise outside. In the silence, the doorknob slowly turns, the door creaks open. Johann sleeps deeply. A masked assassin with glowing red eyes stares at him. He raises a dagger, ready to strike. The end of the episode concludes with the threat looming over Johann. During the night, an assassin creeps up and attempts to snatch the sword. However, Johann snaps awake and grabs the man's wrist with an iron grip. The attacker freezes in total shock, never expecting him to be awake. With his eyes glowing in the dark, Johann demands an answer. He asks him if he is one of Karamav's lackeys. The assassin panics and begs him to let him go. Losing his patience, Johann hurls him, smashing the man right through a cabinet. Lying on the floor all banged up, the man coughs and whimpers in fear. Johann walks over and steps on the attacker's leg. He screams for help, realizing too late that Johann is not an average human. The timeline shifts back to 5 minutes before the incident inside the inn. The village chief snores loudly while two young men sneak up the stairs. They are Pra and Gamson, and they are plotting something against Johann. Gamson assures him that Vulin, the village's strongest man, will take care of that guy. He mentions that Pell, the horse fanatic, is already out there snatching the animal. Outside, Pell is completely blown away by the warhorse and tries to calm it down. Meanwhile, Pra asks Gamson if the noble's sword is really that expensive. Gamson asks Pra if he has ever seen a sword that can slice a person clean in half. He claims he saw that weapon split an armed soldier in two and declares that the knight is nothing without his sword. Suddenly, a loud crash startles them. Vulin lies sprawled on the floor. He is terrified as he sees Johann's blue eyes glowing in the darkness. A moment later, Johann drags the man out of the room as he screams for help. Outside in the hall, Gamson stands completely stunned with no clue what is going on. Pra grabs him and asks what is happening. Gamson screams at him to run if he wants to live. He can feel they are screwed and wonders who this guy is. Just then the village chief shows up and demands to know who the two of them are. Without answering, the boys bolt out of the inn. Outside, Pell waits with the horses and notes they are finally here. Gamson yells at him to shut up and hurry. Pell is confused and asks where Vulin is. Gamson shouts that he is dead or is about to be. He orders them to get on the horse now so they can flee. Pra insists he cannot leave without Vulin, but Gamson rushes him, afraid that noble bastard might chase them. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the inn. Terrified, the three of them look back, unable to believe their eyes. They see Johann landing on the roof, surrounded by a terrifying red aura. With his eyes glowing, he glares at them with pure fury. On the grim southern outskirts, a hammer strikes a wooden stake with force. Two soldiers finish driving the sign in and confirm that it is solid. The notice warns that by the edict of the Emperor of the Holy Empire, Cardirian Bizelferk, these people are punished for stealing a noble's property. One guard asks what they stole to end up getting hanged. The other reveals they stole just one chicken and 3 eggs from Baron Dvorzub's territory. The first soldier is appalled, asking if they all ended up like this just for something like that. Meanwhile, under the moonlight, Eldon sits in a tavern having a quiet drink. A man reports a problem to Sir Eldon's. He explains that Gamson from the mercenary band got caught trying to steal Sir Johann Yates's belongings. Eldon spits out his tea in pure shock. He curses, thinking this is troublesome since he hoped to sweet-talk Sir Johann into traveling with them to Marseille. He forces himself to calm down, thinking that he has experienced a lot to get where he is and will get through this crisis too. He resolves that he, Eldons, won't die over something like this. He orders the man to capture Gamson immediately and for the rest of them to act as if they have nothing to do with it. The messenger agrees. Eldons tells himself he needs to deal with that noble just in case. Under the moon, a village meeting takes place inside a house. A villager rushes in shouting that this is bad. He reports that those troublemakers got caught trying to steal the noble's belongings. The village chief curses the useless brats and asks what they should do. He orders them to gather up tributes to offer that noble this instant and to throw in one of the slaves holding in the village while they are at it. He adds that they must prepare to execute the troublemakers in front of the noble. The parents panic, screaming they cannot allow their child to die and that he can't say that just because they aren't his children. The chief smashes a chair and yells at them to shut up and listen. He calls them damn idiots and asks if they have already forgotten the edict the emperor issued. He declares they have to make the first move before that noble does, as it is the only way they can survive. He recites that those who covet a noble's property may have their tongues cut out along with all their immediate family members or be sentenced to hanging. He notes that entire families were wiped out simply because they demanded chicken and eggs for unpaid wages. He asserts that all nobles are like that. He asks what they think that noble is going to do now that he has been offended. He suggests he might even cut off the hands of everybody in the village. A man suggests asking Count Jarpin for help since it is his territory. The chief scoffs that nobles only care about their little honor games. He slams the table and asks if they think nobles care if they live or die. He screams at the fools to wake up. The mother cries in silence while others hang their heads. The chief asks if they think he feels good about doing this. He declares the village will live if those kids die and tells them to accept it. Later, the villagers gather as Gamson and the others kneel bound by a tree. Johann watches with glowing eyes. He reflects that he thought they were assassins sent by the emperor, but they are just stupid village kids who tried to steal an expensive-looking sword. He realizes it is partly his fault for carrying a sword like this in the open, and decides he should keep it hidden from now on. He decides to scare them a little and then let them go. He sits before them with his sword planted in the dirt. The village chief approaches with a nervous smile and asks if the Honorable Sir Johann is all right. Johann glares and shouts that no, he is not. He asks if putting a blade to their throats and looting their baggage is how Rutsbeck village welcomes sleeping guests. The chief bows deeply to the ground and sincerely apologizes, claiming it is his fault for failing to keep the idiots under control. Johann looks at the terrified man and decides that is enough of a scare. He says all right, tells him to be careful next time and dismisses them. Suddenly, the chief raises a knife and yells that is why he will personally make up for it by cutting off these wretches' heads for Johann's honor. Johann panics, thinking the lunatic is making it worse. Johann commands him to stop. The chief screams that those who have sullied his honor deserve to die and strikes at Vulin. Vulin begs for his life. The blow falls, but a shockwave blasts out as Johann blocks the knife with his bare hand. Johann asks with glowing red eyes if he did not hear him tell him to stop. The chief looks up in terror. Johann stands against the moon and asks if everyone has lost their minds. He asks if they are going to kill people over such a trivial reason. He yells that if they want them to pay for their crimes, make them pay with money. The crowd is silent. Johann realizes it was too obvious. He clears his throat. He shouts, asking how honor can possibly be more precious than human life. He commands them to untie them at once and scram. He throws the knife down. The chief falls to his knees, crying that he cannot believe he made such an honorable decision. Parents embrace their children, sobbing in relief. The chief admits he cannot believe such a noble actually exists, and mentally apologizes to Eldons for doubting the truth. Gamson apologizes to Johann, admitting he failed to realize how honorable he was and fell victim to a ruse. An elder tells the brats to consider themselves lucky they did not die horribly. Can walks up to Gamson. Gamson spits out a stick and demands he hurry up and untie him already. Gamson curses inwardly, thinking he never should have joined this unlucky mercenary band. Can grabs his head. He tells him to relax his body because that will make it easier for him. Gamson panics, asking what he is talking about. Suddenly, blood splatters across the darkness. Johann hears the sound and turns around in confusion, letting out a puzzled sound. Suddenly, Gamson's life is brutally taken by the mercenary Can in front of everyone. His eyes widen in despair in his final moment of life, and then the young man falls lifelessly to the ground in a terrible scene. Can holds his bloody dagger after doing the dirty work. Johann is in shock and yells, asking what the hell he thinks he is doing. Can answers with a serious look that he has executed the one who coveted a noble's wealth. Furious, Johann shouts that he is sure he said he wouldn't have to see their blood. Goran and Eldons are frightened by Johann's furious reaction. Can turns to Johann and says that even mercenaries have honor and lives they must uphold. He explains that Gamson's cowardly actions trampled on both the honor and lives of the mercenary group. Calmly, the mercenary begins to clean his battle sword. Johann watches it all, still very serious about what just happened. Ken then offers his sword and says Johann can punish him if he still believes he has defied his authority. Johann is surprised and starts to break out in a cold sweat at the mercenary's attitude. He realizes Can is trying to protect that honor with his life. With a trembling hand, Johann reaches for the sword Can is offering. Eldons and Goran watch the tense scene, not knowing what will happen. Johann pushes the blade aside, refusing to take it. Finally, he apologizes, saying he honestly failed to consider Can's position. Goran and Eldons shout in shock at Johann's action. Can's jaw drops too because a noble would never apologize. Johann then tells him to put the dagger away and the mercenary awkwardly obeys. With the situation resolved, Johann thanks everyone there for their understanding. Later, Goran chews Can out for being so reckless to stand up to a noble. Meanwhile, Eldons looks at Johann with a sparkle in his eyes. The beastman realizes that this noble is different. He thinks that Johann is an upright and brave noble, yet he is not authoritarian. Because of this, Eldons decides he must make him his ally no matter what. The caravan continues its journey as the sun sets on the horizon. Johann takes out a pocket watch he received as a gift. He complains that he picked it because it looked the most expensive, but then discovered it is a broken watch. With a sideways glance, he seems a little regretful of his choice. To make matters worse, he realizes he now has to take care of somebody else now. The scene flashes back to when they arrived at a wooden gate and someone shouted his name. The village chief approached with gifts to show their gratitude. Johann picked up the watch and wondered what those were. The chief then offered a slave, saying he is good with geography. Johann is shocked as he has never seen a slave so poorly kept. Finally, he accepts the gift and tells them to have him washed and get him something to eat. With the new boy in the group, Johann feels that he is uncomfortable using a slave. Meanwhile at the camp, the mercenaries thank Johann for the food. Johann is sitting by the fire when the young person calls him master. With a smile, the person thanks Johann and brings him a meal. But Johann tells him to change how he addresses him and can call him by his name. The young person is embarrassed by the request, and Johann thinks to himself that he is so shy. Johann asks how someone skilled with geography became a slave. Sitting by the fire, the young person says it is not a pleasant story, but Johann insists since he has his own share of unpleasant stories. The person agrees. Godin explains that she was originally a peddler who transported and resold weapons in the eastern region. But one day, a noble ordered her to smuggle gold. Johann is surprised since smuggling gold would mean the death penalty at the least. Godin explains that she needed money to help her younger siblings who were sick and starving, and so she kept delivering the gold as the noble instructed her to hide. However, the noble himself reported her using a fake mustache. Johann realizes she served her purpose and was thrown away to keep her quiet. Godin reveals she didn't even have the right to speak because of the emperor's edict. Johann gets angry and asks if she at least sent the money to her siblings. With tears in her eyes, Godin says in exchange for avoiding execution, it was taken as a bribe to the guards. She cries and apologizes, saying dust got in her eyes. Johann watches everything with a serious and thoughtful expression. He realizes that this world is so cruel it makes his teeth chatter. He reflects that if you have no power, you get exploited like a criminal, and no one can stand up to the noble's atrocities. He thinks of House Britz's private soldiers who survived by robbing others, the people of Rutzbeck driven so far they resorted to sacrificing their own children, and even Godin who became a slave after being used by nobles. Johann wonders if this is really right and thinks that he is so pitiful. However, he remembers that he is being chased by the Emperor's army right now and could die any time. With that in mind, Johann calls out to Godin, who answers startled. He declares that now that they are comrades, don't die, and says they should survive and live well together. Godin is surprised and blushes at his words. Suddenly, a mercenary runs up to them and yells that a monster has appeared nearby. Johann asks a monster in size, thinking he has no time to rest at all. He gets up and runs to see what is happening. Godin stays behind, thinking about living together with him. Johann joins the other mercenaries hiding in the bushes. They see a red aura and Goran confirms that there is definitely a monster there. With a serious look, Johann stands up. Someone from the back tells him to please get down, but with a smile on his face, Johann says that it is fine. Johann orders them to put their weapons away. Kan is baffled and asks what he means. Johann declares he will go take a look. Kan utters a confused all right. Johann walks alone into the dark forest. The mercenaries watch him leave. Kan wonders aloud if he will be okay. He states that no matter how brave a knight is, fighting monsters requires specialized skills. He notes that even if you lure it into a thoroughly prepared trap and fight, it is still dangerous. Kan insists that unfortunately their mission is to protect Eldons. He stammers that they can't take any more risks than this. Johann walks deeper and says he can feel it. He senses a familiar pressure that feels like it could even freeze a person's heart. He spots red eyes that stand out in the dark. Johann identifies it as the black wolf of ill omen. He confirms it is definitely that bastard. He recalls the last time he saw it, it attacked the wolves of Akite, not him. He acknowledges that even though it could charge at him at any given moment and kill him, he knows it won't attack him. Johann stops and speaks to the darkness. He commands it to come out and tells it not to hide. The wolf emerges with glowing red eyes. Johann asks if it followed him. He extends his hand. He thanks it for last time, stating he survived because of it. Kan asks in disbelief if Sir Johann even knows how to handle monsters. Goran stammers he is not sure and hasn't seen anything like this either. The wolf sniffs Johann's hand. Suddenly it licks his face vigorously. Johann grunts and tells the little punk to move aside. Kan and the others are stunned. Johann tells them not to be too startled. He introduces this big guy not as the Black Wolf of ill omen but as the Guide of Dawn. He looks to Eldons and asks right. Eldons is shocked and repeats the name Guide of Dawn. Eldons explains that in the Eastern Empire there is an old song that goes like this. He recites the song about a warrior giving a wolf a name on a moonlit night. He describes how the wolf bowed its head and its blue eyes shone in the darkness. He tells how everyone shouted Guide of Dawn when seeing it on the battlefield. The song continues that at the end of a war that tore the continent apart, the warrior brought about peace and met his end as a hero. Eldons recounts that the Black Wolf wept sorrowfully for 3 days and 3 nights by his side, then set off on a journey to wherever order and heroes were needed. He declares that is the Guide of Dawn. Johann asks if he isn't mistaking it for someone else. He points out that this one is called the Black Wolf of ill omen. Eldons explains that the Guide of Dawn originates in Eastern Empire folklore, but as it was passed down to the south, some details got distorted. He quotes a line saying the Guide of Dawn punishes evil and submits to a brave hero. He raises a finger, nodding that is from an old Eastern Empire text. Johann realizes so it really is that kind of being. Eldons asks if he may pet it just once. Johann tells him to go ahead. Eldons reaches out, cooing to the good boy. The wolf snarls violently. Eldons screams and recoils in terror. Eldons reconsiders and thinks maybe he shouldn't do that. Johann pets the beast and tells it to be a good boy. Eldons wonders if the wolf is only gentle with Sir Johann. He pauses, remembering a passage from the Eastern Empire folklore. It says if you give a name to the divine beast that follows you, it becomes your vassal. Eldon sweats, wondering if this backwater southerner is the legendary hero. He thinks that can't be it, but asks what if he is. Eldon shouts to Sir Johann. He asks if he has given the Guide of Dawn a name. Johann smiles and says no, not yet. He admits he honestly never got the chance. Eldons enthusiastically suggests naming it now. Johann asks if that is so, nodding that if the legend is true, something incredible will happen. Johann ponders what he should name him. He suggests Katana. Eldon stays silent. Johann pauses. He remembers the last time he saw the wolf was when he buried that bastard Karamav. Johann decides. He declares that in that case he will name him Karamav. He yells the name Karamav. Eldon screams a confused Naya and notes that name is familiar. Red energy erupts from the wolf. Johann watches as the energy shifts to blue light. The wolf howls as it transforms. The light clears, revealing the wolf engulfed in blue flames. The narrative identifies it as Guide of Dawn Karamav. The beast bows its paw to Johann. Johann pets the wolf's head and says he'll be counting on him, Karamav. Johann tells Eldons he was right, calling it astonishing. Eldons lies prostrate on the ground. Johann asks what he is doing. Eldons stammers that everything is exactly as it was in the folklore. He exclaims it is his first time seeing a scene from a myth with his own eyes. Eldons declares he has respected him since the moment he first saw him. He lists Johann's deeds, from protecting them from bandits to forgiving enemies with honor. He pays his respects to the one chosen by the Eastern divine beast. He hails him as the hero of troubled times. Canon Godin gasps in shock, repeating the title. The mercenaries bow. Johann scratches his cheek awkwardly. He apologizes to Eldons. Eldons looks up confused. Johann explains he is not the kind of hero he thinks he is. He states he is just a wanderer from an insignificant house, worried about making a living. He adds that on top of that, he is being hunted because he beat Karamav to death. He apologizes for disappointing him. Eldons shakes his head vigorously and shouts not at all. He asks if in any case, he may have permission to introduce him to the Marcel Trading Company, so he can at least repay him for the kindness he has shown. Johann recalls Eldons said they were heading to Marcel when they first met. He admits he has never even heard of that place in his life, and asks what kind of place it is. Eldons explains Marcel is famous as a free trade city. He says in this region all cities must first pass through Marcel. He emphasizes that more than anything, it's one of the few cities the Emperor cannot reach. Johann freezes. Eldons repeats that the Emperor cannot reach it. He adds that plus trade is active there. Johann thinks that if everything goes well, maybe he can start over as a merchant. He tells Eldons he can't ignore his kindness. He thanks Sir Johann. Eldons sings the Song of the Warrior again. He thinks that he just hopes no weird rumors spread around the trading company about him being some hero or whatever. Johann wonders about being a hero of troubled times. He thinks how nice it would be if he really were that kind of hero. He sighs. Johann reflects that whether it's in his past life or now, he is still nothing but a wanderer struggling to keep his life intact. He remembers the voice saying he will know only suffering from this point on. He scoffs. He notes it's not like life before he died was that easy either. Johann clenches his fist. He declares that this time is different. He vows that this time he'll move forward step by his own will. Johann announces they should go to the city of wealthy merchants, Marcel. Johann looks out at the sprawling scenery with visible astonishment and asks if this place is Marcel. Godin is no less delighted and remarks with emotion that he never thought he would be able to come back here. As Johann observes the surrounding cityscape, he thinks that since they are now in a merchant city, they should do some shopping. At that moment, Karamav barks a few times happily in a playful manner. Johann calls out to him curiously and asks what he is doing over there. A nearby shop owner bends down cheerfully, stroking Karamav's head while laughing and nodding that he is a cute little thing. The woman offers him a bite of something to try. Seeing this, Johann pauses and realizes that that guy just looks like a cute little dog to everyone else. The scene shifts to the day before entering Marcel. Karamav sits in his true beast form under the moonlight. Johann looks at Karamav and calls his name. Johann gestures with his hands, explaining that a puppy this size might be fine, but if a monster like him goes into the city, there will be an uproar. Johann asks if he can wait outside the city. Karamav understands and responds with a woof. Dark energy and blue flames envelope Karamav's body. To Johann's shock, Karamav's form completely transforms. Moments later, a small blue puppy stands in his place. Karamev looks up and barks. Johann exclaims in shock, asking if he got smaller and wondering if this is another one of a divine beast's abilities. Godin rushes over and hugs Karamev tightly, shouting whoa and declaring he is so cute. Johann sighs with relief and says, well, if he is about that size, there probably won't be any problems. Returning to the present, the townspeople gather around Johann and Godin. They express amazement at the unique-looking puppy and wonder if it is a pet brought in from a foreign land. Godin holds Karamev and apologizes awkwardly, saying this little guy has no manners. The shop owner says no, it is okay. Johann thinks that drawing attention won't do them any good since they need to get out of here quickly. He reminds himself that they are still being pursued after all. Godin calls out to Johann from behind. He proposes that if Johann buys a large bag that can hold luggage, oil, and vinegar, he can handle all the equipment. Johann reacts with mild surprise, realizing aloud that Godin used to be an equipment merchant. He holds out his hand and says he only has 4 silver coins. He asks Godin if they can really buy everything they need with this much money. Godin inspects the coins. He holds up a single silver coin. Godin declares that Godin promises to get everything he mentioned with 1 silver coin. Johann laughs and tells him not to overdo it. Johann wonders what he can even do with 1 silver coin. 50 minutes later, a heavy backpack slams onto the ground. Godin wipes sweat from his brow and says, phew, this should be enough. Johann stands stunned, thinking he cannot believe he got everything with just 1 silver coin. The narration explains the purchases. First, they bought Johann's tactical bag. Godin is shown wearing a large supply backpack. The narrative notes this will make storing items much easier. Godin used his incredible gift of gab to sell the completely shattered helm for a very high price. The narrative adds that he even got a mace thrown in for free. Godin tosses a coin, looking pleased. The text explains that on top of that, after buying vinegar and oil for equipment preservation and other supplies, they even got change. Johann looks at the balance scroll. The scroll reads, initial 4 silver coins, spent 1 silver coin, profit 9 silver coins. The final balance is 12 silver coins and 10 copper coins. Johann realizes that somehow, they ended up with even more money than before they started. Johann ponders that if he can sell a broken helm for that much, then he wonders how much Karamev's equipment, which he buried, would be worth. He imagines digging it up. Johann decides if he ever has to go back later, he should dig it up and sell it. Johann remarks to Godin that he looks happy doing familiar work. He says he guesses he really was a merchant and asks if he liked his old job. Godin unpacks items. He admits he missed this life. Godin touches his neck and says he became a slave, never knowing when he might die. He describes living each day in despair and fear. He looks up with hope. Godin declares that but now that he has met Johann, he feels like he has returned to his life from back when he was a merchant, not a slave. Godin smiles brightly and thanks Johann. He states that even if he hadn't been a slave, he is sure he would still be journeying with him. Johann smiles gently. He says hearing him say that makes him happy. Johann declares he will be counting on him from here on out, Godin. Godin blushes and yells okay, Johann. Johann looks at the sky and announces, all right, now let's go explore Marcel. Godin agrees enthusiastically. Johann sits in a bustling tavern surrounded by food. The narrative states that Johann, who has only known hardship until now, is finally experiencing a happiness that far surpasses his life as a wanderer after arriving in the commercial city Marcel. Johann tears into a rib. He reflects that the jerky he ate while wandering was like chewing leather shoes. He notes Marcel's meat cannot even be compared to it and just melts in the mouth. Johann washes himself. He recalls that back then he couldn't take a bath and his whole body itched like crazy. He rubs his face, thinking in Marcel he can bathe in warm water anytime he wants. He sleeps in a soft bed. He recalls that when he was traveling, he never had a proper place to sleep. He remembers that every time he laid down, damp, cold stones would stab his whole body. Johann snuggles under the blanket, thinking in Marcel he can sleep under warm, soft blankets. Johann cries tears of joy, thinking life in Marcel is so good. He decides he's going to settle down and live here. The narrative states, and so, Sir Johann dreamed of settling down happily in Marcel. However, fate didn't go the way he wanted. The next day at Marcel City Square, Johann eats a skewer. He thinks life is so peaceful. He comments it has been so long since the last time he could walk down the street comfortably. Suddenly, a man sighs and says this is bad. A woman asks if it is another band of bandits. The man confirms that yes, this time they took Dave's daughter. He adds that on top of that, all the goods they were bringing in were stolen. Johann bites his skewer nervously. He thinks he is scared of the news he will hear tomorrow. A villager laments that with bandits running wild, people cannot live without worry. Godin whispers to Johann that it looks like there are bandits around Marcel too. Johann curses inwardly. Suddenly, a voice yells that he said he would pay him later. A ragged elf screams at a merchant asking if he knows who he is. The elf begs for just one meat skewer. He yells it has been 4 days since he last ate anything. The text identifies him as a straggler from the mercenary group Wolves of Akate. It explains he lost the main group in pursuit of Johann and drifted all the way to Marcel to survive. The elf repeats that he told him he will pay him later. The elf spots Johann. Johann shouts in surprise. The elf screams, "You bastard." He recognizes Johann and charges with a dagger. Johann realizes it is the Wolves of Akate. Johann panics, thinking they tracked him all the way to Marcel. He thinks this is seriously bad and nothing good will come out of fighting here. The elf leaps into the air screaming, "Die." Suddenly, a blade flashes. The elf's head is severed midair. The head flies. Bystanders scream. The headless body collapses. Johann asks what the hell. A man on horseback appears. He says he thought he was a bandit but asks if he was a mere robber. He complains that with the current security being terrible, all kinds of people are crawling out. The writer asks, "You there, wanderer?" He asks if he is hurt anywhere. Godin answers, "Oh no, thank you." Johann stands silent. The writer smiles and tells them, "Good, always watch yourself." He yells, "Giddy up." The horse gallops away. The writer shouts to the citizens of Marcel. Soldiers march behind him. He identifies himself as captain of the Oak Tree Mercenaries, Brattle. Brattle declares, "Do not worry." He assures them that the 500-strong Oak Tree Mercenaries will wipe out the band of bandits and make Marcel safe again. Godin stares in awe, saying amazing and that he cannot believe he is seeing them in person. Johann asks if they are famous. Godin confirms yes, the Oak Tree Mercenaries. He explains he heard they are one of the top mercenary groups in the Empire. He adds that he guesses there really are bandits going around Marcel and they must have been hired to wipe them out. Johann looks grim. Johann realizes if that man didn't help him, he might have been exposed. He thinks, and if that happened, there is no way he could have stayed in Marcel any longer, with the Empire hunting him down and all. He recalls the prophecy that he will know only suffering from this point on. Johann clenches his fist and tells himself to get a grip, reminding himself he is still a fugitive. He decides the only way he can survive is by building a good relationship with the Katana Trading Company. He envisions Eldon's giving a thumbs up. He notes even the Emperor can't recklessly mess with a trading company. He thinks fortunately, Eldon's thinks highly of him, so he got a chance to interact with the Marcel Trading Company. But he worries what if his identity is revealed before that. He asks if they would still step forward and protect him if they learn that the Empire is after him. He envisions Eldon's holding a sign saying absolutely not. Johann concludes if he is exposed before he builds a good relationship with Katana, he will, without a doubt, die. He strikes his palm and states his goal is clear. He needs to go to the Katana Trading Company and get protection from the Empire. Johann resolves that so until he gains the company's trust, his identity must never be revealed. A voice says, "Excuse me." Johann turns. A woman with cat ears asks if he is Sir Johann. She bows before a green banner. She introduces herself as an exclusive maid of the Katana Trading Company. She says her name is Ibelka. Ibelka states she heard of his exploits from Eldon's and is greatly impressed. Johann looks wary. Ibelka says they would like to form a close bond with him and his house. She smiles and asks if he is not busy, could he please come with her to the Katana Trading Company. The Katana Trading Company Marcel branch stands imposingly against a clear blue sky. Outside the entrance, Godin crouches down next to the blue puppy. He commands Karamev to give him a paw. Karamev growls and chomps down hard on Godin's hand. Godin yelps in pain, telling the dog to stop biting him. Inside the branch, Johann sits alone on a plush red sofa. He waits in silence. Johann thinks that he finally made it to the company. He reflects that this place could be his chance to change his life. He thinks he just has to hope the talks go well. A voice from behind asks if he is Sir Johann, correct. The voice adds she heard about him from Eldon's. A pink-haired catfolk woman bows politely, looking up with a small smile. She introduces herself, stating allow her to formally introduce herself. She says her name is Ayan and she is the branch manager of the Katana Trading Company's Marcel branch. Johann stands up abruptly with a start. He introduces himself as Johann of House Yates. He says it is a pleasure to meet her. Ayan smiles, saying likewise, Sir Johann. She gestures to the seating area, suggesting they talk over a cup of tea. Johann agrees, saying sounds good, let's do that. Later, steam curls from a teacup. Johann stares at the black liquid. He thinks that this is coffee, though. He holds the cup and politely thanks her for the drink. He remarks that the aroma is wonderful, asking if this tea is made by roasting fruit seeds and brewing them. Aijan beams, confirming that is correct. She notes he is quite perceptive. She states it is rare to find someone who recognizes it. Aijan's expression turns serious. She asks if now they shall get down to business. She leans forward with a sharp gaze. She states they can guess why he has come here. Johann spits his coffee out in shock. He coughs, wiping his mouth. He sweats nervously, wondering if they found out he is being hunted by the Emperor. Aijan points a finger at him. She declares it is because he harbors ambition in his heart. Johann stares blankly and utters a confused huh. Aijan explains she heard from Eldon's. She recounts that according to him, Johann protected the innocent and showed mercy to enemies who surrendered. A visual of the blue-lit battlefield appears. Ayan continues that seeing a man like him has come to Marseille where bandits run rampant. She was able to discern his ambition to save the city with his own hands. Johann covers his face with his hand. He thinks he doesn't know what she's talking about, but he should play along for now. He lowers his hand and says seriously that he sees, admitting she has seen through his true intent. Ayan smiles broadly. She states ambition isn't a bad thing. She whispers that on the contrary, it is a virtue of those who are worthy. She leans in close, revealing that their company loves to sponsor the ambitions of those who are worthy. Johann realizes here it is an opportunity for a deal. Ayan adds that if he wishes, they can even introduce him to Marcel's governor. Johann blushes with excitement, realizing she means the governor. He thinks the governor is basically on the same level as the mayor. He realizes he can get the company and the mayor on his side. He imagines the emperor looming in the darkness. Johann thinks that if everything goes well, even if that old emperor himself shows up, he won't be able to do anything to him. He resolves he has to accept this no matter what. Johann laughs and thanks her for the offer. He asks if she could tell him exactly what sponsorship from the Katana Trading Company entails. Ayan smiles, gesturing to a backdrop of gold, food, and buildings. She explains that sponsorship means every service their company provides. She lists restaurants, inns, and even entertainment. She holds up a wine bottle, declaring he may enjoy anything he wishes under the name of Katana. She raises a sharp finger. She states, however, there is one condition. She tells him he must promise one thing. She says he must promise to fight under the company's banner whenever they require his aid. Johann looks serious. He interprets this as meaning she wants him to deal with the bandits threatening the city. Ayan says no. She informs him the oak tree mercenaries have already departed for that. Johann looks confused, asking about something else. Ayan explains that recently, the number of shop districts holding a grudge against the Katana Trading Company has been increasing. Two angry merchants are shown shouting accusations about monopolizing the market. Ayan touches her chest, explaining the louder their complaints, the harder it gets for them to handle. Her eyes glow ominously in the shadow. She states she would like him to remove the members of those disgruntled shop districts. She adds chillingly, preferably their children as well. She smiles sweetly with slit eyes. She declares that is their only condition. She asks, so how about it, Sir Johann? Johann sits in silence, looking down. The sun sets over the Katana Cathedral. Johann walks out of the gate. Godin stands up with his backpack and Karamov, cheerfully saying, Johann, you're back. Godin asks how it went. Johann stands silently in the shadows. Godin asks Johann's name hesitantly. Suddenly, Johann grins widely. He shouts Godin's name enthusiastically. He yells that they should let's go suck on some honey. Godin stammers, asking what. He repeats go suck on honey, looking confused. The scene shifts to 1 hour earlier in the office. Johann says he refuses. He frowns, stating that in a city as large as Marseille, it is only natural for complaints to arise if you monopolize distribution. He looks at Ayan with intensity. He states that yet instead of resolving the matter through discussion, she wants him to kill them. He emphasizes their children too at that. Johann's eyes glow blue with determination. He declares he can't kill innocent people for that reason. He says firmly he refuses to do it. He turns away, saying let's pretend this deal never happened. Ayan smiles from the shadows. She tells him he passes Sir Johann. Johann stops and asks pardon. Ayan stands and curtsies gracefully. She reveals they were testing whether he was suitable to receive their company's sponsorship. She asks him to please forgive their impudence, O righteous knight. Johann sits on the sofa, stammering. He asks if then the monopoly and the shop district's complaints are fake. Ayan confirms the Katana Trading Company has never monopolized distribution. She smiles, adding nor have they incurred the shop district's resentment. She notes on the contrary, they distribute quality goods at accurate market prices. She adds smugly they are rather well liked among merchants actually. She stands straight. She states in any case they wish to keep the terms they proposed. She clarifies that doesn't mean they expect him to head to a battlefield immediately. She reminds him the oak tree mercenaries have already gone to subdue the bandits. She tells him he is free to rest and enjoy Katana's sponsorship in the meantime. Ayan extends her hand with a smile. She asks what he says, Sir Johann. She asks if he will join hands with her. Johann grins. He grabs her hand firmly and exclaims great. He accepts. A golden light shines as they shake hands. Ayan speaks a blessing by the grace of Saint Luak, wishing may this meeting benefit us both. Back in the present on the street, Godin asks what suck on honey means. Johann walks with a spring in his step. He explains that, basically, it is something along the lines of let's go eat something expensive. He holds up his hand, adding using the money of the Katana Trading Company. Godin asks if that means his talks with them went well. Johann confirms yes, saying they've finally sponsored him. Godin cheers woo, congratulating Johann. Johann thanks Godin. Johann looks up at the sunset sky. He reflects that he's been sponsored by a company the moment he entered Marcel. He thinks everything is going well. He clenches his fist, nodding the bandits around Marcel seem to be causing a ruckus lately. He thinks, however, once the oak tree mercenaries wipe them out, this place will be peaceful again. Johann smiles confidently, looking forward. He thinks that happy life he's dreamed of isn't far away. He smiles, thinking it's time to relax and enjoy himself for once. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream pierces the air. A grotesque close-up shows a large green fly landing on a dead man's nose. Mutilated corpses lie in a heap in the street. Johann stares, shocked. He wonders what this is and why there are dead bodies in the open. People gather around, murmuring in fear. Goran puts a hand on Johann's shoulder, nodding Sir Johann is here. Johann turns to Goran. He asks if he knows what's going on. Goran says yes. He looks grave, explaining it looks like the bandits around Marcel have been growing more violent. Goran explains that after murdering the families of the city's merchants, they throw the bodies here to threaten the city of Marcel. A mangled corpse lies on the stones. Johann shouts, "Damn it." He realizes this means nothing is being resolved at all. Citizens in the crowd shout angrily. One says we should hold the city of Marcel accountable for this. Another argues no, word is the emperor is the one inciting the bandits. A bearded man shouts nonsense. The man argues there is no way the emperor would do such a thing unless he's gone senile. Others shout senile, telling him to watch what he says. People argue back and forth. One finds it hard to believe His Majesty is behind all of this. Voices overlap, mocking the senile emperor and defending the Holy Empire against blasphemy. Johann listens to the shouting match. He grinds his teeth, thinking, damn it. He laments there goes his peaceful Marcel. He thinks he's only just started to settle in, too. He scowls, thinking those bandits are ruining it all. With dark eyes, he wonders what those mercenaries are even doing. At the Katana branch office, the double doors burst open. Ibelka rushes in, stammering, "Excuse me, branch manager Ayan." She shouts she brings terrible news. Ayan sits at her desk. She says if she means the merchants' bodies the bandits sent, she already knows. She asks sharply what the oak tree mercenaries are doing. Ibelka flinches. Ibelka looks down, saying about that. She stammers that they can't reach the oak tree mercenaries at all. Ayan freezes. She asks what she said and what she means. Ibelka reveals the liaison's corpse was found near the forest outside Marcel yesterday. She adds it was in a truly horrific state. A panel shows shadowy silhouettes of bodies hanging from trees against a red sky. Ayan stands silently in the dark room. She trembles. She thinks the oak tree mercenaries have military strength comparable to a city's. She clenches her hands, thinking she can't imagine them losing to a mere bandit gang. She slams her hands on the desk with a boom, screaming Ibelka's name. Ibelka jumps back, screaming, "Yes, ma'am." Ayan's eyes glow green in the dark. She orders Ibelka to bring her Sutulga, the mage of the Ifil River. She declares they need to find out whether they really were taken down or not through his prophecies. The scene shifts to the Ifil River at night, glowing with blue light. Water cascades down luminous rocks. A wrinkled hand touches the water surface. The mage hums thoughtfully. He says, "Oh ho, I see." He speaks to the reflection, telling Katana they have got it wrong. He stands cloaked in shadows under the moon. He states searching for the oak tree mercenaries won't change anything. The mage sees Johann's smiling face reflected in the water. He laughs softly, saying, "Ho." He identifies Johann as the man who killed the emperor's hunting dog and fled. He notes now he is hiding inside Marcel's money pouch. His face is hidden in deep shadow. He smiles sinisterly. He distorts the water, declaring things won't go the way that bastard thinks it will. The mood back at the Katana Trading Company's Marcel branch is heavy and oppressive. The door creaks open as Lord Sutulga enters, clearing his throat. His sudden appearance makes Ibelka blurt out in surprise before she hurriedly welcomes him, expressing her gratitude for him answering Katana's request. Lord Sutulga, however, gives her a dark glance and questions how she can claim to be thankful after she sent someone who drives the carriage like a maniac, remarking that his back was about to snap. Terrified, Ibelka immediately apologizes profusely. She then turns to announce that she will go fetch Lady Ayan, but Lord Sutulga stops her, saying it is unnecessary. Confused, Ibelka asks for clarification, and Lord Sutulga explains that if the matter was truly urgent, Ayan would have come on her own. Ibelka stands frozen in an awkward silence, unsure how to respond. As she seems about to speak, Lord Sutulga sternly warns her not to make him repeat himself. She instantly complies, affirming her obedience. Taking a seat, Lord Sutulga clears his throat once more, stroking his long beard, and he states that according to the voice of the Ifil River, he was destined to meet someone here. At the same time, outside the building, Johann looks up in excitement at the Marcel branch of the Katana Trading Company before him. He reflects that the day he will finally meet Marcel's governor has arrived. Filled with determination, he resolves to win the governor's favor, settle down permanently in Marcel, put an end to his wandering life, and escape being hunted by the emperor. He proudly thinks to himself that he has made it to the second round of an interview at a major corporation. Throughout the long corridor, only Johan's footsteps echo. As he walks, he mutters to himself with a hint of excitement, wondering what the governor might like and thinking that perhaps he should have asked beforehand. Suddenly, Karamev comes to an abrupt halt and lets out a low growl. Finding this strange, Johann asks what is wrong with him. At that moment, he realizes that Lord Sutulga is standing right in front of them. Stroking his beard, the old man calmly remarks that the name Karamev does not seem fitting for a divine beast. Seeing Lord Sutulga before him, Johann cannot help but feel tense. Inwardly, he questions how this old man could possibly know that Karamev is a divine beast. Without hesitation, Johann directly asks who the man is. Lord Sutulga pauses briefly before replying that it seems Johann does not know him. He then introduces himself straightforwardly, stating that his name is Sutulga and that he is the sage of the Ifel River, repeating the title as if to emphasize it. Johann narrows his eyes slightly and expresses his doubt, murmuring about the word sage. Seemingly understanding his hesitation, Sutulga summarizes it simply by saying that he is a mage. Only then does realization dawn on Johann. He reacts in astonishment, his face flushing with excitement as he recalls that this world truly has magic. Growing more animated, he exclaims to himself that although he had come to meet the governor, he has unexpectedly encountered a mage as well, and that big cities are indeed different. Johann then rushes forward and holds Sutulga's hands tightly, expressing that it is an honor to meet him and confessing that he has always wanted to meet a mage at least once in his life. Those words make Sutulga blush deeply. Embarrassed, he awkwardly asks if that is really so, but then hesitantly points out that for someone being hunted by the emperor, Johann seems to be doing rather well. Johann instantly freezes in place, his eyes widening in shock as he asks how Sutulga knew about that. Calmly stroking his long beard, Sutulga explains that it was through magic, specifically through the mystery of the Ifel River. He states that through the river he is able to see both the past and the future. At that point, Johann can no longer remain cheerful. With a serious expression, he asks whether Sutulga intends to report him to the emperor. Looking straight at Johann, Sutulga calmly asks why he would do such a thing. Johann is deeply shaken by this response, his eyes filled with confusion. Turning slightly, Sutulga explains that Johann should consider who he truly is. He describes himself as one who knows the secrets of the Ifel River, a seeker of mysteries within the laws of nature, and declares that he has no interest whatsoever in the petty political struggles of the secular world. He firmly states that only the voice of the Ifel River moves him. Johann begins to feel curious about that place and silently repeats the name of the Ifel River in his mind. Sutulga glances at him and continues, adding that if he had intended to report Johann, he would have done so quietly and questioned why he would openly mention it right in front of him otherwise. Only then is Johann able to breathe a sigh of relief. Smiling faintly to reassure himself, he admits inwardly that Sutulga is right. Regaining his composure in an instant, Johann suddenly grabs Sutulga's hand and earnestly asks if he could hear about magic from him and whether that would be acceptable. Caught off guard and still embarrassed, Sutulga lets out a confused sound. Looking into Johann's eyes, which are overflowing with excitement, he cannot help but feel puzzled, wondering what is wrong with this man and thinking that a normal knight should have behaved very differently. He recalls how people in the past had looked down on him, mocking mages as cowardly scholars who knew nothing of honor in battle and who spent their days muttering creepy nonsense. Returning to the present, Sutulga suddenly realizes that this must be the reason why he is so confused. He cannot understand why this knight is lighting up with excitement over magic. Johann continues pressing eagerly, asking how magic is used and whether even an ordinary person like himself could use it. Faced with such enthusiasm, Sutulga grows unaccustomed and hesitates awkwardly. In contrast, Johann has already begun plotting for his own future, thinking that this is his chance to learn magic and become a magic swordsman, believing that if he achieves that, his chances of survival will surely increase. Sutulga takes a small step back and strokes his beard to calm himself before finally agreeing. He states that their meeting is a matter of fate and that it is not as though he cannot tell Johann about magic. Johann looks up with a hint of disappointment and lets out a small sound of reaction. Sutulga then continues, adding that teaching him outright for free would be too boring. He proposes that if Johann manages to win even a single round in a game against him, he will teach him magic. Still somewhat dazed, Johann reacts with mild dismay before lifting his head in confusion and asking what kind of game Sutulga means, wondering if it is chess and suggesting whether they could do something else instead, such as arm wrestling. In Johann's imagination, he could easily defeat Sutulga in an arm wrestling match, and he even envisions himself shouting triumphantly. At the same time, a reminder surfaces in his mind, warning him not to use his strength against the elderly or the weak. Hearing this, Sutulga cannot help but laugh, remarking that arm wrestling would obviously give Johann the advantage. He clarifies that he is not referring to chess and instructs Johann to follow him instead. As he turns and walks away, Sudolga confidently states that although the game of kings is entertaining, it cannot compare to the game of gods. Johann follows behind with growing unease, silently wondering what the so-called game of gods might be. Sudolga then produces a Go board and places two small containers on the table. Johann, overwhelmed with tension, nearly cries out as he realizes what it is. Upon seeing several stones already placed on the board, he immediately recognizes that it is Go. Noticing Johann frozen in place, Sudolga tells him to sit down for the time being. Stroking his chin, Sudolga asks whether it looks complicated and reassures him not to worry, promising to go easy on him. On the other hand, Johann reassures himself internally that luck is once again on his side. He recalls his past with pride, remembering that he had once won a 4th Dan Go tournament. With a confident smile, he convinces himself that he can win. As he picks up a handful of stones, he admits to himself that he does not know how skilled the old man truly is, but he firmly resolves that he will defeat him. Across from him, Sudolga begins the match by announcing that he will start with an easy move. Johann, full of confidence, tells himself that victory is certain. He responds politely, expressing his thanks in advance. As Johann makes his opening move, an intense energy radiates from him, and he inwardly declares that he will make Sudolga's knowledge of magic his own. 50 minutes later, the atmosphere grows heavier than ever. Johann stares intently at the board, straining under the pressure. Sudolga lifts his head and lets out a deep sigh. Johann hesitantly addresses him, but before he could finish, Sudolga abruptly widens his eyes and asks to take back a few moves. Johann flatly refuses, pointing out that Sudolga has already taken back moves 5 times. In frustration, Sudolga slams his fist onto the board, sending stones flying everywhere. In agony, he exclaims that none of this makes sense and questions how he could be losing in the game of gods. He then stares at Johann in disbelief, demanding to know whether this is truly Johann's first time playing and declaring that even the Sultan of the Eastern Empire had never surpassed him. Johann conceals the truth and laughs gently, attributing Sudolga's loss to how well he taught. Hearing this, Sudolga grows embarrassed and clears his throat. He then raises one finger and proposes one more game, stating that if he loses again, he will give Johann a gift that will help him in life. Johann is secretly overjoyed, reacting with excitement and speculating whether the gift might be a magic item. After clearing his throat and pretending to deliberate, Johann agrees on the condition that Sudolga specify how many handicap stones he wants. Sudolga becomes visibly tense, blushing as he struggles to regain his composure before finally asking for 3 handicap stones. Johann accepts without hesitation and makes the first move, announcing that they should begin. Sometime later, under dim lighting and in near silence, Sudolga curiously asks why Johann, being of noble birth, is so interested in magic. Johann frowns and explains helplessly that the emperor wants him dead, and that it would be better to have more tools at his disposal. Sudolga studies Johann's move and asserts that if Johann intends to use magic for combat, they should stop there, as the knowledge he can offer is not meant for that purpose. Johann is stunned by this revelation and questions whether magic truly cannot be used in combat. This visibly irritates Sudolga, who asks whether Johann had seriously planned to fight using magic. Lowering his head as he picks up another handful of stones, Sudolga states that although he had made a promise, he would at least answer that question. He explains that he has heard of individuals who do apply magic to combat. Johann excitedly interrupts, expressing his delight upon learning that such people exist. Sudolga immediately raises his voice and demands that Johann listen first. Johann freezes in confusion and falls silent. He listens as Sudolga explains that those commonly referred to as mages are primarily people who uncover the mysteries of nature. Some through the wind, others through fire, and a few through the smoke of burning sulfur. Sudolga calmly recounts that a certain fool had once even bragged about discovering a mystery within the Black Forest. As Johann listens, he silently assesses the story, thinking to himself that the last part sounded strangely personal. Sudolga continues his explanation, stating that those discovered mysteries are known as spirits, and that mages borrow the power of those spirits. He then offers a cautious warning, explaining that spirits usually lend their power without asking for anything in return, but that there are times when their whims demand a fatal price. Fixing his gaze firmly on Johann, Sudolga emphasizes that even if one comes into contact with a mystery, one has to be careful not to go against its will. Johann reacts quickly, nodding as he replies that he understands, though his thoughts are already in turmoil. He reflects inwardly on how dangerous the setting of this world truly is, deciding that he will not risk his life trying to explore the laws of nature. His inner voice grows subdued as he abandons the idea of becoming a magic swordsman altogether, doubting whether magic items even exist in the first place. He muses that it's no wonder things had gone so smoothly for him until now. At that moment, a shout suddenly echoes through the area as someone exclaims in shock that Lord Sudolga is present. Hurried footsteps ring out in the hallway outside. Aijan angrily demands to know why she had not been informed earlier. In response, Ibelka panics as she explains that Sudolga had strongly insisted that no one be told. Still fuming, Aijan complains that mages are truly troublesome to deal with, adding that she had even told him the situation was urgent. Before long, they arrive at their destination. Someone points out that he is indeed there. Aijan, wearing a friendly expression, opens the door to greet him, but the sight before her is a grave and tense atmosphere between Sudolga and Johann. She freezes in confusion, letting out a small, startled sound. Panic rises within her as she realizes that Sudolga is once again teasing someone with the so-called game of gods, and that this time it appears to be Sir Johann. Bewildered, she lets out another confused sound. Suddenly, Sudolga springs to his feet in agitation, pleading to be allowed to take back a single move. Johann, utterly helpless, calls out to him. Meanwhile, Aijan stares in disbelief, wondering how it is possible that Lord Sudolga is actually losing in the game of gods. Her curiosity deepens as she looks at Johann, who is smiling brightly across the board, and she questions just what kind of person Sir Johann truly is. Johann, filled with excitement, urges him to simply accept his loss. At that point, Aijan speaks up again, exclaiming in surprise as she greets Lord Sudolga, remarking that she had not realized he was there. She approaches him warmly and remarks that if he had come to Marcel, he should have contacted her, asking whether he had been enjoying a pleasant time with Sir Johann. Sudolga laughs heartily as he strokes his long beard, replying that he had merely been playing a few games with the knight. Aijan responds in understanding. Using her arrival as an excuse, Sudolga moves to clear the go board, remarking that since the branch manager has arrived, they will unfortunately have to end the game there. Johann, who had been preparing to make his next move, freezes when he sees that the board has already been cleared. Just then, Sudolga places two flasks, one red and one blue, onto the table and instructs Johann to take them. Johann stares at them in confusion and asks what they are. Sudolga swiftly explains that he had not forgotten his promise, revealing that they are water flasks containing the final secrets of the Ifil River, known respectively as the Water of Wrath and the Water of Blessing. In a flashback at the Oak Tree Mercenaries outpost, their banner flies under a blood-red sky. Captain Brattle and his men are in complete terror, totally overwhelmed by an unseen threat. From the shadows of the forest, a pair of menacing red eyes emerges, fixated on the doomed mercenaries. The attacker is revealed to be a mysterious woman in dark clothes, and her face is obscured by shadow except for a terrifying, glowing red smile. Brattle screams in horror, realizing this terrifying entity is no mere bandit. The reflection in his eye captures the crimson glow of his approaching doom. The flashback ends with a final, blood-curdling scream echoing through the night as the mercenaries are slaughtered. Back in the present, the scene shifts to the Katana Trading Company's Grand Branch in the city of Marcel. Inside, Johann inspects the two magical flasks given to him by Sudolga, identifying them as the Water of Wrath and the Water of Blessing. As he does, Sudolga explains his lifelong, fruitless quest to understand the Ifil River's secrets of life and death, and he reveals that it wasn't until Johann's arrival that the river's mysteries began to unravel for him. After that, he details the incredible power of the red flask, which can heal any wound as long as the victim isn't decapitated. In contrast, the green flask is a deadly poison capable of melting a person with a single drop. Johann is ecstatic to finally own magic items, believing the powerful potions will put his mind at ease for the dangers ahead. Just then, Aijan consults with Sudolga, confirming she called him because of the prophecy and the recent civilian casualties caused by bandits. She reports that the elite Oak Tree mercenaries were dispatched to handle the situation, but the company has since lost all contact with them. He gravely informs the shocked branch manager that the mercenaries already failed their mission 3 days ago. She is stunned into silence by the news that their top-tier group has been defeated. Then he recounts the prophecy foretold by the Ifil River. The will of the oak tree shall be trampled on by a rock of steel, and he concludes that the Oak Tree mercenaries have most likely been wiped out, failing to stop a greater threat that now looms over the city. Recognizing the dire situation, she tells Johann that they must attend a city council meeting as it is time for him to act under its banner. With a grim expression, he agrees, understanding that his peaceful life is already over. After that, the scene changes to an opulent but empty city council chamber, awaiting the arrival of Marcel's most powerful figures. Soon, the various nobles and representatives of Marcel's influential families begin to file into the chamber. Among the attendees is a man with a particularly elaborate and ridiculous mustache, who is revealed. The extravagantly dressed Baron Einbeck Vivant Auvergne makes a grand entrance announcing his fashionable lateness. After that, he takes his seat and with a flourish calls the council to order in the name of Marcel and the Emperor. A comedic effect highlights the sheer absurdity of his curled mustache. Johann can't help but internally mock the man's ridiculous mustache, lamenting the number of weirdos in this era. Just then, the true leader of the council prepares to speak, drawing everyone's attention. The charismatic dark elf introduces himself as Velako Traniani, the governor of Marseille. Johann instantly recognizes the governor's power and resolves to make a good impression to secure his future in the city. Just then, the governor formally welcomes the influential families, thanking them for attending the urgent meeting. Before addressing the bandit issue, he announces his intention to introduce a new noble to the council. The spotlight falls on a nervous Johann as he is presented as a member of House Yates, sponsored by Katana. He forces a smile and stammers through a pleasant introduction, promising to do his best. The council members give him a lukewarm reception, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and disinterest. Feeling the pressure of the room, he sits uncomfortably waiting for the real meeting to begin. Baron wastes no time gleefully bringing up the failure of the mercenaries the trading company had hired, and he smugly suggests the bandit problem would already be solved if they had simply requested aid from the Holy Empire. His suggestion ignites the anti-emperor faction, whose members furiously argue that the emperor is the cause of the problem and should lower their taxes. In response, the pro-emperor faction erupts, shouting down their opponents and calling their words blasphemous. The two factions devolve into a shouting match, trading accusations about the emperor's schemes and the uselessness of their hired mercenaries. Johann smiles blandly, completely lost in the political bickering and complaining internally that his ears hurt. Yet his amusement turns to dread as he realizes how many people here are loyal to the emperor, which puts him in grave danger of being exposed. Throughout the chaos, Governor remains silent, his calm and unreadable expression a stark contrast to the scene unfolding before him. With a sharp and commanding voice, he finally demands order, and his authority instantly silences the room. A heavy pressure falls over the chamber as the arguing nobles immediately cease their squabbling, and Johann is visibly surprised by the governor's absolute control over the volatile council. Ayan then clears her throat, preparing to step in and present the governor's official course of action. Speaking on his behalf, she assures the council that he understands their concerns and has formulated a backup plan, and reveals their strategy to form a second subjugation force to bypass the scattered bandits and strike them directly at their source. This bold plan to take the fight to the bandits' home base leaves the council members utterly shocked. Baron Einbeck laughs heartily, praising the governor's wisdom and his loyalty to the emperor's desire for peace in Marseille. Then he renews his offer, stating that the emperor's troops are on standby and can be deployed at a moment's notice. The idea of imperial troops arriving sends Johann into a cold sweat as he imagines being captured and sent to the guillotine. Governor politely acknowledges the baron's generous contributions and his offer of assistance. However, with a charming smile, he firmly but respectfully declines the emperor's military aid, and he cleverly cites the emperor's ongoing struggles with a rebellion in the north, claiming he wishes to lighten his majesty's burden. Instead, he declares that Marseille will handle the threat themselves by organizing a new mercenary force that will include Sir Johann, and Baron gracefully accepts the decision. Wryly hopping the emperor will recognize the governor's display of loyalty. Johann breathes a quiet sigh of relief, thankful that the immediate threat of imperial soldiers has been averted. Still, he observes the friendly exchange between the governor and the pro-emperor baron, questioning if he is truly safe. Then he remembers what Eldon said that the emperor couldn't touch Marseille, yet here everything is the opposite. As the council meeting concludes, the members are invited to a post-meeting gathering. While others begin to leave, Baron remains seated, watching the proceedings with a thoughtful expression. Just as a startled Johann stands to leave, Governor calls out, asking for a private word. He approaches with a wide, friendly smile that does little to ease Johann's tension. His mind races as he prepares to flee, convinced that if the governor is pro-emperor, this meeting is a trap. He curses his terrible luck, fearing his brief respite is over and that he's about to become a fugitive once more. Just then, Governor cheerfully invites him to his office and Baron watches them go, his expression shifting from flamboyance to cold calculation. After entering his lavishly decorated office, the governor cordially invites him to take a seat. Once they are settled, he begins a subtle interrogation, casually asking him to remind him of his house name, to which Johann awkwardly maintains his cover story, stating he is Johann Yates of House Yates. Velako's eyes widen in feigned recognition, exclaiming that he knows of House Yates. To Johann's utter shock, he correctly identifies the fictional house as a real family famous for its liquor, revealing that his bluff was coincidentally true. Proving his point, he produces a bottle of what he claims is the Yates family's signature date palm-infused liquor. Then he picks up the one from the two ornate crystal glasses on the table. And with a warm smile, he offers a glass to Johann, kindly suggesting it might cure some of his homesickness. Trapped, he has no choice but to accept the drink and play along, thanking the governor. As he pours, the governor subtly watches his every move, gauging his reaction. But he fakes a nostalgic laugh after taking a sip, all while admitting to himself he'd never even heard of the drink before. The governor shares a laugh, pleased that the young man is seemingly enjoying the taste of his supposed home. With the trap set, Velaco's demeanor shifts slightly as he casually asks if House Yates has been doing well. His tone turns grave as he mentions the tragedy of the Emperor's recent purge in the north. The words trigger a painful memory for Johann, who recalls the night his own home was set ablaze. He continues his probing, noting that many survivors of the purge are now scattered across the land as bandits. Then he mentions that among the purged families, one specific individual is wanted for treason, causing him to tense up. With his eyes turning a dangerous red, he drops the charade and reveals the wanted man's family name, House Yates. Johann attempts one last bluff, feigning ignorance and claiming he's never heard the name before. A close-up on Velaco's crimson eye shows he sees right through the lie, but he lets out a hearty laugh, dismissing his intense line of questioning as mere small talk, and Johann forces a nervous laugh in return, desperately trying to de-escalate the increasingly dangerous situation. Velaco stands and with a smile tells him there's one more thing he should know. Just then he reveals the final piece of his trap. The drink wasn't the famed Yates liquor at all, but just cheap local whiskey. The truth dawns on Johann, whose face contorts in shock as he realizes his cover has been completely blown. Dropping all pretense of friendliness, his expression turns deadly serious as he demands they stop the pointless wordplay and confronts him with his true identity, Johann Yates. With his true identity exposed, Johann is left completely floored. Velaco turns his back, making a surprising promise that he will not hand him over to the Emperor. He immediately follows this with a menacing condition, however, adding, or maybe he will, which leaves Johann trapped in uncertainty. Tense, Johann demands to know what the governor means by his cryptic threat. In response, Velaco calmly explains his decisions are driven by one thing only, the benefit of Marcel. He elaborates on the city's delicate political balance, which exists between the pro- and anti-emperor factions. He then adds his intention to use this balance for the city's protection and clarifies that the most urgent task at hand is the bandit gang. Following this, he lays out his terms. In order to earn merit and prove his value to Marcel, Johann must wipe out the bandits. Velaco then threatens him, stating that failure will result in being sent straight into the Emperor's arms. Completely overwhelmed, Johann collapses against a wall. He laments that his plans for a peaceful life are now in shambles and that Marcel, which was supposed to be his sanctuary, has become just another shackle now that Velaco knows his secret. He is haunted by memories of the bloody conflicts he has already endured and realizes he cannot simply run away. With a renewed sense of determination, he decides he will play the governor's game, vowing to win his favor so he can finally settle down. Just then, Godin excitedly points toward the massive subjugation force that has been assembled. Johann gazes at the impressive army, finding himself wondering if this is the force Velaco gathered specifically for him. From the city walls, they watch together as the second bandit subjugation force approaches. Godin then begins to identify the formidable groups present, pointing out the dwarven red iron mercenaries and the holy knights from two different monasteries. He expresses his awe that such famous big shots are gathered, which prompts Johann to ask about their reputation. Godin explains that the St. Galanto Monastery is an all-male order of holy knights renowned for its alchemy. He adds that, in contrast, the St. Iena Monastery consists of female holy knights who are said to be powerful enough to hunt trolls. After that, he describes the Red Iron Mercenaries as masters of siege warfare, loyal dwarven warriors who uphold both honor and loyalty while possessing an open-minded outlook. He then points out the arrival of yet another group, Count Bardoc's Elven Knights, who are famous for their skill and bravery. Johann makes a dry comment that elves are typically rude as hell, which makes his companion flinch at the bluntness. Following a quick apology, he decides it is time to meet the people he will be fighting alongside. Down below, the boisterous Captain Kumel of the Red Iron Mercenaries gives an enthusiastic greeting to Lady Aijan, who in turn formally introduces Johann as the knight representing the Katana Trading Company in the battle to come. Johann then says he will be in their care. He politely declines the captain's offer for them to speak casually, citing the importance of upholding Kumel's pride in front of his men. The captain, impressed by his thoughtfulness, assures him his authority is absolute regardless. Seeing the dwarf's sincerity, Johann graciously accepts the offer for them to speak informally. Kumel then turns toward the leaders of the Holy Knights to coordinate their movements for the mission ahead. The commanders from both monasteries agree to move their forces in conjunction with the captain's mercenaries. The commanders are formally introduced as Valian of the St. Iena Monastery and Agante of the St. Galanto Monastery, for whose cooperation the captain formally expresses his gratitude. Johann privately appraises the dwarf, making a mental note that he seems to be a surprisingly reasonable and decent leader. His thoughts, however, are cut short when someone suddenly chimes in, asking her why such a large and powerful force was assembled just for fighting bandits. The speaker is an arrogant elven knight named Gustav, who boasts that his knights alone would have been more than enough for the task. His smirking subordinates are quick to agree, adding that their count must have had a reason for sending them. Gustav then turns his condescending gaze toward Johann and, riding over, addresses him directly, asking if he is the one fighting for the trading company. Maintaining his facade, Johann reintroduces himself under the alias Johann of House Yates. Gustav scoffs at this, claiming he has never heard of such a minor and insignificant house. He then points a finger at Johann, warning the lowly noble not to get in their way or expect any mercy. With a cold glare, Johann quietly vows that he will remember the insult. After this, Gustav publicly disrespects Captain Kummel, declaring that his knights will not be taking orders from a shitty dwarf captain. Changing the subject, he arrogantly demands that she prepare a grand send-off feast in his name, a request she quickly agrees to. With one final shout, the pompous elven knights ride away. Johann sighs, now realizing that dealing with insubordinate nobles is the exact reason the captain must so carefully navigate issues of command authority. He feels a shred of hope despite the obnoxious elves, believing the army's overall strength should be sufficient to wipe out the bandits. Just then, Ibelka hurries over to the branch manager bearing an urgent message. She whispers the confidential information directly into her ear. Turning to Johann, she informs him that someone has requested a meeting with him that evening. His first thought is that the governor is summoning him again, but her nervous hesitation confirms the mysterious meeting is with someone else entirely. That night at their rally point, the subjugation force holds a rowdy feast where soldiers are encouraged to eat and drink heartily. The elven knights are in their element, indulging in alcohol and women while claiming it is a disgrace for an elf to refuse. They toast to their future victory, boasting that their swords and courage are all they will need, much to the disdain of the nearby mages. As he walks to his meeting, Johann reflects that in this world's noble etiquette, refusing a drink can be taken as an insult. He knows it is a sign of distrust, an implication that one fears being poisoned by their host. When he arrives at a private room, he knocks and is told to come in. A cloaked figure is waiting inside. Upon asking who requested the meeting, he is simply told to sit. He spots yet another bottle of alcohol and mentally complains about the incessant drinking of the nobility. He is reminded of the cheap whiskey Velaco used to test him yesterday, a memory that gives him a headache. The cloaked figure then identifies him by name and cuts straight to the point, assuming his only motivation is money. Johann feigns a laugh, questioning both the stranger's identity and their rudeness. In a dramatic flourish, the figure throws back his hood, announcing himself as Baron Einbeck. He then proudly reveals himself as a loyal subject of the Holy Empire and a key member of the pro-emperor faction. Johann is immediately on guard as he recognizes the eccentric noble from the council meeting. The Baron then explains his political view. Marcel claims neutrality, but in reality it acts in favor of the anti-emperor faction. He smugly asks if Johann understands his motives now, only to be met with a flat and unimpressed no. The Baron is stunned, left speechless by the blunt refusal to engage in his political games. Johann plays dumb, claiming that he is not good with complicated matters and just wants to keep his head down. The amused Baron offers to give him a life lesson while preparing to pour a drink. He explains that merchants like the Katana Company require two things above all else: profit and strength. Since the company is backing Johann, he deduces that Johann must be their strength, a powerful fighter. Johann questions the Baron's logic, still holding on to his alias. The Baron's face darkens, however, as he reveals he investigated him and found no such house in any record. Johann is shocked, realizing his cover has been blown for a second time. But Einbeck continues, mentioning the eerily similar name of House Eights, which does exist in the records, and he recounts the fate of that house, which was wiped out for treason in a massacre that killed everyone down to the last serf. He dismisses the name as irrelevant, though, stating that the company only took Johann in because they saw his strength. Tired of the games, Johann cuts to the chase, demanding to know what the Baron wants from him. Finally, Baron Einbeck lays his cards on the table. He wants Johann to abandon the bandit subjugation and serve the Emperor in exchange for a greater reward. He dangles the prospect of becoming a core member of the Empire's elite. He also promises Johann a formal knighthood and his own fertile domain if he pledges loyalty. With manic excitement, Einbeck justifies that only dazzling glory awaits those who follow the Emperor. Johann then reveals his cruel philosophy, arguing that it is the natural order for the weak to spill their blood for the strong. He claims it is simply the weak's fate to be slaughtered by bandits, which produces disturbing emotions in the Baron. He laughs hysterically, believing he and Johann are kindred spirits who understand that the one who loses is always at fault. A cold, slight smile plays on Johann's lips as he delivers his simple, definitive answer, I refuse. Einbeck is utterly shocked, unable to comprehend the rejection. After that, Johann begins to tell a story about a man who, claiming the emperor's authority, entered his domain months ago. He recounts how this man slaughtered his innocent family and all of his people. He then reveals that this man, Sir Karamev, made him a similar offer to become the emperor's sword. He states that he refused that offer as well, but points out one crucial difference between then and now. The chilling difference is revealed in a fiery flashback. He died by my hand. The Baron's eyes widen in sheer terror at the unbelievable confession. Just then, Johann coldly details how he crushed the head of the Emperor's direct knight without any hesitation, avenging the serfs who were treated like worms. Stammering in disbelief, the Baron realizes the legendary Sir Karamev is truly dead. Dropping his charade entirely, Johann confirms his true identity as the survivor of the massacred house. The Baron is paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably as the horrifying truth sinks in. He says, why would Johann do something so foolish? Then in a sudden and shocking display of power, Johann crushes the solid pewter cup in his fist and slams his hand down, completely shattering the thick wooden table. Einbeck is left aghast, witnessing firsthand the monstrous strength that could destroy metal and wood with bare hands. Then Johann declares that he will wipe out the bandits, but on his own terms, not for the Emperor and not for Marcel. He gives the Baron a final warning: if he doesn't keep quiet, the next thing to be crushed will be him. Johann slams the door as he leaves, the sound echoing his fury. Alone in the hall, he seethes, enraged that the Baron thinks he can be so easily manipulated. His rage, however, is abruptly cut short as a strange, alarming sensation washes over him. His heart feels as if it is on fire, and he struggles to breathe while his vision blurs. Blood begins to pour from his nose. As he falls to his knees, a terrible realization dawns on him. He then flashes back to the drink the Baron poured and understands the horrifying truth: it was poison. Collapsing onto the floor, he curses his own carelessness, shocked that he was taken down by such a simple trick. Meanwhile, outside the room, the Baron's fear has been replaced by a cold, hateful glare. A wide, triumphant, and utterly terrifying grin spreads across his face, his treachery a success. At the mercenary gathering point just outside of Marseille, the atmosphere is quite lively on the eve of their subjugation mission. Inside the camp, Godin becomes the center of attention as a group of women playfully tease him, calling him a skinny young boy amongst all the grizzled mercenaries. He quickly grows uncomfortable with their forward affections. Flustered and blushing, Godin makes a hasty escape from the playful women. They watch him as he runs off, disappointed that they did not get to dress him up all cute. Feeling scared and out of place, he runs through the unfamiliar corridors, calling out Johann's name. Worried that Sutulga might also be having a difficult time, he begins to cry, desperate to find Johann so they can return quickly. He finally reaches Johann, only to stop short upon seeing him lying unconscious on the ground. His eyes widen in complete shock and horror at the scene laid out before him. Just then, he rushes to Johann's side, screaming his name as he finds him collapsed and bleeding on the floor. In a state of panic, he cradles Johann's head, wondering what could have happened and how he could possibly be bleeding so much. Desperate and terrified, he screams out for help, certain that his friend is about to die. He pleads with the unconscious Johann to hold on, his voice filled with desperation. Later, a recovered but still weak Johann is being attended to by a worried Godin. As Johann calls his name, he responds meekly. The scene then flashes back to a frantic Godin pouring the water of blessing from Sutulga down Johann's throat, begging him to drink it. Returning to the present, he thanks Godin for having saved his life. Godin replies that it was nothing and that he had panicked without even realizing Johann had the water of blessing. He then turns his gratitude towards Sutulga, admitting he would have certainly died from the poison if it weren't for the water of blessing. Sutulga, however, just chides him for his stupidity, questioning why he would seek out Baron Einbeck, a known member of the pro-emperor faction. He sarcastically chides him, saying that if he is going to be so reckless, he should at least die quickly to conserve the remaining half of the potion. To this, Johann replies that there is still half left, so he will use it wisely from now on. Sutulga then asks if he managed to capture Baron Einbeck, nodding that he is needed to prove the charges of treason. Johann admits that by the time he got to the Baron's quarters, the man had already fled. In a flashback, an enraged Johann, still suffering from the effects of the poison, screams for Baron Einbeck to show himself. Fueled by his fury, he and his subordinates charge forward, vowing not to go easy on him for having poisoned the liquor. However, one of his subordinates reports that their target seems to have already run away. As Johann scans the now empty room, his eyes catch something on the floor. He spots a letter with a distinctive red wax seal lying on the stone floor. Back in the present, he reveals to Sutulga that while he didn't catch the Baron, he did find something far more important. He holds up the sealed letter, explaining that it contains documents Einbeck could not take with him which detail the entire incident. To this, Sudolga presses for more details, asking if this is proof that the emperor hired the bandits as the rumors had suggested. But Johann gravely replies that it is not. He explains that the documents contain something far more serious. Miles away, a lone rider approaches a fortified gate under the light of the full moon. The hooded figure is revealed to be Baron Einbeck, riding swiftly through the forest. He smirks to himself, confident that by now Johann is dead from the poison. Pleased with himself, he believes everything is proceeding exactly as the emperor had intended. He soon arrives at a massive, hidden mercenary camp where guards announce his arrival and clear the way. One of his lieutenants greets him warmly as he dismounts his horse. Then he stands before a massive army of assembled mercenaries, their ranks stretching as far as the eye can see. Addressing his troops, he furiously declares that they are not mere bandits. He proudly proclaims they are the strongest mercenaries of the empire, bound by the emperor's own gold. He states they are warriors who swear loyalty to the great emperor, and that dazzling glory will be their reward. Then he boasts that he has spent a long time undermining Marcel from within, and now holds all their plans and strategies in his hand. He cackles maniacally, promising that Marcel's forces will fall into chaos and die without ever knowing who their true enemy is. His speech incites a bloodthirsty roar from the assembled mercenary army. After that, he raises a fist, reveling in the power of the force he has assembled. Then he delivers his trump card, announcing that His Majesty the Emperor has personally sent an imperial court mage to aid them. The mercenaries are stunned, with one wondering aloud if it could be the legendary Kegel of the Crimson Flame. Just then, from the shadows, a mysterious clawed figure emerges. A new voice scoffs, insulted at the idea of being mistaken for an ordinary mage. A sinister snake-like woman reveals herself, declaring that she is an imperial court mage favored by the emperor, and she introduces herself to the stunned army as the imperial court mage Janina. The mercenaries are shocked to see a snake beastman, murmuring that they have never heard of a mage named Janina. To this, she explains that of course they haven't, as she does not wield trivial elemental magic. Instead, she ominously declares, "I handle living weapons." The mercenaries stare in confused horror, wondering what living weapons could possibly mean. As if to answer, she uncorks a vial, releasing a vibrant magical essence into the air. With a malevolent grin, she confirms their unspoken fears. The ground trembles as something massive begins to materialize from her spell. The magical energy coalesces, forming a gargantuan, monstrous shape before their eyes. The mercenaries look on in absolute terror at the creature being summoned. A massive, hulking troll looms over the army, summoned by Janina. One of the soldiers identifies the monster in disbelief as a troll. She smiles sadistically, declaring that her adorable troll will now fight alongside them. Just then, Baron Einbeck rallies his forces, shouting that tomorrow is the day they will crush Marcel's second subjugation force. He punches the air, vowing to offer the entire city of Marcel up to the emperor. The mercenaries roar in unison, cheering for the Holy Empire, and the entire camp erupts in a deafening war cry. Long live the emperor, long live the Holy Empire. Meanwhile, back in his room, a grim Johann has finished laying out his plans. Then he calls for Godin, who responds at once. He hands him the sealed documents, instructing him to deliver them only to Governor Velako Traniani and tell no one else. Godin accepts the letter, understanding that it contains information the governor must verify for himself. Johann then summons the mercenaries Goran and Kan to his side. As they prepare, Sudolga wonders in his mind why the Ifel River is trying to save that knight, and what it hopes to accomplish through him. On the day of their departure, the dwarf captain named Kumel positions himself in front of the gate of Marcel. Behind him, the members of the 2nd Marcel Bandit Subjugation Force gather together, completing their final preparations before heading out. Within the ranks, the Holy Knights offer up a prayer to seek power and protection for the upcoming clash. Meanwhile, Johann, who is now serving as a respected commander, mounts his warhorse to meet the front lines. Before he can move, Godin yells out his name while attempting to get his attention. Wishing the knight good luck, Godin asks him to look after the mage during the trip. Sudolga dismisses these worries and tells the boy that this is far from his first time participating in a mission like this. He advises Godin to focus on worrying about himself instead. Johann bids them both farewell and mentions that he is heading out as he rides toward the soldiers. He travels through the lines of waiting troops to find the other leaders at the vanguard. Captain Kumel asks if Johann has reached his position yet, to which the knight answers that he is here and ready to fight. Shortly after, the leader of the subjugation force gives the signal to start the march. At this sign, he bellows for all the troops to commence their advance. His thunderous command to move outrings across the field, which even surprises his own second in command. At the same time, the proud elven knights who follow Gustav charge forward to lead the way at the front. While the main army proceeds, Gustav's unit rides significantly farther ahead and creates a great cloud of dust. Johann watches their movement and realizes with some shock that the dwarf captain was truly granted full command over the group. A soldier in Kummel's group blows a horn, and the captain instructs him to repeat the signal one more time. With a final loud blast, Kummel orders the entirety of the force to advance toward the area controlled by the bandits. Inside the city of Marseille, Velaco gazes out at his town as Ayan, the Katana branch manager, walks up from behind him. She reports with a smile that the force for the mission has finally left the city. The city magistrate looks toward her to discuss the current situation. He holds a letter that was delivered by Johann and asks if she has already looked at what it says. Ayan confirms that the document was found inside Baron Einbeck's quarters only 1 day ago. Velaco shows his frustration that this evidence appeared in the Baron's quarters just 1 day before they were supposed to deploy. He expresses a lack of belief that the letter is real, knotting the web of deep grudges that exists between the different noble houses. She argues back, promising the magistrate that the crest stamped on the letter belongs to House Einbeck. She clarifies that she has read the text herself and verified the Baron's guilt. To this, Velaco admits that the combination of that specific crest and the contents of the letter make the Baron seem responsible. Ayan further reports that they tried to interrogate Einbeck, but explains that he had already escaped from the city. She views his disappearance as additional proof of his involvement. Velaco remains skeptical, however, and declares that he does not trust the young knight. He worries that the Katana Trading Company is putting too much trust in a stranger. Ayan defends their choice and insists that the company only gives its trust to those who are worth it. The governor seems to accept this point, but gives her a warning to keep in mind. He warns her that if the actions of that night destroy the peace within the city, the Katana Trading Company will be forced to answer for it. This makes Ayan realize that Velaco might actually be part of the pro-emperor faction because of how manipulative he acts. In the camp of the pro-emperor faction, a man asks Baron Einbeck if it is true that the army has set out. The Baron smiles and says that he just got that message from his courier. He gloats and feels certain that the troops of Marseille will be lured into his trap, and the city will fall to the emperor. Duke Mayhem, who leads the Special Operations Unit, and Imperial Mage Janina laugh at this. The Duke mentions that when he takes over Marseille, his first goal is to find a brothel, a comment Janina finds revolting. The Duke then looks at Einbeck's face and asks why he is so pale and nervous. The Baron sweats and tells them there is no need for worry, though he is clearly afraid of something in reality. He asks Janina if she has received any news regarding Sir Karamov lately. He asks if something could have gone wrong with his expedition, such as a major injury. Both Janina and the Duke find the question very strange. Janina starts to laugh and says the idea of Karamov being hurt is a massive joke. She brags that he is the most powerful swordsman in the Empire who is covered in legendary gear. She views him as the very center of the Empire's military power and thinks it is impossible for something to happen to him. The nervous Baron Einbeck simply agrees with her. He reflects on his meeting with Johann and smiles because he is sure the noble was lying about killing the commander. On the field of battle, Johann's senses detect that something is strange. He comments that it seems Gustav's unit cleared the place with no issues. The area is filled with the bodies of dead bandits, and each one is slowly turning into black dust. A knight serving Gustav tells the arriving dwarves that they are far too slow. Kummel and the elf begin to trade insults. Johann looks on and is baffled by how much they dislike one another. However, Kummel tells the elf that Johann is a nobleman who must be respected. He then tells the elf he will crush his ears if he does not show some deference. The knight screams back in anger and asks the dwarf what he just said. Johann looks exhausted as he realizes elves and dwarves really can never get along. Eventually he stops them and says that it is enough. The captain apologizes to the knight. Johann turns and asks an elven knight where everyone went after the fight ended. The soldier tells him that the brave Gustav and his men cleared the entire area. He notes that the primary force is now following the bandits that survived. He says with pride that all the loot and the prisoners now belong to Gustav. He tells them they have no right to anything since they are late. At this, Kummel scoffs and tells the elf they already got paid by the company, so they can keep the loot. Johann starts to feel like something is deeply wrong. He recalls that the bandits previously killed 500 members of the Oak Tree group, yet here they were defeated easily. He notices that the elven knights do not have a single injury. Johann looks at the forest to the right and identifies it as a perfect spot for an ambush. He asks the elven knight if they check the forest, and the elf mocks him by asking if he wants to go hunt animals. This confirms what Johann suspected. The enemy left on purpose so they would be lured into a trap. He watches as the vanguard moves into the forest and realizes with fear that a trap has been set. Kummel is unaware and tells his bugler to keep moving. Johann yells out to stop him. He takes the initiative and orders the entire group into a defense stance. He commands the range units to focus all of their fire on the trees. Kummel and the knight are stunned and think attacking a forest is odd. Johann explains that the location is dangerous and an ambush is likely. Kummel says that even if bandits were there, they could just kill them easily. Johann says that these aren't regular bandits since they destroyed the entire oak tree group. He states that they have to make sure the path is safe before moving any deeper. The elf continues to laugh at the plan. The captain hesitates and worries that the elves will mock him and destroy Johann's reputation if there is nothing there. Johann declares that he would throw away his reputation as many times as it takes if it means saving the lives of his soldiers. This moves the dwarf captain and he agrees to follow the plan. Johann thinks to himself that the only reason they listened to him this time is because of his noble title. Kummel screams for everyone to form a line of defense and tells the range units to aim. The knights and the dwarves group their shields together to make a wall. Heavy metal shields are driven into the ground. Shooters are told to aim at the flanks of the forest. The dwarf cannons are positioned for battle. Kummel orders the troops to fire. A massive volley of arrows and cannonballs strikes the trees and breaks them apart. Suddenly, the shots hit something hard and metal is revealed within the shadow of the forest. Armored warriors appear. The elven knight stares in complete shock. Kummel is horrified and realizes an ambush was actually waiting for them. At that moment, a gargantuan monster in horned armor comes out from the woods. This makes it clear that they are not dealing with a bandit gang. On the eve of battle, Johann questions his mercenary allies, Goran and Kan, asking if they have heard of the Bullhead mercenaries. To this, Kan confirms that he has heard of them and explains they are a well-known mercenary group. He elaborates that it is said the Bullheads are even more expensive than the infamous all-elf wolves of Akite. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Johann demands that they tell him what they know about them. Kan reveals that for a mercenary group, they are strangely shrouded in secrecy, their hearing fee is high and they do not take just any job. From what is known, he continues, their movements on the battlefield are like a herd of enraged bulls. He explains their main strategy is a penetration tactic, where they charge directly into the center of an enemy formation, breaking the defensive line to collapse it from the inside. Drawing on knowledge from his past life, Johann internally compares their strategy to Germany's Blitz tactics from World War II. A worried Goran asks if this is the force they will be facing tomorrow, and Johann soberly confirms that it is. He clarifies the stakes, stating they will not be fighting a band of thieves but the Emperor's elite mercenaries. Understanding the incredible danger, Kan strongly advises Johann to retreat no matter what if they encounter the bullheads, pleading with him to avoid a direct head-on clash. When Johann asks for his reasoning, Kan insists they would not stand a chance in a direct fight before mentioning a terrifying rumor he has heard. The rumor, he reveals, is that the bullhead mercenaries can command a monstrous minotaur. This revelation shocks Johann, who thinks back to a legend from his childhood, the hero slayer Minotaur. Kan recounts the tale of a monster with a massive body, overwhelming strength, and intelligence close to humans, which slaughtered countless warriors and knights who dared to challenge it. However, Goran simply scoffs and tells Johann not to worry. Inspired, both he and Kan pledge to risk their lives to cover Johann's retreat, vowing they will only accept payment if they survive the battle. Johann is visibly touched by their loyalty and tells them with a smile that he was already planning to ask for their help. The mercenaries are thrilled by this, admitting they are eager to see the legendary enemy for themselves, even if they have to run without getting a good look. But Johann's expression turns serious as he tells them that while he appreciates the offer, he needs them to do something else entirely, leaving Kan and Goran to wonder what he has planned. Meanwhile, from their ambush position, the Bullhead mercenaries are perplexed by the indecisive movements of the subjugation force, suspecting their trap has been discovered. Suddenly, a surprise volley of arrows rains down from the sky, striking the hidden Imperial forces and catching the ambushers completely off guard. With their position exposed, their commander screams that it is an enemy attack, ordering the Bullhead mercenaries to prepare for a full frontal charge. And so the Bullhead mercenaries begin their relentless, thundering advance. The commander yells for them to press forward as a volley of arrows strikes his body, but they bounce harmlessly off his armor, only fueling his fury. At his command, the Bullhead infantry advances in perfect unison, an unstoppable wall of iron. In response, the dwarven artillery under Johann's command takes aim and prepares to fire. The cannons unleash a fiery barrage that explodes amidst the charging Bullhead ranks, but they are undeterred. The Bullhead soldiers continue their disciplined march forward, their formation remaining solid, showcasing their incredible resolve. A massive, beast-mounted mercenary leads the vanguard, breaking through the smoke and fire. He roars in fury, swinging a massive axe as he leads the charge. The heavily armored infantry follows close behind, their glowing eyes promising a brutal fight as they rush toward Johann's army, the ground trembling in anticipation of the clash. From his position, the dwarven Captain Cumul grimly watches the enemy advance, remarking internally that he is finally seeing the legendary bullhead mercenaries for himself. Nearby, Johann realizes that despite his preparations, a frontal collision is now inevitable and knows he must personally intervene. Riding ahead, he shouts a warning to Captain Cumul to brace for the direct impact of the charge. Ignoring the danger, he boldly declares to himself that he will find a way to break their formation. Cumul protests, yelling after him that charging in alone is far too dangerous. But Johann pays him no mind, spurring his horse forward to meet the enemy vanguard by himself. Inspired by his commander's bravery, Cumul turns to his own troops. He rallies the Red Iron mercenaries, roaring that the bullheads are merely trying to test their might, and they will soon discover just how useless their weapons and armor are. As Johann plunges headlong into the fray, the bullhead soldiers spot him, recognizing him as a knight. One of the mercenaries scoffs at his audacity, calling him a madman for daring to face them alone. Another declares that if he is that desperate to die, they will gladly grant his wish. Yet Johann moves with astonishing speed and precision, evading their attacks and severing a mercenary's head. His sudden assault sends the enemy into screams, asking what is happening and demanding someone stop him. A bullhead commander frantically screams at his soldiers to maintain their formation against the disruption. Realizing Johann's objective, the commander orders his men to hold the breakthrough formation at all costs. As he expertly navigates the chaos on his horse, Johann internally notes that the enemy has figured out his plan. Watching the lone knight's incredible display, a stunned Cumul swears by the sacred dwarf's beard in amazement. Ignoring Johann, the bullhead commander redirects his troops, ordering them to focus on the dwarven shield wall ahead and prepare to break through. Johann watches with grim determination, thinking that the two main forces are finally colliding. Leading the dwarven charge, Cumul bellows for his warriors to crack the enemy skulls open. Just then, a bullhead mercenary crashes through the dwarven shields, tearing open the first gap in their formation. As the dwarves surge forward to fill the gap, the bullhead commander rallies his troops to face death with honor, and their maces smash through heavy shields to crush dwarven skulls. An enemy soldier notices Captain Cumul rushing toward him. Enraged, Cumul lets out a thunderous war cry and charges into the heart of the enemy. He swings his mighty hammer, severing the soldier's leg. With the warrior down, he follows up with a strike to the neck, causing the bullhead warrior to collapse. Even so, the remaining enemy soldiers stare down their opponents, their discipline unbroken in the brutal melee. Just then, the dwarven captain roars, rallying his comrades as he raises his weapon. Their enchanted weapons begin to glow with a fiery power. Cumul bellows for his warriors to drench their burning weapons in the blood of their enemies. Surveying the battle, Johann sees the dwarves are holding their own and is inwardly pleased, confident that he does not need to worry about that flank. With the dwarven line secure, his expression hardens as he concludes that what is left now is the main objective. He turns his focus and charges directly at the imposing bullhead commander, initiating a head-on clash between leaders. The bullhead mercenaries spot the lone rider charging toward them, one of them screaming that a night bastard is coming. Another mercenary frantically questions who it is, while a third declares that nobody would dare do this to Numaos, the captain of the 100. One of his subordinates recognizes the approaching figure as the knight who tried to break their formation, as the commander, Lord Numaos, dismissively thinks what an idiot, soaked in hero fantasies. A subordinate, a squad leader of 10, steps forward and asks Lord Numaos to allow him to face the bastard. Numaos grants him the chance, and the squad leader thanks his lord for the opportunity. An announcement rings out through the ranks that Lord Numaos has given permission. The squad leader and his men charge forward, shouting for their forces to tear that night bastard to pieces. The clash is brutally swift. In a flash of steel, Johann cuts down his opponent. The remaining mercenaries are stunned, with one of them questioning how the squad leader was taken out so quickly, as Johann continues his charge uninterrupted towards their commander. He comes to a stop before the towering minotaur, realizing with grim certainty that real minotaurs actually exist. He thinks to himself that the rumor Can mentioned was true. He then speaks aloud, asking the mercenary if he is the captain of these mercenaries. The creature, Lord Numaos, asks what of it and without waiting for a reply, sternly demands that the knight get off his horse. Johann inwardly wonders why he would say that all of a sudden. Numaos explains his reasoning with a terrifying grin, declaring that when he chops Johann into pieces, his horse might get hurt. The Minotaur captain laughs, stating he likes the way the horse carries itself, so Johann should get down, which emboldens the other mercenaries to call out dibs on the knight's armor and boots. Johann remains calm, replying that he also wouldn't want the horse to get hurt, revealing that it was named after his brother. Then he issues a chilling counterthreat, stating that if he wins, he will make a stew out of the Minotaur's tail. Johann tells him to come at him, calling him a gift-set-looking bastard. The Minotaur is taken aback, confused by the strange taunt, and asks what a gift-set-looking bastard even means. With no further words, the two warriors engage in combat. Numelos charges toward him with his weapon raised. He swings it, but Johann dodges the attack and lands safely on the ground. Numelos roars and strikes again, but Johann dodges that one too. He deftly weaves around the monstrous blows. He thinks to himself that the difference in their weapons' reach is insane. He mentally notes that if that bastard's axe so much as grazes him, he will surely be cut in half. For a brief moment, Johann mentally curses himself, wondering if he should have brought the crest recoverer. Numelos roars in frustration, telling him not to just dodge and to fight back like that. The Minotaur bellows that he will give Johann a death befitting a knight as he swings his axe down, but the moment of doubt passes and Johann evades the powerful downward strike. Suddenly, Johann sees it, an opening. He charges forward, using the Minotaur's momentum against him. Johann unleashes a precise attack, delivering a crippling blow to the commander's ding-dong. The sight causes even his own subordinates to cringe in sympathetic pain. Numelos lets out a scream of agony. He drops his weapon and stumbles to his knees in defeat. Standing over the fallen commander, Johann states that it is time they end this, addressing him as Bullhead. Then it turns to the raging battle, roaring out orders to break every one of the bastard's iron horns, commanding his allies to press the attack as the Oxhead freaks will be disadvantaged up close. He shouts that they are just shitheads and that they should overwhelm them with strength. In another part of the battle, a man in holy armor tells his brothers to begin, as they each take out a bottle containing some blue liquid. Together, his men pray, asking God to forgive them, and they all drink it. Their bullhead opponents look on in confusion, asking what is with those guys. The horrifying realization dawns on them when one soldier shouts that they are holy knights from the St. Galanto monastery. A warning spreads through the ranks that the holy knights have started to go berserk, and everyone is urged to stay sharp. As a holy knight kills a bullhead soldier, he suddenly senses something and looks back. He sees a bullhead trying to attack him from behind, calling him a drugged-up bastard. Suddenly, another holy knight appears and brutally crushes the bullhead soldier who is cursing his fellow knight. That same holy knight then kneels beside a fallen comrade, telling Brother Agante to please get up, reminding him that there are still people who need his help. The berserk holy knight's twisted mindset is revealed, where he thinks screams are hymns and fresh blood is holy water, stating that the light will be with them. An officer attempts to rally the bullhead mercenaries, commanding them not to fall back. He assures them that Lord Numelos will crush that knight bastard and return to help them. His words are met with the sight of Johann's decisive victory. Back with Johann and his vanquished foe, he asks the hero slayer if he has any last words before he dies. The one-sprowed Minotaur is now a trembling mess on the ground. He stammers that he is sorry for mouthing off, pleading for his life, but Johann coldly tells him he needs to make a stew and to stick his tail out. The defeated creature tries another tactic, insisting that killing him will not help the knight's honor. He explains that it is because he is not a real Minotaur. Johann asks him what he is talking about. The mercenary explains that he is only a half-Minotaur, not as strong or smart as a pureblood, repeating that killing him won't be an achievement. Johann appears confused by this, saying he does not know what achievement he is talking about. He then spots a soldier and calls out to the bugler. He gives him an order to inform the ones who went ahead. He commands the bugler to tell them that they have been defeated, and the bugler nervously affirms the order. Johann then turns back to the groveling Minotaur, calling him a bone broth gift set. He tells him there is something he needs him to be a witness to, and he must tell only the truth. The creature can only let out a weak and confused moo in response. On the main battlefield, an officer yells for the struggling bullhead mercenaries not to fall back, promising Lord Numelos will join them soon if they can just hold on. Suddenly, the triumphant blast of a bugle echoes across the field, and a mercenary asks what that sound is. The realization sinks in for another soldier who mutters in disbelief, wondering aloud if the captain of the 100 lost to just one knight. A familiar voice cuts through the chaos, as Kummel declares that from what he can see, their captain got wrecked by their knight. The bugler continues to sound the victory call, as Kummel shouts that this is the first victory of the battle. The scene then transitions to the Katana Trading Company branch in Marseille. Ayan reports to the city magistrate Velako Traniani that he has good news, stating the suppression force has won its first victory. Velako Traniani chuckles, replying that he heard as well and adding that the elf knights of Bardock did great work. Ayan's expression becomes grim as he reports that unfortunately, they have lost contact with them. Velako stands abruptly, shouting what he just said and asking what lost contact means, reflecting that there is no way elf knights would lose to mere bandits. Ayan explains that would be true for an ordinary bandit gang, but as Sir Johann claimed, they were a mercenary group hiding their identity. He then presents a newly arrived document, asking the magistrate to read it. She states that the bullhead mercenaries confessed to everything, which reveals it was all at the instigation of Baron Einbeck. Velako reads the document, processing the information. He muses that if it's the captain of the 100, then it must be that Minotaur he had heard about. He realizes that for the captain to have confessed, he must have been captured alive, and Velako wonders aloud who could possibly do something so absurd. Ayan simply smiles, stating that there is someone who did exactly that absurd thing, and as Velako asks who that could possibly be, the scene flashes to an image of Johann standing victorious over the battlefield. Johann is met by Sutelga, who tells him that he's returned and has worked hard. An ecstatic Godin lunges toward him, screaming his name, but Johann holds him back, telling Godin to calm down. He then tells Sutelga that he's come a long way back to the outpost and tries to stand up. Sutelga tells him not to get up, adding that Johann has pushed himself hard and needs to rest now. Godin excitedly tells him that he heard everything, dramatically recounting the rumor that Johann swung his mace once, creating a whirlwind that took down 50 men in a single strike, exclaiming that is how it went. Johann speaks aloud, telling Godin not to exaggerate, and adds that he should also praise the warriors who fought alongside him, while Johann internally thinks with amusement, silently urging Godin to praise him even more, loud enough for Velako to hear it. But Godin passionately insists that he is not exaggerating at all. The dwarf captain Kumel interjects, stating that the Red Iron mercenaries see it differently. He declares that Sir Johann deserves every bit of praise. He recalls the way Johann charged straight at the enemy. Kumel declares that it set all of their hearts on fire. He states the valor Johann showed will be a great example even for the dwarves. Johann replies that he is being flattered but accepts the praise gratefully, inwardly thinking that with everyone talking him up this much, Velako will surely look upon them favorably. A holy knight speaks, stating that while Johann's strength is impressive, his tactics were what was truly shocking. It's revealed the holy knights have arrived. The female commander greets him, wishing that Saint Yena's kindness may be upon him, while the male commander adds his greeting, wishing Saint Galanto's blessing to be upon him. The female commander Valian states that if it were not for him, they would have walked straight into an ambush, and the male commander Agante agrees, nodding that not many knights excel at both strategy and tactics. Valian adds that beyond that, she was deeply moved by his character, nodding that he actually spared the enemy commander. Johann replies, acknowledging she means the Minotaur. He reflects that once he fought the Minotaur, it was not that impressive, adding that there was no need to kill him. Valian explains that a Minotaur possesses overwhelming combat strength and could wipe out an entire mercenary group on its own, elaborating that even for them, a direct fight would have been hopeless. She theorizes that even if he had surrendered, an ordinary knight would have cut off his head for the achievement of killing the hero slayer, believing this would be true even for a half-Minotaur. But she looks at Johann with admiration, stating that he did not do that, and tells him that respecting an enemy's life is a rare virtue. Johann seems embarrassed, saying that is a bit much. He clarifies that he only kept the Minotaur alive because it was necessary, and that her praise is making him embarrassed, while Valian internally wonders how someone can be so humble. Agante interjects, asking if Johann even knows how many people that half-Minotaur slaughtered. He leans in, explaining that when humility goes too far, it makes the one giving the praise feel awkward. Hearing this, Johann's demeanor shifts, and he loudly proclaims that if that's the case, he'll accept the praise with thanks. His comrades cheer at his sudden change of heart, and Kumel bellows that now that's better, exclaiming that their enemies are mercenaries too, making it a fight worth having, before rallying them to go and smash Einbeck's forces after they reorganize. Suddenly, a scout in the distance shouts to look over here, while another is heard telling him there is no one there. They all leave the tent to look at what is going on. A lone figure stumbles out from the tree line. Kumel recognizes him, thinking that it is a messenger from Sir Gustav, nodding that from his condition, he does not seem to be bringing news of victory. The messenger collapses onto the ground before them. The elf messenger reaches out a desperate hand, weakly pleading with them to send reinforcements right away. The messenger explains that they were attacked by a troll, and hearing this, Johann and the others look on with grave expressions. Elsewhere on the shallow river, someone's foot lands on the water. It turns out there are many people running, they are the enemies, and behind them are the elf knights. These knights suddenly accelerate, and they catch up to the fleeing enemy. One knight cuts down the head of an enemy. As his body falls, his head rolls on the shallow river. But the other enemies do not stop to fight, they continue running. One of the knights, Laurent, remarks that this is so anticlimactic it is not even getting his blood up. Another knight, Leon, replies by asking if they did not come because they owed a debt, adding that he was not expecting an honorable fight anyway. Their orders are to wipe out the bandits as repayment to the trading company, But Laurent curses the trading company bastards, complaining about their debt and how the company went tattling to Count Bartok. Their commander, Sir Gustav, gives an order to keep chasing the fleeing enemies, declaring that they have to take the spoils after all. Gustav shouts for all his troops to listen. He commands them to pursue the fleeing enemy and annihilate them. Later, Gustav orders his men to strip the enemies of anything valuable. He gives a strict warning that anyone caught pocketing loot will be punished. The elf knights continue their pursuit through a strange, glowing, waterlogged passage. One knight suggests they catch their breath and check their equipment. Gustav observes their strange surroundings, nodding he did not know a place like this existed near Marseille. Laurent agrees, saying the place makes his skin crawl and feels like something is about to jump out, remarking that it is a perfect place for those filthy sewer rats, the bandits, to hide. As one of their outriders returns, Gustav turns, having heard something approaching. He thinks that someone's coming. He identifies the figure, observing that it looks like one of their soldiers, wondering why the soldier is back already, thinking there is no way the annihilation could be finished so quickly. The returning soldier stumbles forward, weakly calling out for the Sir Knight, and Gustav asks what it is. The soldier only manages to plead for help, before he is suddenly crushed by a massive, unseen monster. Gustav can only stare in horror at the giant claws that appeared from the darkness. He wonders in shock what that was. The horrifying form of a massive troll looms over them, and it growls at them. The sole surviving messenger from that expedition recounts what happened, explaining that they fell into a trap those bastards had set, saying the bandits they were pursuing vanished and then the troll descended upon them. Johann knows it was a trap meant to lure them deeper into the forest, questioning how the bandits could be controlling a troll, and mentally notes there was no information about a troll in Einbeck's letter. The messenger begs them to save the men, explaining that the 3 knights of Bardock are still there. Kummel looks conflicted, and he asks the others what they all think. Johann speaks up, saying it is their creed not to turn their back on those in trouble, but for now they will follow Kummel's judgment. Johann asks Valian and Janina what kind of creature a troll is, explaining that it will be easier to make a decision once they know more. Janina responds that she has defeated a troll before, however, she adds with a grim expression, to be completely honest, without the help of a god, it is a being that humans cannot stand against. She explains that a troll's hide is tougher than rock, its muscles are like ropes made of steel, and it is so hard that most attacks will not even affect it. The monstrous strength that comes from its overwhelming size is simply beyond what humans can endure, but she says that what is truly horrifying is its special ability. In the flashback, an elf knight screams at the damned monster as he attacks it, managing to land a clean slice across the troll's chest, but the creature is unfazed. The knight watches in horror as the deep wound on the troll begins to smoke and heal, as Janina explains that even if you manage to leave a wound, it heals immediately as if nothing happened. In the flashback, Laurent is frozen with fear, stammering that it can't be real. Gustav screams at him to snap out of it, yelling at his knight not to just stand there but to move. Having finished her explanation, Janina falls silent. The messenger repeats his plea, telling them there is no time for this, and desperately begs them to please help. Johann asks Janina if she will go to their rescue, and Janina says she will, but only if Kummel permits it. However, she adds that even if they run at full speed, it is likely the knights will have already entered their eternal rest by the time they arrive. Kummel turns to the elven soldier with a heavy heart. He apologizes, but he does not think he can send a rescue party. He states that their primary mission is not yet finished, and besides, he continues, they cannot guarantee the knights would even still be alive. The messenger looks down, his last hope extinguished. But Johann steps forward, firmly declaring, "I'll go." Kummel looks at him in complete shock. Janina and the others also react with surprise, asking if he is serious, and Kummel warns him that this is not a decision to be taken lightly. Johann reasons that with so many brave warriors remaining here, he does not think his absence will be a serious problem, stating clearly that if a rescue party is being sent, he will be the one to go. Kummel tries to argue, reminding him that it will likely be a meaningless trip, and warns that it would only put Johann himself in great danger. Johann simply asks, but what if they're still alive? With an expression of firm resolve, declaring that he cannot simply stand by and watch them die. Kummel is left speechless by his determination. Johann presses his point, asking if even one of them is still alive, then isn't it worth trying to rescue them? Janina is visibly moved by his words, in awe of his nobility. Johann turns to his commander and formally requests, "Send me Captain Kummel." Kummel lets out an exasperated sigh. He yells honestly, telling Johann that he surprises him every single time before reluctantly agreeing with an impressed expression, "Fine, I'll organize a rescue party." As Johann prepares, Godin looks on with admiration, wondering to Sutelga just how noble Sir Johann's character can possibly be. Observing from a distance, Sutelga has other thoughts. He thinks to himself that Johan's real motives are actually quite obvious. Meanwhile, Johan internally reasons that even against a troll, elf knights are not weak, believing if they hurry, a rescue might be possible, before recalling that the knights are from Orangs and hearing that the elves from there are famously wealthy. His thoughts drift to a potential reward, a pile of gold coins flashing in his mind, and a greedy smirk appears on his face as his true goal becomes clear. I'm going to squeeze a huge payout out of them. In a dark room, Baron Ainbeck's faction receives a dispatch, confirming that their trap for the elf knights has succeeded. Hearing this, all three of them laugh. Mayhem, a co-conspirator, laughs sadistically at the news of the elves' misfortune, gloating that if the elf knights of Orangs are wiped out just like that, the political relationship between Marcel's city magistrate and Orangs will be finished. However, the imperial court mage Janina swiftly shuts him down, warning him not to celebrate prematurely. She points out their plan's failures, stating they didn't manage to draw in the main punitive force, and the bullhead mercenaries surrendered. Questioning what could have possibly happened for such a well-funded mercenary group, on whom the emperor spent a considerable amount of gold coins, to surrender so easily. Sweating, Baron Ainbeck dismisses the bullhead mercenaries as having been disposable from the start, but Janina says that's the first she's hearing of it and asks if he just made that up. To change the subject, the Baron reveals a letter with a green wax tree seal claiming his real plan lies elsewhere, so she shouldn't worry. He then turns the conversation back to her, asking more importantly how her troll is doing. He voices his only concern, stating he heard trolls are weak to fire and wonders what will happen if the elf knights figure out some way to counter it. Janina, however, confidently tells him there is no need to worry, explaining her strategic genius by revealing she stationed the troll in a swamp because that whole area has higher humidity than most places, so even torches don't light well there. Adding that ordinary fire wouldn't mean anything to a troll in the first place, and Mayhem wholeheartedly agrees, concluding there is nothing to worry about. Janina confirms this, stating that's right, and concludes her explanation by saying that without even being able to light their torches, they'll meet their fate in the abyss of darkness. The scene shifts to the swamp where her trap has been laid. As Johan's rescue party arrives, he notes how well Valian's lantern burns despite the damp conditions and asks her what she called this fire again. She proudly explains that it is Iena's fire, a holy magic. She elaborates that it's a spell passed down through their monastery for generations, mainly used when exterminating monsters, and as they speak, they run through the swamp while Johan's divine wolf, Karamav, leads the way. Johan then confirms with her, asking if they hunted trolls with Iena's fire, and she affirms this, stating exactly so. She explains that a troll's rapid healing ability can be suppressed with the holy magic Iena's fire, and with a confident smile she credits this sacred flame, saying that thanks to it, they were able to kill the troll. Johan presses further, asking if it is different from normal fire, and to this she explains that it is, nodding the casting speed varies depending on the scale. But once it catches, it won't go out even in water, and it burns what it has seized to the very end. It's a flame of purification that incinerates the impure according to the caster's will, truly a cleansing fire. Johan is stunned, realizing from the description that this holy magic is essentially white phosphorus. As they ride on, he praises her, telling her she's impressive in so many ways. Her holy magic, swordsmanship, and even stamina that doesn't fall behind a horse's speed. She laughs, attributing her strength to receiving God's grace and training every day. Johan then confesses that he was a bit worried since they are such a small, elite group, but finds it reassuring to have her accompanying them, and she asks if that is so. He then outlines his simple strategy. They don't need to hunt the troll the hard way, they'll just draw its attention enough, then rescue the elf knights. He notes that the elves have brains, so there's no way they'll keep fighting a monster that regenerates endlessly, and he assumes they'll probably be hiding somewhere. Ironically, the elven knight Gustav is screaming at his terrified troops not to hide, no matter what, ordering his men to maintain formation. Driven by a thirst for glory, he orders his men to kill it and seize honor. The monstrous troll lets out a growl, preparing to meet their charge. Back with the rescue party, Karamav suddenly begins barking frantically. Johan notes that it looks like Karamav found something, while Valian comments internally, questioning if he actually named his dog Karamav. Just then, the party is startled as the elven knight's horses come stamping out of the woods, riderless. Valian asks why the elf knight's horses are here. A blood-curdling scream from the direction of the fight reaches them. Johan tells Valian that he thinks his prediction was wrong, cursing the idiots, unable to believe they've been fighting this whole time. Valian, however, excitedly declares that's actually good news because it means they're still alive. She then warns Johan that with flames of this level, they can't handle a troll and asks him to please wait a moment while they prepare a stronger flame. Johan starts running from where the scream came, announcing, "All right, then I'll go first and buy us some time." Panicked, Valian yells after him, trying to clarify that's not what she meant. Ignoring her, he orders Karamav to go herd the horses that ran off. Valian watches him go, then orders her sisters to focus, stating they have to create a stronger Yenna's fire to help him. She presses her sword on the ground, beginning the ritual. Kneeling, Valian begins a solemn prayer to Saint Yenna, stating that today as well she dares to kneel before God and offer prayer. She prays for the souls longing for the hand of salvation. The holy fire in her lantern burns brighter as she and her knights create a ritual circle with their swords in the water, their combined prayers calling upon their God to grant them thy holy flame and guide the wandering with God's light. Meanwhile, amid the chaos of battle, the troll swings its massive fist, aiming to crush Gustav. However, Gustav sidesteps, narrowly dodging the attack, but the troll raises its arm once more and tries to attack, but this time Gustav charges towards it. Gustav manages to land an attack on the troll's arm. He then steps back and looks up. The troll's arm regenerates in an instant. He curses in frustration. The troll roars at him. Gustav says it's not over yet. He realizes that the soldiers' morale is broken and his comrades are exhausted. He gasps for breath, wondering what they should do, realizing that right now, all they can do is maintain this standoff. Suddenly, the sound of a sword hitting the water breaks his concentration. Gustav calls out Laurent's name, asking what he's doing. Laurent apologizes to Gustav, admitting he can't go on any further. He urges Gustav to leave him behind, take the men, and go while that damn troll finishes him off, but Gustav screams, telling him not to be absurd. But before he can act, the troll notices Laurent and attacks him. Gustav screams his friend's name. Laurent closes his eyes, bracing himself for death, but nothing happened to him and he looks up in confusion, trying to process what he's seeing. A spear suddenly impales the troll's head, bursting through its jaw with tremendous force. The troll recoils and the elf knights are stunned, wondering how someone managed to drive a spear into that hard body and who in the world it could be. Suddenly, Johann calls out to Gustav, who looks back. Johann charges toward them, screaming, "Don't just stand there blankly, make haste and run." At the Katana Merchant Group's Marcel branch, the night sky is dark. Inside, Velako Traniani sits at his desk, pondering aloud if a ghost letter has arrived. He examines a sealed envelope, explaining that the 500 men of the Oak Mercenary Group are requesting that Marcel's gate be opened at midnight tonight. Standing nearby, Aijan confidently declares that the letter has Baron Einbeck written all over it, and Velako completely agrees, recalling that the Oak Mercenary Group was the first subjugation force dispatched to handle the bandits. He notes that what actually awaited them were the Emperor's elite mercenaries, and caught off guard, the group was annihilated. Examining the wax tree seal closely, the magistrate deduces that Einbeck used the late Brattle's seal to forge a fake letter. He concludes that the letter is just a deceptive ploy to breach Marcel's final line of defense, a deduction that Aiyan wholeheartedly agrees with. She declares with a fierce smile that even if there really are survivors, they will not be allowed inside tonight, and they will deal with them tomorrow at sunrise. Velako smiles in satisfaction, pleased that they are finally of the same mind, and reveals that he has already instructed the captain of the guard. Looking out over the dark city, he promises that not a single threat will pass through Marcel's walls tonight, while over at the camp, Godin kneels in prayer. The boy earnestly asks that the claws and fangs of the profane do not harm his master, but is suddenly startled when Sutulga asks if he is worried about Johann. The sage looks down solemnly as Godin admits he knows his lord is brave, but points out that trolls are not enemies that humans can defeat. Sutulga sits down, acknowledging that normally it takes a legion to bring down a troll, but reassures the worried boy that there is no need to panic. He explains that Johann possesses the two waters that hold the secrets of the Ifel River, prompting Godin to gasp as he happily recalls the water of wrath and blessing. Sutulga explains that if the volatile water of wrath is applied to a weapon, it can deal a fatal blow. The old man states that Johann will know how to use the item wisely, just as Johann's spear brutally slices across the troll's face. Gustav looks back and sees it's Johann. Johann rides his horse through the water, calculating that with his strength, he can still pierce the creature's thick hide, but the troll will just regenerate immediately, so he just needs to buy enough time for everyone to escape. He completely forgets that he possesses the water of wrath. Johann looks ahead and sees Leon trying to attack the troll. Johann can't believe what this idiot Leon is doing. Gustav desperately orders Leon to fall back because this is impossible for them, but Leon refuses, declaring that if a human knight can fight, then they can too. But the troll just punches him, sending him flying. He rolls multiple times before he hits the tree. As Leon coughs up a massive amount of blood, Johann curses at him for being an idiot, as they just came here to save him. The monster grabs the spear that impaled its jaw and throws it away. Johann speeds up and charges toward the monster with another spear, the monster's eyes focused entirely on him. Johann thinks that if Gustav and the soldiers can escape, that will be enough, as even for him, a deathmatch with a troll isn't something he would volunteer for. Seeing an opening, Johann decides to act, taunting the beast that its fly is open and telling it to watch its leg as he impales the spear into the troll's leg. Johann celebrates managing to cripple its mobility for a brief moment. But the troll looks back, and its massive hand reaches out and closes around Johann, prompting Gustav to scream out Johann's name. Johann curses as he is crushed within the giant fist, realizing that he let the monster get too close. The troll effortlessly lifts Johann high into the air. Outside Marcel, suddenly many torches light up. A city guard sees this and uses a telescope to inspect a strange line of approaching torches, wondering if the subjugation force is returning. But after seeing the banner of the Oak mercenary group, the guard breaks out in a cold sweat, stammering about ghosts since they were supposedly wiped out by the bandits. Realizing the danger is exactly as the governor predicted, he immediately prepares to sound the alert. He violently rings the warning bell to assemble the guards on the walls and not let anyone through the gate. Meanwhile, inside the office, Ijon and Velako hear the noise and note that the enemy has arrived. Ijon offers to send a letter to confirm the commander's identity, and if they really are survivors, they will respond, but someone says that won't be necessary just as they kick open the office doors. Ijon and Velako are shocked to see who it is. The intruder walks toward them and asks what is with their faces, nodding they look like they have seen a ghost. Brattle, the supposedly dead mercenary captain, greets them and states that he has come personally since he heard they were looking for the commander. To which a terrified Ion asks if they were not supposed to be dead. Brattle lets out a heavy sigh, offering an apology but formally declares glory to the Holy Empire and its gold, and Velako realizes the terrifying truth that the group was bought off by Einbeck. Ijon can't believe they would betray the city of Marcel. Brattle announces that from this moment forth, the city of Marcel shall be taken by the Oak mercenary group under the command of the Holy Empire. Back at the swamp, Johann screams in absolute agony as the crushing pressure of the troll's grip intensifies. Gustav watches in absolute horror as the troll mercilessly slams Johann down into the swamp with its full strength, creating a devastating explosion of water from the sheer force of the impact. Gustav stares in shock as he tries to comprehend the situation. Johann floats motionless, face down in the murky water, blood coming out of his mouth. He thinks that Johann is dead. Some time ago, a group of mercenaries stands beneath an oak tree banner. An officer instructs his men to hold the flag tight and maintain a steady grip. He asks if they are ready, and upon receiving confirmation, he orders them to set the torches ablaze. It turns out that they are using scarecrows with torches attached to them. A man chuckles to himself, nodding that the fools in Marcel are acting exactly as Baron Einbeck predicted. He looks at the city wall with a smile and declares that the actions of the city guards do not matter, because his group is gaining entry regardless of what they do. At the same time, at the city wall, Marcel's soldiers are preparing for an attack. As they run, they shout for everyone to hurry up and get to the wall now before the enemy comes near Marcel. But one soldier slips out and starts opening the sewer gate, as it turns out that the Oak mercenary group has bribed one soldier to open the sewer gate for them. The soldier opens the gate and with a big smile says, "Long live the Holy Empire." An arrow comes flying from the sewer and hits him in the head instead of a reply, killing him instantly. As the body falls to the ground, one man comes out of the sewer holding a crossbow and replies to the dead soldier, "Glory to the Emperor." The man looks back at the sewer, as another man comes out of it and reports that the bribed guard has been successfully dealt with. It is Brattle, the leader of the Oak mercenary group. He commends his men for their good work and remarks that the Empire finds no value in a man who would betray his own people for a few silver coins. After some time, more mercenaries come out and Brattle addresses his assembled unit, announcing that from this very moment, Marcel belongs to them. He orders a detachment to capture the city captain while the guards are distracted at the wall, and tells the rest of his men to follow him, stating that he is looking for the city's leader. He finds Velako Traniani sitting at his desk. Brattle tells the dark elf not to look at him with such hostility. He explains that even though they are seizing control of the city, they will allow Velako to retain his title and authority. This statement enrages Lady Ayan, who shouts at Brattle that he has a lot of nerve to speak in such a manner after attacking Marcel, and she asks how they could ever trust him. Brattle responds by slowly clapping his hands, calling her Lady Ayan and nodding that she possesses spirit. However, his tone turns cold as he warns her not to test his patience any further. He suggests that as a merchant guild, they should simply pick the winning side to secure their profit. Brattle notes that the captain of the Marcel Guard has already been captured and is being held at swordpoint, and the rest of the guard will have thrown down their weapons and surrendered by now, so there is nothing left for the consul to do. He takes out a scroll and places it on the desk. He explains that their demands are simple. He wants Velako Traniani to write a single order for the subjugation force, commanding all units to cease combat and surrender to the enemy. Furthermore, he demands an oath of loyalty to the emperor. Brattle promises that if the consul complies, he will not have to get any of Velako's blood on his hands. Deep in the dark swamp, Johann floats motionless in the murky water. Nearby, a troll continues its rampage. Gustav stands his ground against the monster, calling out to Laurent. He commands him to take Leon and the rest of the men away from here, stating that he will buy them some time. Laurent protests, stating that if Gustav intends to stay, he will fight as well. He looks at the elven soldiers and tells them to hurry up, help Leon up and move him to safety. Gustav shouts at him, which shocks Laurent. Gustav declares that this is not a request from a friend but a direct order from a superior. He screams at them to leave the area immediately. Gustav turns back to the beast, calling it a monster and inviting it to come forward. He demands an honorable death as he charges with his blade. The troll roars and prepares to strike. Meanwhile, Johann remains submerged, drifting through the dark water. He recalls his master saying to carve words into his very soul, to never fight an opponent he cannot beat, and to run if a situation is too dangerous. However, if he must fight, he must kill them all. He commanded Johann never to dare to die. Johann apologizes to his master, thinking that this might be as far as he goes. His body refuses to move and he feels incredibly tired. Below the surface, he sees the bodies of fallen knights. He reflects on his life, realizing it has been full of nothing but pain. He feels his heart beginning to slow and wonders if it is finally going to stop. He just wants to rest now, thinking that everything will be peaceful soon. Suddenly, a blue light flickers in the depths, and a spirit made out of water comes near him and kisses him on the cheek. Johann's eyes snap open, thinking, "No, I do not want to die." He clenches his fist and hits himself on the armor where his heart is, thinking that if he cannot escape death, then he must kill death. The punch is so powerful that it makes a massive dent on the armor, and his heart begins to beat with energy. Johann immediately stands up, gasping for air. He repeats the words once more, "If you cannot escape death, then kill death." As the troll raises its hand to attack, Gustav sees the movement and charges at it, shouting for his honor and for errands. Just as the troll is about to strike, a spear comes flying through the air and hits the troll's hand. This attack is so powerful that it injures the troll and the monster screams in pain. Gustav stops in his tracks, staring in disbelief. As he looks around, he sees Johann holding a spear and asks him how he is still alive. Johann glares at him, telling him he is in the way. "Get lost, you pointy-eared bastards." At Baron Einbeck's outpost near Marseille, a soldier approaches and reports that they have received word that the city of Marseille has officially fallen. Upon hearing this, Einbeck pumps his fists and shouts in pure triumph, exclaiming that he told everyone this would happen and that everything has gone exactly as he planned. Janina, the snake beastman, sits across from him and admits that she honestly thought he was just a useless brat riding on the coattails of his family's name, but he actually seems to have some use after all, so she asks him to confirm that the situation is not over yet. Einbeck smiles, confirms that she is correct, and announces that Velako and Aijan will be executed. He wonders how mere merchants could ever think they have the right to meddle in their politics. He intends to round up every single merchant involved in the anti-imperial union who caused him trouble and give the city of Marseille a thorough purification. In doing so, not just Marseille, but every merchant guild on the entire continent will realize the truth and submit to the Holy Empire. He snaps his fingers, and a maid comes in with drinks for them. Baron Einbeck raises a cup and declares that no matter how much gold a merchant hoards, they can never buy noble blood or honor. Janina says, "Long live the Holy Empire," and they all cheer, saying, "Long live the Holy Empire." Mayhem then announces that he will head off immediately to deliver this good news to the Emperor personally, and Einbeck tells him to go ahead. But he demands that Mayhem make sure the Emperor knows that he, Einbeck, was the one who conquered Marseille with his own 2 hands. As Mayhem walks away through the dark forest, he thinks that Einbeck is an arrogant fool for believing he will receive all the credit, as there is absolutely no way he will report the events exactly how Einbeck wants them reported. Instead, he plans to stir up trouble by providing a creative report to the Emperor. Mayhem suddenly stops when he notices horses standing in the deep forest and wonders why horses would be in a location like this. He thinks that they appear to be the horses of fallen knights. He approaches a white warhorse and tells it to be steady, calling it a good boy. He mounts the horse and notes that he does not know which noble household it belongs to, but it is a magnificent warhorse, thinking that he should be able to reach the capital in no time at all on such a mount. He kicks the horse and shouts for it to go. However, the horse refuses to move and comes to a dead stop, leading Mayhem to ask the horse why it has stopped. Suddenly, a terrifying growl echoes through the trees, and when he looks toward it, he screams in terror as he sees Karamav, the divine wolf, wreathed in blue flames and baring its teeth. Back in the humid swamp, Johann tells the elves that they are in his way and demands that they get lost, to which Gustav can only say, "Okay." The massive troll lets out a deafening roar that shakes the swamp. Laurent asks Gustav if it is truly all right to let a human knight fight the monster all by himself and wonders if they should jump in and help him. Gustav watches his trembling hand, nodding that they slashed and pierced the troll dozens of times, but despite the wounds, the creature did not even let out a whimper. Yet the moment the troll was hit by Johan's spear, it actually screamed in pain, making him realize that they could not even manage to land a wound significant enough to cause such a reaction. He tells his men that if they were to join the battle now, they would simply be dead weight. For now, they must bear witness to that human knight's honorable battle. Johann stares at the beast with glowing blue eyes, his face set in a grim expression. The troll roars and charges at him through the murky water. Johann just stands there holding 3 spears. He steps forward and takes an attack position. He raises a spear and aims at the beast's location, and with incredible speed he throws all 3 spears. All 3 spears pierce through the troll's chest, but the attack is not that powerful. Gustav is confused by the strategy, wondering why Johann is throwing more spears when it seems unlikely to deliver a fatal blow. He wonders what on earth Johann is planning to do. Johann runs toward the troll and ducks under the monster's attack. After that, he continues and reaches the troll and delivers a powerful punch that destroys many bones, and it coughs up blood. Gustav and the other elves are shocked, shouting in disbelief that he is fighting a troll with his bare hands. Johann is relentless as he dodges every attack from the troll and delivers punch after punch. But suddenly, the creature notices him and raises its hand to attack. But he doesn't dodge this attack. Instead, he meets the monster's punch with his own. As both of those attacks collide, Johann's power is so strong that it destroys the troll's arm and the monster screams in pain. Johann doesn't give it any time. He jumps, grabs the troll's head and slams his knee into it. Blood sprays from the troll's mouth, and its massive body falls into the swamp. Laurent asks Gustav if he can explain what they just saw, but Gustav screams for Johann to fall back now that he has the chance, urging him to retreat before the troll regenerates its wounds. Johann ignores the plea. Gustav asks what he is doing as Johann stands on top of the troll's body. Johann sits on the troll's neck, reaches down and grabs its lower jaws with his hands. The monster screams as Johann begins to pry its mouth open. The troll swings its massive hand in a panic and finally manages to grab Johann, but it is already too late. With a final surge of strength, he tears apart its jaw. Gustav and Laurent cannot believe what they are seeing. Johann takes a deep breath and drops that part of the lower jaw into the water. Johann stands above the now-dead troll and says that if he does it like this, it will not be able to regenerate. In the dark woods near the city of Marseille, the elven horses are running back. Karamav is running behind them with Mayhem caught in its jaws as he screams in terror, demanding that the beast let him go. As the wolf pulls him along, he sees the horses running nearby and wonders if the creature intends to eat him alongside the animals. He groans in despair, fearing that his life is going to end in such a pointless manner. Back at the edge of the swamp, the elven knight Leon is at death's door. He tells Gustav not to make a sad face and asks if dying in this manner wouldn't be an honorable end for a knight of Orangs. Gustav looks at him with concern as Leon struggles to breathe, and he asks Gustav to tell his father how he fought because it looks like he won't be able to tell him himself. Gustav cries and replies that he will definitely tell his father how bravely he fought, leading Leon to thank him and offer a final farewell to his brothers and friends of Bardock, stating that the moments he spent with them were the greatest of honors. Gustav weeps, calling out his friend's name. Johann looks at this drama and approaches the group, thinking that while it feels like a waste to use a rare item on an NPC, it is better to make an investment now. He calls out to Leon and tells him to drink the liquid to ease the pain as Leon looks at the vial, saying he is about to see something interesting as he meets such a brave knight. Johann bluntly tells him to shut up and just drink. Leon complies and drinks the liquid. Almost immediately, he loses his strength and stops moving completely. Seeing his eyes close and his body stop moving, Gustav cries and tells his friend, who is like a brother to him, to rest in peace. After that, he says Johann's name and thanks him for easing Leon's pain, saying that if it were not for him, Leon would have suffered until his final breath. Someone coughs and they realize it is Leon. Leon asks in shock what kind of medicine Sir Johann just gave him, nodding that his pain is completely gone. Gustav asks if he is truly okay, and Leon tells him he is, saying it is strange how clean he feels since his vision has cleared up and even breathing feels easier. Johann smiles proudly and asks how it feels to be born again. Leon hears this and looks at the vial, asking if the thing he just drank is by any chance the water of blessing. Johann says yes, explaining that the vial contained the water of blessing, a miracle elixir given to him by Sutlga, the sage of the Ifel River, and notes that it can save anyone as long as they are not already dead. Laurent hugs Leon as Leon asks what he is doing, thinking it is gross, while Gustav looks at Johann. He then hugs him, thanking Lord Johann for saving a friend who was like a brother to him. He declares that Johann is, without a doubt, the most honorable knight he has ever met among the human race. Johann scratches his head, stating that he appreciates the praise but that the credit should go to Sutlga. Gustav and the other elven knights aren't listening, saying it is true but that it was Johann who used something so precious on Leon, so the credit goes to him. He then looks back and yells out for everyone to see that the Honorable Sir Johann saved their brother. As soldiers of Bardock who know honor, they offer their greetings and praise to the Honorable Sir Johann. Johann stands there awkwardly as the elves shout about honor. He thinks that the situation is incredibly embarrassing and that he has never felt so much pressure in his life. Gustav grabs his hand, declaring that Johann is now like a sworn brother to him. He announces to his troops that from now on, anyone who insults Johann will face the wrath of Gustav. He takes out his sword and declares that anyone who becomes Johann's enemy will have to face his greatsword. The elven soldiers cheer loudly. Johann manages a small smile and thanks Gustav, but secretly thinks that instead of honor, he would much prefer they just gave him money. Don't these guys love flaunting luxury? Elsewhere at the camp, Godin runs toward Sutelga's tent, shouting for the master. He excitedly reports that everyone is saying Sir Johann fought a troll and won. Sutelga chuckles, figuring as much since he added the mystery of the Ifel River to Yenna's fire, nodding that even on a small scale, the subjugation must have been possible. However, Godin clarifies that is not it, and that Johann used neither magic nor special fire, but instead ripped the troll's mouth apart with his bare hands to kill it. Sutelga laughs, saying right, the mystery of the Ifel River, but he stops in absolute shock. He grabs Godin's shoulders and screams in disbelief, asking how it is possible for a human to kill a troll by ripping it apart with his bare hands. In the forest, Johann and Valian stand over the massive corpse of the troll as Valian thinks that it is unbelievable. She observes the internal damage, noting that the muscles and ligaments were torn, the bones were shattered, and the internal organs were destroyed. Finally, even the entire jaw was ripped off. She concludes that the beast died because it couldn't recover from such an excessive, rapid attack. She also asks how he managed to keep the corpse in such an intact state. She explains that her sisters usually have to hack away at trolls with the flames of purification until they become nothing but black charcoal. Johann thinks about how they kill one and realizes he thought it was like in a game. Valian offers her congratulations, telling Johann that from today on, whenever someone introduces him, the title Troll Slayer will accompany him. She offers to take care of distributing the troll's corpse for him, nodding that since the hide and blood are so well preserved, they can be sold for a very high price at the Marcel Trading Company. As Johann's eyes light up with the thought of money. He reflects on his previous life where no matter how hard he tried, he was only ever called trash. He then remembers that Bullhead Guy mentioned achievements too, and realizes that when one defeats a strong individual, a corresponding title is granted, just like in a game. He smiles, thinking that Troll Slayer is his first achievement in this world. The moment of peace is broken when a soldier screams that a monster is approaching, shouting that the beast followed the horses that ran away. Valian realizes it looks like Sir Johann's puppy brought the horses back and tells him she will go explain, though he tries to stop her and she doesn't listen. Valian smiles and tells the soldiers to calm down, explaining that what they see is not a monster, but the puppy that Sir Johann is raising. She looks up and sees Karamav still in its original form, carrying a terrified Mayhem as the man begs for help. Valian draws her sword and calls upon the holy flame, declaring that the creature is definitely not a puppy. After some time, Johann asks Mayhem if he is just a traveler and notes that the wolf attacked him out of nowhere. Mayhem replies that yes, that is exactly what happened. But Johann calls the story a load of crap, pointing out that this area is a battlefield between disguised bandits and Marcel's expeditionary force, before asking why a traveler would come here knowing that. The man nervously laughs, saying that it might be hard to believe but he just likes this kind of thing, and then asks if he can go now. Gustav steps forward and asks his honorable brother Johann if he can have a talk with the fellow, to which Johann agrees. Gustav walks over and immediately stabs his dagger through the man's hand, pinning it to the ground. The man screams in agony. Gustav tells the traveler to listen well, stating he doesn't care who he is, but since he is in a bad mood, he's going to cut off his fingers one by one starting now. The man breaks instantly, confessing that he is Lieutenant Brandon Mayhem, a member of the Imperial Army's Special Operations Unit. Gustav is impressed, nodding that Sir Johann's intuition was spot on and admits he was actually just guessing, making Johann realize Gustav stabbed the guy without even suspecting him. Johann asks if, besides the name and affiliation, he found out anything else, to which Gustav reveals that he found a gold mine, the exact location of Baron Einbeck's command post, which leaves Johann shocked. He realizes that if they catch Einbeck, they can end this battle once and for all. He smiles and requests that Gustav launch a surprise attack right now with his high-mobility troops before Einbeck realizes what has happened. Gustav agrees enthusiastically, calling Johann his honorable human brother, and stating that his unit is basically Johann's unit since it is a great honor to fight alongside the Troll Slayer. Johann tells the men to prepare quickly so they can end the expedition with a single strike. Gustav shouts at the soldiers to prepare quickly as the glorious end of the defense battle for Marcel is right before their eyes. A few hours later, at Baron Ainbeck's disguised bandit command base, the silence is shattered by the sound of charging hooves. Gustav leads the charge, shouting that it is harvest time. The elven knights crash into the camp, slaughtering the Imperial soldiers. Soldiers scream in confusion, realizing it is a surprise attack and shouting for everyone to run. Gustav orders the knights to find Ainbeck and declares that they don't need the rest, so they should kill them all. As the chaos continues, Janina looks out from a distance and is horrified to see the elven knights, wondering how they survived and if her cutie was defeated, as she decides that shouldn't be possible. She screams for his imperial majesty and flees into the jungle immediately. As the fighting settles, Johann and Gustav walk through the ruined base toward one specific tent. Gustav says it is here and that there is a gift for him inside. An elven soldier reports that the man Sir Johann spoke of is inside the tent and has been thoroughly beaten up, so Johann thanks him and steps inside. Baron Ainbeck is shocked to see him and stammers, asking if he is seeing a ghost. Johann towers over him and declares that he has come to judge him. The camp is a flurry of activity as soldiers begin packing up their gear, while an officer orders the troops to fall back and withdraw. The Agante Holy Knights of St. Galanto Monastery report that they have successfully eliminated the bandits and are preparing to head out. As Johann tells them, it was an honor to fight alongside them. He declares that they will never forget the service and dedication of their brothers and sisters. Johann offers a wave as the Holy Knights march away into the distance. After some time, he and the Elven Knights start returning to the city of Marseille. They have also captured Baron Ainbeck, who is currently bound and being led away with them. Meanwhile, Ainbeck sighs and stares at Johann's back, mentally wondering how that bastard is still breathing. He clearly spiked Johann's cup with a lethal poison called Nico's Tears, wondering if he should have wasted the entire vial instead of just a portion. He is further irritated by the Elven Knights following Johann as he remembers them beating him. Specifically, Leon hitting him with a chair while yelling, "What, you poisoned Sir Johann, you traitor scum, die already." And Laurent kicking him while shouting, "You're getting deleted from here." He looks back and wonders why those damn people are following Johann. Leon sees him and asks what he is staring at, calling him an insect, while Laurent asks if he is looking to die. He insists to himself that his plan was perfect and everything was supposed to work out. The scene shifted to several months ago at Gozen Castle in the 8th territory. Someone threw a glass at Baron Ainbeck and it hit him on the head, but he didn't react and offered a greeting to Lord Jessen, saying, "I hope you've been doing well." Lord Jessen Eitz, Johann's father, looked down from his seat and asked if the noble had finally brought the war funds he owed. Ainbeck gave a scroll to a servant, and that servant gave it to Jessen. Jessen opened the scroll to see what was written in it, but he saw that there was nothing written on the scroll. He looked up and asked, "What the hell is this?" He asked why Ainbeck was handing him a blank piece of paper. Ainbeck told him that His Imperial Majesty needed Baron Jessen Eitz's help once again. Jessen told him to cut the bullshit and asked if he thought he would let him use him again. He was visibly angry, recalling how he had fought in countless wars following Ainbeck's orders while he was used in past wars and tossed into a miserable corner of the north, knowing Ainbeck had kept every single reward that should have been his. Jessen asked if he thought by saying the Emperor needed him, he expected him to believe that now, and told him to get out of there before he split him in two with an axe. Ainbeck asked for help once more and told him to just put his seal on this document. He explained that it was a blank document with the Eitz family seal, claiming it would serve as a symbol of loyalty to the Emperor. In return, he promised that the Emperor would personally grant Jessen the title of Count, and Ainbeck swore this on the name of the noble Auvergne family. Jessen mocked Ainbeck, nodding that it had been 50 years since the Auvergnes fell and that Ainbeck was still clinging to his pathetic pride. Despite his clear hatred for the man, he stamped the seal onto the blank document. He threw the paper at Ainbeck, warning him that if he stole credit again, he would rip out Ainbeck's tongue and feed it to the dogs. Ainbeck picked up the paper and said that Sir Jessen's loyalty would be a massive help in advancing the Emperor's cause. A wicked smile appeared on his face. After that, under a crescent moon, a man reviewed the document and said that Sir Ainbeck forged this quite well. He observed that it was a well-crafted letter conspiring for rebellion. This man was none other than the Imperial Guard Captain Karamav. He realized that Ainbeck intended to frame the northern families for treason to carry out a massive purge. He sarcastically called it a holy plan. Ainbeck sensed poison in the man's words and asked if it was just his imagination. Karamav said that Ainbeck had an impressive talent for making disgusting schemes, wondering who would have thought someone like him would come from the honorable Auvergne family. Ainbeck became angry and shouted at him to watch his mouth. He asked if Karamav thought he didn't know what he did in the Northern Territory and told him to stop pretending to be noble, nodding that Karamav had slaughtered women and children during the Northern War. He asked how a man like that dared to speak of honor, and Ainbeck screamed that Karamav was nothing but the Emperor's hunting dog. Karamav suddenly grabbed Ainbeck by the throat and lifted him off the ground. He said his full name, Baron Einbeck Bivang Dovergny, and asked how someone like him dared to talk about honor to him. He had sworn to become the Emperor's sword and acted only according to sacred orders. He declared that the Emperor's honor weighed more than every life on this continent, and that was his own honor. He added that someone like Einbeck, who survived through dirty tricks and betrayals, was nothing like him. He threw Einbeck to the ground, where the noble coughed and gasped for air. Karamov warned him that if he ever dared to insult the Emperor's orders again, he would rip out Einbeck's veins and fill a chalice with them. In the present, Einbeck grinds his teeth in anger, blaming Karamov for his current situation. He thinks about how Karamov, that idiot who only knows how to talk about being the Emperor's sword, couldn't even kill a single human knight who was just rotting away in a backwater corner. However, Einbeck begins to smile, thinking that in the end he will be the one who gets to laugh. Suddenly, a soldier rushes toward Johann, shouting that it is an emergency. Johann asks what has happened. The soldier reports that the city of Marseille has been taken by traitorous mercenaries. The group is paralyzed by the news as Kummel, Godin, and Sudelga look on in absolute shock. Gustav and his men are horrified, realizing their rear defense has been breached, but Johann doesn't react at all. Einbeck starts laughing. He laughs even louder, calling them idiots and asking what they think about that. He asks if they did not see that coming. He mockingly asks Johann if he really thinks everything would go according to plan. He taunts them, saying they won the battle but lost the war and that it serves Johann right. Sudelga looks at the city wall and wonders why the goddess of the Ippel River didn't reveal this twisted fate. Gustav tells Johann that it is too dangerous to enter the city and suggests they should abandon Marseille. Johann looks at him with a confident smile, stating that it is too early to give up, and announces that they are going to advance and face the situation head-on. Einbeck gives him the middle finger, saying that the only thing going to break is the knight's head, as he reflects on how Bradel captured Governor Vlaco Traniani and remains certain that the mercenary will bring the document for Marcel's surrender. He decides that once the city is taken, the first thing he will demand is Johann's body. He plans to cut his tendons and parade him across the entire empire. As a bonus, he will broadcast the incompetence of Imperial Guard Captain Karamov as well. Einbeck envisions putting Johann on the gallows once he is no longer useful. He imagines leaning in at the very last moment and whispering in Johann's ear that he was the one who killed his father. The group approaches the massive gate of Marseille. As the heavy gate begins to rise, they see the silhouette of Bradel standing before them. Einbeck grins widely and claims that he has won. He runs forward and calls out for Bradel, telling him the plan worked exactly as he said it would, as he demands that they bring the knight to him. As he runs, the silhouette becomes clear and his expression shifts to one of pure shock. Standing there are Vlaco Traniani, Goran, and Can. Einbeck stammers in disbelief, asking why the governor is even there. The elven knights behind him are equally confused, wondering what is happening inside the city. Vlaco steps forward and offers a deep bow to Johann Eitz to thank him. He states that as the governor of Marseille, he recognizes Johann's efforts and sincerely congratulates him on his safe return. Johann smiles and says he appreciates the welcome, adding that he is glad to see the governor is doing well. Vlaco says that the victory was all thanks to the work of these mercenaries, while Goran and Can laugh and say they were just following Sir Johann's orders. The night before their departure, Johann had told Goran and Can that he had another request for them. When they asked about the request, he explained that Einbeck definitely knew the defense system of Marseille, which meant that he could infiltrate the city at any time. He ordered the mercenaries to protect Governor Vlaco from that specific threat. Back in the present, Goran notes that the men from the Oak mercenary group were not even that special, while Can adds that they only managed it because of the surprise attack. Johann gives them a thumbs up and says they all did a fantastic job, telling the Goran mercenaries he knew he could trust them. The mercenaries are surprised and ask why Sir Johann is swearing all of a sudden, while Johann is surprised to learn that his words are considered a swear here. Vlaco looks at the bound noble, telling him he will pay for all of his crimes and demanding that he accept his fate quietly. Einbeck is dragged away by city guards, screaming out for Bradel in desperation. On the city walls, the imperial banner is torn down and cast aside. A guard rings the victory bell and shouts that the bandit subjugation was a success, signifying that the mission of the Second Subjugation Force is officially concluded. In the streets of Marseille, the citizens recount how shadows once fell upon their city of freedom and trade. Traitorous mercenaries, bandits, and a troll attempted to devour the walls, but then Johann's intelligence shone like a star. Everyone now refers to him by a specific title, the Troll Slayer of Marseille, Johann Eitz. The people proclaim they shall sing of his deeds, saying his name is like a war hammer and his courage is like flames while they pay homage to the hero. Johann Eitz is hailed as the man who seizes victory with his own fists and dominates a troll with his overwhelming strength. By his side, his companions and the citizens alike call him righteous. He has already become a legend. the hero who managed to kill a troll with his bare hands. Goran and Kan watch the celebration from a bridge. Goran observes that the city used to be full of corpses, but Johan brought peace, as Kan asks if they really should leave without saying goodbye. Goran says they should go, for if mercenaries like them hang around just to get a greeting, they would only get in the way. Kan agrees and reflects that now no more children will die because of bandits in Marseille, while Goran tells him it is time to get back to making money because there is no work in peaceful places. Later, Johan sits in a private office with Ayan, who thanks him for leading the difficult battle and pours some tea, asking if he would like a drink before they settle up the finances. Johan agrees and then asks if he can request the payment now. Ayan bows and presents the report for the mission reward and the division of spoils. Meanwhile, Johan takes a sip of tea, thinking that after the division, his share probably won't be very big. Ayan reads the numbers aloud, stating the subjugation mission reward is 40 silver coins. She adds that the indemnity from the Oak mercenary group is 30 silver and 130 copper. Johan tries to look calm, but inside he wonders why the amount is so high, as it is completely different from when he looted those bandits in Rutsek. Ayan continues with the sale value of the monster spoils, noting the troll hide sold for 10 gold coins and 60 silver. Troll blood, tendons, and special cuts of meat sold for 25 gold and 100 silver. Johan suddenly spits out his tea in shock and asks how much that is in total. Ayan reports that the total amount is 35 gold coins, 230 silver, and 130 copper. Johan looks at her and tries to hold back his happiness. But inside, he is overcome with joy and laughs hysterically. With this, Johan has obtained an immense fortune through war rewards. Will he finally be able to end his wandering life like this? Under a bright crescent moon, the sound of laughter and clinking glasses fills the air. Gustav shouts out to his brother, asking if he is seriously planning on calling it a night already. He tells him that he cannot leave on the very night of their grand victory. Johan, appearing slightly flushed from the alcohol, tells Gustav that he has had more than enough to drink, and insists that he is perfectly fine where he is. Gustav playfully tells him not to be that way, and begins pouring more red wine into a wooden mug. He cheers for his friend to drink up. A week has passed since the intense battle for Marseille ended, and the group has been spending their days enjoying simple, peaceful times. Johan reflects on the fact that this weird guy, Gustav, has basically glued himself to his side. He wonders if all his previous hard work was specifically so he could eventually live a life as calm as this one. Gustav stands up on a table, raising his glass high for everyone to see. He bellows for everyone to raise their glasses in a toast to his brother, Johan, who bravely took down the troll. He adds a toast to Lady Valian, who saved their brothers in arms, and finally to the great sage, Lord Sutelga. Sutelga watches them, thinking it is incredible to hear elven knights say things like that, nodding that they have truly changed. Gustav screams cheers, and the entire room erupts into a massive cheer. Later that evening, Gustav is surrounded by a group of admiring noblewomen. He regales them with his version of the fight, claiming that the damn troll tried to kill him with an arm the size of a tree trunk. He insists that, of course, he wasn't scared at all and was fully prepared for an honorable death. Johan sits nearby, quietly eating his meal and thinking to himself that the food is actually quite great. Gustav continues his story, explaining that Sir Johan then appeared and started ripping the troll apart. He describes the swamp being stained red with blood and claims that his friend Johan stood over the corpse, as he remembers Johan saying that the troll was dead and himself asking if he was telling the truth, but Gustav does not tell that part to the girls. He tells them that after defeating the troll, Johan said, "Tell me who's the troll's slayer now?" The women blush and swoon at the tale, their hearts beating fast. Johan tells Sutelga to be honest with him and asks what Gustav is even talking about. Sutelga tells Johan that he has accomplished an extraordinary feat this time, explaining that this incident won't just affect Marseille, but it will shake the entire empire. The sage looks Johan in the eye and asks what he truly wants: wealth and glory, or perhaps power. Johan continues eating and dismisses the idea, telling Sutelga he must be joking and declaring that he just wants to live a quiet life here in Marseille. Sutelga remains silent for a moment and reflects on the fact that someone who is actually able to kill a troll with their bare hands wants to live a quiet life. Johan reminds him that he almost actually died during that fight. Sutelga points a finger at him and shouts, calling him a brat. He gave him the mystery of the Ifel River, and Johan went and used it on something so weird. He asks if Johan really thinks he gave him that precious elixir just for it to be wasted like that. Sutelga remembers how Gustav suddenly lunged in and hugged him, shouting that thanks to the holy water the great sage gave to Johan, his friend Leon survived. At that time, Sutelga grumbled that it would have been less of a waste to let a pig drink it. Johan calmly explains that he couldn't just let them die, nodding that someone was dying right in front of him, and he believes if he can save someone, he should. But internally, he adds with a smirk that by saving those guys, They will put in a good word for him with Velako, which earns him bonus points. Sutulga calls him a cheeky little brat but admits he is glad he made it back in one piece. The sage watches him and reflects on the past. He recalls when he first saw Johan's reflection in the river, and the Eiffel clearly told him that Johann Eitz would never be able to settle down in Marseille. He knows that the prophecies of the Eiffel River never fail and wonders if Johann has managed to change his own fate through his own strength. While he is looking at him, Johann pulls out an empty bottle and asks Sutulga if he could give him a bit more of the liquid since he used it for a good cause. Sutulga looks at the empty flask and notes that it doesn't look like it was used for anything particularly good to him. However, he takes the bottle and tells Johann to stop by his room later and picks him up. Before Johann can leave, Sutulga asks if he shouldn't go and save manager Ayan. Johann is confused and asks what he means by that. He looks across the room and sees drunken elven knights surrounding Ayan. They are pestering her, saying that cats are flexible and they want to see their little kitty's dancing skills. Ayan looks extremely uncomfortable, saying she isn't much of a dancer. Johann watches them and thinks that when they drink, even elves turn into dogs. He walks over and calls out to Sir Gustav. The drunk elves look up as Johann smiles warmly. He asks if he could have a dance with Lady Ayan and wonders if they would mind. Gustav and his men immediately agree, calling him his friend and asking if she is his type. They cheer as they leave the manager in Johann's hands and they begin to dance, someone calling out, "Nice move, Johann," while another says, "So he was an intense guy like that all along," while Ayan looks at them with an annoyed face. Ayan then thanks Johann for saving her. She hopes that the situation won't cause any misunderstandings for him. Johann tells her it is fine and instructs her to just follow the rhythm for now. He notes that the song will end soon so she can just slip away naturally afterward. Ayan blushes deeply and looks up at him, saying no. She whispers that she doesn't want it to end with just one song. She comes closer to him and looks him in the eyes, asking if he will dance with her for real. Johann wonders how much longer this peaceful life will last, but decides that for now he will let their bodies follow the rhythm, thinking that he will simply continue to live this way, choosing to go with the flow. The scene shifts to the next morning as the sun rises over the city. Johann groans as he wakes up in a large bed, his eyes bleary. He realizes that he cannot even remember how much he had to drink last night. He stretches his muscular arms and lets out a loud yawn. Suddenly, he feels something fuzzy and looks down to see a furball in his hand. He is confused, wondering what it is and what even happened last night. He walks through his room, realizing he doesn't remember a single thing from yesterday. He suddenly notices something and stops. It is a bottle of red liquid and a note on his side table, and he recognizes it as the water of blessing. He picks up the letter, which explains that the secret of the Eiffel River, kept for thousands of years, is in the bottle and urges him to use it wisely. Since Johann seemed busy having an intense moment, the sage waited and left the letter instead, saying that if he remembers the game of the gods, he is always welcome at the Eiffel River. Johann wonders what the sage meant by an intense moment. Suddenly, a memory flashes in his mind. He recalls laughing and playing around all night, using a cat toy on a string to make Ayan jump and play like a kitten. He realizes he definitely drank way too much and feels like his head is going to explode. He opens up the bottle, thanks Sutulga, and drinks the 1,000-year-old secret of the river just to cure his hangover. He notes that the effect is incredible and his hangover disappears instantly. But suddenly he hears a loud noise from outside. Johann walks near the window and looks out from there. His relaxed expression vanishes. He sees thick plumes of black smoke rising into the sky. The city of Marseille is engulfed in a massive, raging inferno. Citizens are gathering in the streets, looking at what is happening. Johann stares in shock, asking what this is and wondering if the city is truly on fire. Amidst the chaos in the burning buildings, Velako Traniani stands with a grim, determined look on his face. After some time, Johann stands amidst the gathered crowd of Marseille, looking at the flickering embers in the air. He asks himself what the hell is going on as he observes the citizens whispering in the dark. His gaze shifts upward to where Baron Einbeck is trapped inside a heavy metal cage, suspended high above the ground with many more people also inside other heavy metal cages. Johann wonders why the noble is there in such a state. He then notices a dark liquid coating the floor of the cage and asks if that smell is actually oil. Velako stands upon a high wooden stage before the crowd, looking down with a somber expression. He calls out to the dear citizens of Marseille and addresses the visitors as well, offering his sincerest apologies to everyone present and explaining that due to administrative negligence on the governor's part, a shadow of chaos has temporarily fallen over their city. The crowd murmurs as Velako reveals that certain nobles, acting under the emperor's orders, have committed treason. They attempted to seize the property of the citizens, their safety, and even tried to take total control over the entire city. The governor raises his voice, shouting that this is absolutely unacceptable. He promises right then and there to lodge a formal protest with the emperor regarding these actions. Furthermore, he mentions that those responsible for this incident are still lurking somewhere within the city. The people look around in fear, asking if the traitors are truly still among them and wondering who these people could be. Velako announces that he is giving them a final warning, demanding that they leave this city within 3 days. His eyes glow with a fierce red light as he warns that if anyone remains after that deadline, they will meet the same end as the traitors standing before them. Oil drips from the cage as Velako lights a flame on a wooden torch. Johann watches in shock as Velako throws it towards the cages. Baron Einbeck grips the bars of his cage, his face pale with terror as he realizes the oil is about to be ignited. The torch drops onto the oil and flames instantly erupt. The fire climbs the chains and engulfs the cage in a massive inferno. Einbeck, in his final attempt, starts begging for them to wait and to spare him, but it is too late. The fire finally reaches his cage and starts burning him. Einbeck feels himself vanishing into the flames. He reflects on how his body and his ambition and everything he worked for are dissipating in vain. In his final moments, a memory of his mother appears to him. She smiles and calls him her little angel, telling him that mommy only needs him. Einbeck thinks to himself that if only for once, if he could go back to that moment, things could have been different. He watches his past memories burn away, reflecting on his fleeting life as he is reduced to ash. Velako stands before the raging fires, declaring that if there are any traitors present here, they must remember his words. He states that for the governor of Marseille, both favors and grudges will always be duly repaid. A guard approaches Johann and informs him that the governor wishes to speak with him in private. Johann is taken aback, wondering why this is happening all of a sudden in this kind of situation. He looks at the governor and wonders what Velako is up to now. Later, he arrives at the governor's office. Velako greets him, acknowledging his arrival and thanking him very much for his efforts in the Battle of Marseille. He smiles and asks Johann if they shall sit and talk. He notes that unlike the last time they met, he has prepared something special. He pulls out a bottle and asks how Johann would like a glass of top-shelf whiskey. Johann looks at the silver chalice and thinks to himself that he does not have good memories with alcohol. However, he realizes he cannot refuse for the sake of etiquette and decides it is better to just accept it for now. He tells the governor yes and thanks him. Velako asks him how his life in Marseille has been so far. Johann replies that he has no complaints, believing that the city is currently more peaceful than it was before. Velako says he is glad to hear that, but notes that the condition of their front line is important. Johann is confused and asks what he means by the front line. Velako smiles and says it is obvious, explaining that he is referring to the front line of the coming war between Marseille and the emperor. Johann is stunned, asking, "Wait, what?" Velako explains that Johann's strategy and strength are unparalleled. Furthermore, he also possesses exceptional strategic thinking worthy of a commander and a charisma capable of influencing anyone. Velako asks Johann if it was an ambition that brought him to Marseille in the first place. He tells him that to fully utilize those skills, he shall become Marseille's front line. Johann hesitates for a second and tells him he begs his pardon, but he prefers a simple, stable life over battles, declaring that he has no intention of leading a front line against the emperor. Velako repeats the line, simple, stable life over battles, and tells Johann not to give him that bullshit. He explains that Marseille is the largest commercial city on the continent, where pro-imperial and anti-imperial factions have waged endless conflicts over their interests, but the emperor's ambition has destroyed that entire balance. Furthermore, he tells him to remember the countless massacres committed in the north, pointing out that one of them was Johann's very own territory of Ates. Velako growls that as long as the emperor lives, the peace Johann mentioned will no longer exist in this empire. Johann remains silent, sweating as the governor pours more whiskey. Velako asks if he now understands why they must prepare for war. He drinks his whiskey and slams his cup onto the table, declaring that it doesn't matter how much money is spent or how many people die, because none of that will be relevant anymore. He looks Johann in the eye and admits that while he may not be able to become emperor himself, he has the power to create one with his own hands. He tells Johann to follow him and promises to make him an emperor. Johann is left speechless, his face pale as he processes the offer. The scene shifts to a bright sunset outside the city walls. Johann is overseeing the preparations for a journey. A guard reports that they have loaded provisions for 2 weeks, and Johann asks if the weapons and luggage are ready. He checks the flexibility of his new, high-quality armor. He has equipped a custom set consisting of a spalder for 3.5 gold, a bracer for 3.5 gold, a breastplate for 1 gold, and a gauntlet for 3 gold, totaling 11 gold coins. He thinks that even though he has only equipped one side of the armor, it is heavy but fits perfectly and gives him a sense of security. He tearfully hopes the expense was worth it, noting that 11 gold is the price of a warhorse. Godin approaches him and says they are ready to depart. Johann tells him right and commends him for the good work. He then shouts for everyone to go. As they start leaving, Johann looks up and sees Velako standing on the road. The governor offers a formal bow, and Johann returns the gesture with a respectful nod. As they finally leave the city gate, Godin looks at Johann and asks where they are going with the troops all of a sudden, asking if they are going to war or something. Johann falls silent for a moment, remembering his talk with the governor after Velako's proposal to make him an emperor. He smiles and decides that he is out. Velako is stunned by this and asks why, seeing it as an opportunity to obtain massive wealth and glory with the direct support of Marcel. Johann closes his eyes and reflects on how he learned from a young age the hard way that money is needed to survive in this world. However, watching Velako made him realize he can't live just for money. After some time of silence, Velako tells him that he is misinterpreting things. He leans forward, his voice turning even more grave as he warns Johann that the world is standing on the edge of a precipice. He believes it is only a matter of time before a massive, all-consuming war erupts across the lands. He insists that even if Johann attempts to flee from the battlefield and seek a quiet life, it will be futile. In the end, no matter where he hides, the knight won't be able to avoid the fight. Velako asks where Johann plans to live his life in these times of absolute chaos. Back in the present, outside the city walls, the sun begins to set. He looks back at Godin and tells him that their destination is a place full of romance and adventure. He thinks about how his plan to settle down in Marseille was destroyed by Velako, but he chooses to move forward anyway toward a world full of adventure and romance. Godin exclaims how exciting that sounds. The scene moves to Boson Castle in Count Jarfan's territory. Someone asks if the name of the guy who killed the troll in Marseille is Johann Eitz. He scoffs at the title of Troll Slayer, nodding that the man has spread word of a quite impressive feat, and wonders if Johann is just an arrogant kid full of bluster or someone who truly possesses that level of power. He grins and declares that he will find out when he sees his face. This individual is revealed to be Count Jarfan. 5 days have passed since Johann left Marseille. He is completely caked in sweat and dust, and because of that, naturally, the bugs have started to crawl out too. He takes a bite and thinks this bread is so hard. He is starting to think it could actually be used as a weapon. It is not new to him as he is used to all of this by now. He looks back and sees 2 beast girls, thinking that what he finds really hard to stomach is the pungent stench of these furballs. He reflects that it is not a human smell, so he just cannot get used to it. He wonders if he will really be able to endure this journey. For now, he decides he has no choice but to shake off the dust and keep moving forward. He looks at the letter in his hand and thinks about it. The story went back one day before he departed from Marseille. Ayan approached Johann and said she heard he was looking for mercenaries, which he confirmed was right. They entered inside a shop and she told him it was perfect timing because the Gatana merchant group was just about to introduce a mercenary unit. She clapped her hands and told them to greet their new employer with respect. Johann saw a group of beastmen and women. One beastwoman looked at him and asked, "Who the hell is this guy?" Johann looked at them and thought that he had expected them to be rough since they were from the merchant group. But even among them, these guys looked especially brutish. Ayan asked if they could all introduce themselves first, but warned them not to try and flex their strength. One introduced herself as Dyke, Hyena Kin and the squad leader of 10, and said it was a pleasure, while another introduced herself as Shuka, a Weasel Kin and a squad leader as well. He introduced himself as Johann Eitz and told them that he would be the one hearing them, adding that he was counting on them. Internally, he thought he did not care who they were as long as they fought well. Dyke and Shuka repeated his name, and they asked him in shock if he was the Johann Eitz from the rumors, the troll slayer of Marseille, while Ayan told them to show some respect and call him sir. Dyke and Shuka wondered why a knight who killed a troll with his own bare hands would need to hire them, thinking that perhaps he had some weird taste. Johann explained that it was not uncommon to run into bandit bands in remote areas, nodding that when it comes to facing them, numbers are still an advantage. Dyke said that made sense and told him they should work well together. Johann said he was counting on them as well, and the contract with the Gatana mercenary group was concluded. After that, Dyke told her squad that he was an important guest who would be with them for a while. She warned them that anyone who showed their teeth would lose all of them. Ayan said she heard he was leaving Marseille tomorrow. Johann chuckled and said that was just how things turned out. She said it was a shame he was leaving just when they were starting to get close. She mentioned she had a gift for him and asked if he could lean forward a bit. She stood on her toes and placed a necklace around his neck. Ayan told him that it was done, and Johann asked what that was. She explained that it was the Troll Slayer emblem, and it was a gift for him as a representative of the Gatana group. Johann looked at the emblem, thinking how cool it looked. Ayan then asked what his destination was. Johann stammered that he did not have one. She asked if he really decided to set out without a destination but decided that was fine. She told him that she had already thought of a place for him. She pulled out a paper and told him a letter had arrived for him. Johann took the letter and asked what it was, and she suggested that since he had received it, it would be better to visit whoever was looking for him. He looked at the letter and was surprised. Back in the present, Godin asks Johann what that paper is. He asks if Johann forgot to show him and explains it is a letter he received while in Marseille, saying someone wants to meet him because he killed a troll. When Godin takes that letter and sees what it is, he screams in shock, asking if it is a letter from Count Jarfin. Johann asks if the man is famous, and Godin shouts in frustration that, yes, he is incredibly famous in the southern territories. He explains that Count Jarfin earned great merit in a monster subjugation campaign. He notes that just like Johann, the Count has killed a troll before and built his fame and fortune on that. And Godin adds that Count Jarfin is the only one in the region who can grant knighthood. Johann reflects on the concept of knighthood, thinking that it is a ceremony where a titled noble recognizes another person and elevates them to the status of a knight. He understands it functions as a guarantee and a type of sponsorship, giving the individual a chance for rapid advancement and solid support. He realizes it is a massive promotion. His face becomes red as he thinks that the Count is more important than he thought, and that if he plays his cards right, he might actually get knighted. He decides it is perfect since he can get money and a knight's title all at once. Dyke, walking before them, tells everyone to stop as she notices something. She calls out to Johann and warns him there is a checkpoint ahead but that there is a strong scent of blood. Johann thinks this is not a good sign. He orders everyone except those responsible for protecting Godin to stay vigilant, and the mercenaries shout, "Yes, sir." Near the checkpoint, a guard tells another to look over there as a wagon is coming. He asks what the hell that smell is and notes the traveler looks like a knight. The lead guard tells him to shut up, saying knight or not. A knife to the throat kills anyone the same way and tells them to get ready to loot him. As Johann and the others get near the checkpoint, the guard shouts for them to stop and identify themselves for an inspection. Johann states he is Johann of the Eight's family and asks what they are all doing here. Suddenly, there is movement in a bush nearby, and Dyke and Shuka realize that there are people hiding behind it. The guard lies, saying they are conducting a simple inspection after receiving orders to control the area. He says if Johann gives them a small gift, they will let him pass without any inspection. Johann reveals he is a guest of Count Jarfin and tells the guard to explain the situation first. He demands they state their identities and affiliation, asking who they are to be performing an inspection. Otherwise, he has no intention of cooperating. The guard thinks about what an annoying guy he is and calls for the crossbowmen as many enemies appear from the bushes. The guard calls Johann a shitty knight and says he should have just shut up and handed over the money. He yells that Johann tried to humiliate him in front of his men. He says he will spare Johann's life but tells him to hand over everything he has. He repeats that this is just an inspection and tells him not to take it personally. Johann says if the man insists on shedding blood, he will not stop him. But he warns him that for the sake of his subordinates, it would be better to avoid a massacre. The guard calls him a bastard and asks if he will not drop the act until the very end. He asks if Johann thinks they have never seen knights acting important before and orders his men to fire the crossbows. As they take their aim, Johann quietly calls for Karamov. Karamov appears in his divine wolf form and tears through the guards with ease. The guards scream in pain as they are slaughtered. The lead guard is shocked, asking what is happening. But before he can do anything, Dyke swings a massive morning star into a guard's face, asking what he thinks and saying this is what is going to happen to him. Another guard orders his men to advance. Shuka moves with incredible speed and quickly defeats all of them in a second. Other beastmen also charge forward, calling each other animals and telling one another to cut the enemy to pieces. They slaughter the remaining guards with ease. Johann watches the battle and thinks for some reason this reminds him of when he was chased by the wolves of Akate. He recalls how they attacked him in a group all day long, and while fleeing desperately from the encirclement, he managed to escape by hiding in a caravan. He realized back then that, unfortunately, he could never make it through a blockade, but now he observes that in just 30 minutes, everything was resolved with a single order from him. Shuka reports that they have all been subjugated and Johann tells her good work. A male mercenary finds a necklace on a corpse. His companion asks if he thinks it was his, suggesting he probably looted it. The first mercenary says it doesn't matter because it is his now. Dyke and Shuka look at the scene with disgust and say that those guards are not even worthy of being called animals. They have found many bodies of civilians and realize where the smell of blood was coming from. Johann approaches a bloodied survivor and tells him to say who they are and what they were doing here. The man cries and stammers that they are deserters. He explains they were attacking Count Jarfin's Boson castle, but things went south and so they fled. Johann is shocked and asks what he said about attacking the castle. The man asks if he did not know and reveals that Count Jarfin is currently at war. Johann stares in disbelief at the news. Johann is shocked to learn from a captured deserter that his potential patron, Count Jarfin, is currently embroiled in a full-scale war. He shouts, asking who the Count is fighting and demanding to know which family they come from. The terrified and bloodied soldier struggles to speak, coughing up blood as he identifies himself and his group as deserters from the Abner family. Johann repeats the name Abner, mentally nodding that he has never heard of that family or place before. He demands more information, asking the dying man to explain the current situation at Jarfin Castle. The soldier explains that the Abner family has surrounded the castle with a massive force. However, he reveals that they were led by a terrible commander whose incompetence caused the soldiers' morale to plummet. He describes how their supplies were eventually cut off, leading the entire army to starve. The man confesses that he and other exhausted soldiers deserted their posts and began looting and killing just to survive. But when Johann asks for the specific size of the Abner troops, the man coughs violently and begins to choke. He cries out to the gods and begs for forgiveness as his hand goes limp and he dies. Johann looks at the corpse and closes the soldier's eyes, stating that the man should have asked for forgiveness from the people he murdered. Later that night, Johann and Godin sit by a campfire. Godin asks what they are going to do next, pointing out that they will have to cross an active battlefield to reach Count Jarfin. He wonders if the Count invited them specifically, hoping Johann would participate in the war as the famous troll slayer. Johann thinks that Godin's reasoning makes sense. He realizes that if he joins the conflict and achieves great feats, there is a high chance the Count will grant him a knighthood. However, he needs to meet the Count to discuss the war and what the reward will be, but he worries about how he will even manage to get inside Jarfin Castle with the Abner army blocking the way. As he contemplates his next move, he recalls the words of Velako, who warned him that even if he runs from a battlefield, he will not be able to avoid the war in the end. Johann thinks to himself that there is war everywhere he goes and wonders if the governor's grim prediction was right. His thoughts are interrupted by Dyke, who reports that a group of merchants is approaching. Johann initially tells his team to let them pass, but she notes that the group is quite large. Johann looks out and sees a massive line of wagons so long that he cannot see the end of it. He reasons that it is natural for merchants to show up when a war has broken out. He deduces that if that is the case, then the caravan must be heading to either Jarfin or Abner. He recalls when he joined Eldons's caravan to pass through a blockade in the past and decides that if he joins this group, he might be able to enter Jarfin Castle without any issues. He orders Dyke and Shuka to escort the rear while he prepares to introduce himself. As they approach, a guard from the merchant caravan shouts for them to halt and identify themselves. Johann announces that he is Johann of the Eight's family and asks what the caravan's destination is. But the guard is suspicious of Johann's identity and questions why a knight from a noble family does not have a crest or a banner. Johann breaks into a sweat, struggling to provide an answer. He knows a wandering knight like himself would not carry those things, but he cannot explain his true circumstances. The guard assumes Johann is a bandit knight and draws his sword, stating that this is his last chance for mercy. Dyke and Shuka quickly move forward, telling the guard he is being rude to a noble knight and asking if he wants to die. Just as the situation is about to turn into a bloodbath, a commanding voice shouts for everyone to halt. The guard and Johann look up to see who it is. A portly, richly dressed merchant named Doris enters the scene. He calls his guards miserable fools and asks if they are blind to the knight's emblem. He identifies it as the Troll Slayer emblem granted to Johann in Marseille. Doris's tone immediately becomes friendly as he bows and asks the Sir Knight to forgive their rudeness. He explains that his men are ignorant and could not recognize a great knight. He introduces himself as being from the Argonne Merchant Company and invites Johann to a banquet to apologize for the inconvenience. Johann accepts the invitation, and soon the camp is filled with the sounds of a celebration. Inside a lavish tent, Doris thanks Johann for accepting the invitation, stating that the banquet is simple and hopping it is to his liking while dancers perform and musicians play. Johann looks at the piles of meat and fine food, thinking to himself that calling this simple is ridiculous. He tells Doris that he likes it very much and thanks him for the invitation. As he drinks, he notes that there does not seem to be any poison in the food, but he feels safe knowing he has the water of blessing just in case. He plans to wait until the conversation reaches its peak to ask Doris about their destination, believing that regardless of where they are going, establishing a good relationship with a merchant will be useful somehow. Doris suddenly asks if it is true that Johann defeated a troll with his bare hands. Johann begins to answer, but he is interrupted by a boisterous voice. Can, his former mercenary ally, stumbles into the tent drunk and asks Sir Johann if he remembers him. Johann is surprised to see Can and says he was sad they did not get to say a proper goodbye. Can acts drunk and is overjoyed to see him again. Doris is confused, asking if the mercenary is an acquaintance of Sir Johann. Johann confirms it, stating they even fought in a battle together. He then pours Can a drink, asking if he was hired by Doris. The mercenary thanks him, saying it hits the spot. Can's expression suddenly turns dark and serious. He asks Johann if he happens to remember Sir Gamson. Johann recalls that Gamson was the man who tried to steal his sword and horse and ended up being beheaded by Can. He wonders why Can is calling that traitor Sir Gamson. Can then loudly proclaims that Master Doris is someone even more noble than Sir Gamson was. Doris tells him to stop saying that because it is embarrassing. Can looks Johann in the eye and swears that Master Doris will treat him with exceptional care, much better than Gamson did. Johann realizes this is a coded warning. He smiles and tells Can that his loyalty to his employer is truly impressive. He flips Can 2 gold coins as a tip, saying his attitude should serve as an example to many. Can thanks him, but internally he is shocked by the amount of money he received. Johann asks Can to give him a moment alone so he can have a frank conversation with Doris. Can smiles and begins to leave the tent, telling Johann to have a great chat. Once he is outside, his fake drunk expression vanishes and he tosses the glass away. Inside, Johann remarks that Doris truly seems to have a noble personality for Can to speak so highly of him. Doris is flattered, saying it is just the basic duty of a human being to be kind. Johann then puts his hand on the merchant's shoulder, his friendly smile disappearing. He says that it is only right that he returns the favor exactly as he was treated. The merchant is happy to hear this and asks if Sir Johann is going to share some valuable information. Johann sets his cup down. He leans in toward the merchant and menacingly declares that actually, Gamson was a backstabbing son of a bitch. Realizing he has been exposed, Doris screams for his guards in a total panic. At that exact moment, Johann seizes his neck and applies intense pressure to his throat. This sudden explosion of violence sends the dancing women in the tent into a state of pure shock and terror. Despite the frantic commotion, Johann only continues to increase the pressure on the merchant. Sensing the chaos within, the 1st Division commander of the bodyguards bursts into the tent and demands to know the reason for the commotion. Before the man can even react, Johann unleashes a swift and powerful attack with a single devastating punch, knocking the commander out cold and sending him crashing onto the floor. The leopard-cloaked warrior is left unconscious and defeated in just one instant. Johann remains unfazed amidst the wreckage, having neutralized the immediate threat with ease. Suddenly, the 2nd Division commander arrives only to find his colleague lying on the ground, wondering how the situation became such a mess. However, Johann dispatches the newcomer just as easily as the first. With both of his elite bodyguards defeated, Doris is left completely at Johann's mercy and wonders how things turned out like this. 1 week earlier at the Argon Trading Company barracks, the merchant was setting the stage for his scheme. Inside a candlelit tent, Doris convened a meeting with his associates to discuss a new venture. His partners sensed a lucrative opportunity and eagerly asked for the reason they were summoned all the way out there. With a greedy smirk, he assured them that it would be a very tempting proposal. Doris revealed that they were currently supporting House Abner by providing war supplies. His partners were taken aback, having believed they were simply going to Abner territory to trade rather than supplying a war. At this, he condescendingly chided them for their slow information gathering and questioned how they could make a living as merchants. He then enthusiastically explained that House Abner was currently at war with House Jarfin. The plan centered on the ongoing siege of Bosan Castle in Jarfin, a campaign led by Sir Stefan, who was the youngest son of House Abner. With a cunning grin, Doris announced his plan to sell war materials to Lord Stefan. The other merchants were horrified and called Stefan a notorious fool, questioning how he could conduct business with such an idiot. They voiced their concern that dealing with someone so incompetent was simply a recipe for disaster. Doris explained his true angle by stating that the fool would likely squander their goods and have no ability to repay them. That was the core of his suggestion. He planned to demand double the amount from Stefan's mother, Countess Abner, once the son squandered the materials. His associates panicked at the idea, fearing they might lose their heads if the Countess took this as an insult. However, Doris calmed them by pointing out that the Countess had a very clever daughter. They noted that Lady Ulrich was the cunning and strong-willed next house head. He then elaborated on the family history, highlighting the rumors that the 2 siblings were not on good terms. His partners correctly deduced that the Countess only appointed the incompetent Stefan as commander because she favored him and wanted to give him military achievements. As the pieces fell into place, his associates began to understand the devious logic. They would supply the materials to Stefan and officially bill the Countess for the cost. His partners' eyes lit up with greed as they realized the Countess would pay whatever price they demanded for the sake of her house's honor. With the plan fully explained, a gleeful Doris told his men to prepare themselves at once to help Abner. The merchants erupted in laughter, feeling confident in their scheme to profit from the foolishness of the nobility. A few days after that meeting, Doris grew impatient with his scouts and wondered why they were not back yet. Suddenly, a strange noise caught his attention and pulled him from his thoughts. The merchant's eyes widened in shock as Johann emerged from the darkness on horseback. He recognized him as the troll slayer of Marcel by looking at his emblem. Doris realized that the rumor about Jarfin County inviting the knight was true after all. However, his fear quickly morphed into a wide, greedy grin as he considered the credit he could take in the war by capturing a future enemy noble beforehand. He then began to fantasize about the unimaginable rewards he might receive for taking Johann off the board. Back in the present, Johann sits calmly inside the trash tent and tells Doris that his plan to kidnap him was ridiculous. He asks the merchant if he knows what he has just done. Doris and his defeated guards grovel on the floor, claiming there has been a misunderstanding. With a nervous laugh, the merchant insists they were merely following proper hospitality customs to ensure the knight's comfort and absolutely harbored no ill intent. Johann ignores their pleas and coldly instructs Canon Goran to say it once more. The two mercenaries confirm that they were ordered to restrain Johann and attack his party as well. Furious at being exposed, Doris calls them bastards and asks how they dare betray him. Johann points out that Doris has admitted the truth with his own mouth by calling it a betrayal. Johann was trying to see whose side these people were on, and realizes they are on Abner's side after all. Johann slams his sword and tells Doris that he violated hospitality customs and offended him greatly. He then asks if the man knows what punishment insulted nobles impose. At this, Doris's mind flashes with horrific images of having his tongue pulled with hot pincers, his eyes removed, his nose cut out, or being locked in an iron maiden. Breaking down completely, the merchant begs Johann to spare him and vows to do whatever he commands. Johann thoughtfully considers the idea that the man will do whatever he is told. A worried Godin asks Johann what they should do now. He points out that Abner's soldiers are surrounding the castle, so they will not be able to enter the gates. He reasons that even if they move in while mixed with the merchants, they will not be able to meet Count Jarfin. Johann thinks about it, and with a smile, he tells Godin that he has thought of a method and need not worry. With a bold declaration, he announces that once dawn breaks tomorrow, they will depart toward Abner's forces that are besieging Jarfin Castle. Godin is utterly stunned and asks if he really just said the Abner forces. He wonders what Johann is planning to do by going to the enemy's main base. Unaware of his true intentions, Johann's party departs with Doris's merchants and arrives at the Abner front lines 3 days later. He announces that they have finally arrived at their destination. Johann surveys the sprawling encampment and notes that this is indeed the Abner House military base. The red rose banner of House Abner flies ominously over the camp as Johann stares at the impressive base before him. The red rose banner of House Abner waves ominously over the military encampment, marking a new field of conflict for our protagonist and his team. Meanwhile, within the commander's tent, the state of affairs is grim as a soldier rushes in with a shocking report, stating that 10 men have deserted in just a single night. Hearing this, the incompetent commander, Stefan Abner, erupts in a fit of rage, demanding to know what the squad leaders were doing and ordering them to be brought forth at once. The chief of staff calmly clarifies that morale has hit rock bottom after a month without pay or supplies, questioning if the commander understands the scale of the desertion, while warning that punishing squad leaders will only incite further resentment. Unmoved by this logic, Stefan throws a childish tantrum and blames his staff for the disastrous morale and for not following his reckless suggestion to attack earlier. The frustrated chief of staff tries to explain that attacking a castle without siege weapons is a reckless move, even suggesting they consider using a battering ram. But the commander refuses to hear it, instead getting right into his subordinate's face and arrogantly asking if he knows who the son of House Abner is. Internally, the chief of staff can only lament serving a commander who is a total piece of trash, while a sulking Stefan reflects on how his subordinate is truly getting on his nerves. The story then shifts back a few days ago near Zarpin, where Johann's group was blocked while traveling by a band of local bandits attempting to pillage their caravan. It is soon revealed that these attackers were actually deserters from the Abner army, a direct result of their commander's poor leadership while laying siege to Count Jarfin's Bosan castle with a massive force. However, their commander-in-chief was known across the land for being incredibly foolish, leaving no hope under his command and causing soldiers to desert in droves, turning into bandits in the area just to survive. But as luck would have it, the deserters were no match for Johann's group and were wiped out completely after running straight into the wrong party. Back in the present day, a soldier bursts into the tent shouting excellent news, joyfully announcing that merchants have arrived with much-needed supplies. To their amazement, the supply caravan is on a massive scale, prompting a smug Stefan to immediately declare that they will buy every single supply the merchants have. He then infuriates the chief of staff by casually telling him to go get the money from his mother, acting as if money grows on trees. Just then, a guard interrupts the meeting and announces that a knight named Johann Yates has requested an audience. A clueless Stefan wonders aloud who this Yates person could possibly be, as Johann strides into the command tent with a sharp and determined expression. He presents a letter with Count Jarfan's seal and introduces himself as a guest of Count Jarfan. Stefan eyes him with suspicion and asks if he is truly a guest of the Count. Flanked by a terrified Doris, Johann stands tall and confirms his statement. Stefan then gestures to the sweating merchant and asks if that fellow is also his companion. Confirming that Doris is with him, Johann offers the merchant's travel pass for inspection. The commander is shocked to see that permission was granted, with the guarantor being House of Nur. His eyes narrow as the truth of the permit being from their own side settles in. With the stage set, Johann springs his trap and accuses Doris of violating hospitality customs by intending to kidnap him and hand him over to their side. He boldly declares that he has seized the merchant and that ownership of all these supplies now belongs to him. The chief of staff breaks out in a cold sweat, witnessing the merchant's idiotic scheme blow up in their faces. He frantically tries to whisper to Stefan, telling him that he must absolutely refuse this request. Trying to sound authoritative, the commander declares that they are currently at war, and he cannot allow supplies to be given to the enemy. Johann calmly counters the argument, suggesting they can simply purchase the items from him for a reasonable amount of gold, or he can just go meet Count Jarfan empty-handed. Thinking it is a good decision, the foolish commander agrees and assumes they can pay with their own funds. However, the chief of staff informs him that they have no money. Cornered and embarrassed, Stefan lashes out and refuses, demanding to know what proof exists to support the claim that the merchant attacked him. Johann simply calls out to Doris, presenting his living proof. Under immense pressure, the merchant confesses that it was indeed his own doing. With his bluff called, Stefan of Nur can only grit his teeth. He then explodes in a rage and screams at Doris not to lie, ordering his men to the merchant while claiming that anyone can see Doris has the face of someone being threatened. He then points at Johann and shouts that they have never heard of someone like him and have no reason to trust his word. However, since the war is urgent, he decides he will simply take the supplies and the merchant by force, dismissing Johann's claims as lies to be dealt with later. Just as the chief of staff exhales in relief, thinking that somehow they got through the ordeal, Johann ominously repeats the word lies, his voice turning to ice as he asks Sir Stefan of Nur if he has dared to insult his honor. The sudden, dangerous shift in tone catches the noble completely off guard. His pride wounded, the foolish man draws his sword and calls Johann a scoundrel, screaming at him and asking who he thinks he is to open his mouth. He continues his foolish charge and threatens to tear those eyes out right now. Yet Johann remains perfectly still, unfazed as the tip of the blade stops just short of his face. In that very instant, Johann's presence overwhelms the room. A small smile appears on Johann's lips as everything unfolds according to plan. Stefan freezes as Johann calls out to him, offering a menacing look while informing the commander that he will have to take responsibility for those words. The chief of staff can only watch in horror as his commander's arrogance dooms them. Feeling the weight of the trap closing in around them, he screams for everyone to stop him. But Johann knew that an arrogant young master like Stefan of Nur would react this way if his pride was even slightly scratched, and he moves to slam the chief of staff with brutal force. Getting the noble to draw his sword first was a simple move, and with a justification thus created, Johann can now run wild to his heart's content. Doris and the subordinates collapse to the ground. Pinned down, the chief of staff can only yell for his men to protect Sir Stefan at once. The surviving of Nur soldiers hesitate, shocked at what has just occurred. Before anyone else can move, Johann has the commander by the throat. With a blade to his neck, the terrified man cries out in pain and confusion, asking why this is happening and whimpering that it hurts. The Abnur soldiers look on, wondering why their leader is being held captive. Tears well in his eyes as Stefan asks if Johann is actually going to stab him. At this, Johann coldly reminds him that drawing one's sword first means taking responsibility with one's life. Just then, one of the Abnur soldiers stares at Johann's crest, and a sudden shock takes hold as he recognizes the symbol from somewhere. He shouts in terror, identifying their opponent as Marcel's troll slayer. Stefan, in pure terror, can only ask if he is really Marcel's troll slayer. The Abnur soldiers immediately express their respect for his great achievements and beg him to put down his sword. But Johann ignores their pleas and locks his gaze on the noble, demanding to know what will be done about the honor that was insulted. He then roars at the terrified soldiers, asking what they will do to restore his honor. Johann loudly proclaims to everyone that Sir Stefan tried to steal his rightful supplies and insulted his honor by calling him a liar. He argues that since the commander drew his sword first and challenged him to a duel, it is only right to grant him an honorable death. Utterly terrified, Stefan immediately stammers out an apology and says it was all his fault, his arrogance shattered as he breaks down completely, begging for his life. The chief of staff is horrified, noting that by apologizing, the commander is openly admitting to every accusation. Johann presses his advantage and asks if he will accept all of his claims, and sobbing, the noble readily agrees that everything was his fault. With the confession secured, Johann smiles again and loosens his grip. He addresses the entire room, ensuring everyone heard the commander admit to everything. He declares himself the winner who won honorably in a duel and announces that he will be taking Sir Stefan with him. The noble is shocked, asking what he means and if he is being taken as a prisoner, wondering if Johann is not afraid of his house. Johann cheekily reminds him that he just admitted to it with his own mouth, leaving a desperate Stefan to cry out for his chief of staff to say something. But the man can only watch in dejection. The defeated chief of staff tells his lord to please comply, admitting there is nothing they can do about this. Later, at the main gate of Bosan Castle, the guards curse the tiresome Abnur bastards. One of them, exhausted from the siege, spots movement in the distance. He is perplexed to see a merchant caravan coming straight through the Abnur camp. Just in case, he tells the men to stay on guard. However, a commander guard comes running and orders the castle gates to be opened. The other guard looks at him and asks why the gates are being opened so suddenly. The soldier can only stammer out that the Abnur commander-in-chief, Stefan Abnur, has been captured. The scene ends with the shocking reveal of a bound and defeated noble delivered to the very gates of Bosan Castle. Johann's party finally arrives at the formidable Bosan Castle, the seat of power for Jarfin County. From the high battlements, the castle guards look on with growing disbelief as the company approaches. Their initial shock turns into pure astonishment as they recognize the prisoner being led toward them, none other than Stefan, the commander-in-chief of the enemy Abnur army. One of the soldiers confirms the unbelievable sight of the defeated and bound enemy commander. Sensing a monumental shift in the war, the castle guard captain immediately orders the gates to be opened. The captain realizes he is looking at the man who has somehow brought this long and arduous war to an end. He can only stare at the mysterious approaching night and wonder just who he could be. Soon, Johann and his companions are escorted into the inner courtyard of the Grand Bosan Castle. Inside, the castle's inhabitants whisper among themselves, having already heard rumors of Stefan's idiotic capture right at his own command post. Overhearing the mockery of the crowd, the humiliated Stefan seethes with impotent rage. He lashes out with empty threats, asking the onlookers if they want to die while foolishly trying to pull rank, demanding respect as a son of the powerful House of Nur. When his demands are ignored, he huffs and arrogantly orders the servants to take him to Count Jarfin. Meanwhile, Johann quietly observes the prisoner's bizarre confidence, completely baffled by the man's audacity as he complains about his messy hair. Just then, Johann steps forward and formally announces that he is here to see Count Jarfin. Entering the grand audience chamber, Johann can barely contain his excitement, believing his long-sought goal of earning a knighthood is finally within reach. He lays eyes on the lord of Bosan Castle, the fierce and imposing Count Jarfin. A nervous Sir Stefan greets the formidable lord with a timid familial title, calling him Uncle Jarfin. Count Jarfin immediately reprimands his nephew, reminding him that this is a public setting where such personal titles are inappropriate. The Count looks down with pure disdain, admonishing his nephew for the pathetic display of being captured. He makes it clear that due to their family ties, Stefan will be treated as a guest within Bosan Castle rather than an enemy. The foolish young man completely misinterprets this as a sign of mercy, eagerly thanking the Count for his kindness. However, Count Jarfin clarifies that according to the customs of war, ownership of the prisoner belongs entirely to Johann, causing Stefan to panic and plead with his uncle, arguing that a precious Abnur noble should not be entrusted to a lowly person like Johann. At this, the Count coldly asks if his nephew is suggesting he violate the sacred customs of war and dishonor himself by robbing a knight of his rightful ransom. Terrified, Stefan immediately backtracks and stammers that his uncle has misunderstood him. The Count commands him to stop bringing shame upon House Abnur and tells him to finally act with honor. Thoroughly chastised, a weeping Stefan finally submits. As per medieval custom, a captured noble is the personal property of their captor, who can then demand a hefty ransom for their return. With the matter settled, Count Jarfin orders his chamberlain to lead the sobbing noble away, finally ending the pathetic display. At last, the Count turns his full attention to Johann and formally greets him as Marcel's troll slayer. Internally, Johann is thrilled, recognizing this as his chance to make a good impression and finally achieve his goal of being knighted. As a sign of his favor, Count Jarfin invites him to walk together for a personal tour of the castle. Once they are on the castle ramparts, the Count asks Johann if he understands the true reason he was summoned. Johann astutely replies that while the war was the initial reason, the Count's motives have since changed. The castle's strong defenses and well-trained knights suggest the war was never a major threat to Jarfin County. The Count confirms this assessment, admitting the war was a minor issue and that he was simply curious about the man himself. The Count then shares a painful memory of his youth when he too killed a troll, but tragically lost half of his knights in that reckless endeavor. Johann senses the deep sincerity and regret in the Count's voice. This is no casual story, and the suspicion is confirmed upon noticing the Count's armor is crafted from the hide of that very troll. Jarfin admits that upon hearing of a troll being taken down single-handedly, he assumed it was a lie, and reveals that his original plan was to expose this rumored hero as a fraud. Johann's heart sinks as panic begins to take hold, fearing the Count still thinks he is a liar and that all his plans are doomed. The tension escalates as the Count's personal guards suddenly close in around the nervous warrior. The Count's intense and unreadable gaze remains fixed on him. The armored knights stand ready and await their lord's command. With a dramatic pause, Count Jarfin raises his hand to signal his knights to stop. Then in a sudden flash of movement, he grabs Johann's shoulder, as a massive, beaming grin breaks across the Count's face, while he joyfully proclaims that Johann is without a doubt the real deal. A completely bewildered Johann can only stammer out a pardon in response to the bizarre turn of events. With the test over, the Count begins to enthusiastically list Johann's incredible achievements. He praises him for capturing the enemy's entire merchant caravan and effectively crippling their supply line. He then recounts how the young knight audaciously captured the enemy commander right in the middle of his own camp. Clapping him on the shoulder, Count Jarfin declares that Johann's arrival alone was enough to bring the entire war to a close. Overwhelmed by the praise, a flustered Johann tries to be humble, which only seems to amuse the Count further. Relieved to be in the Count's good graces, our protagonist recognizes the perfect moment to press his advantage. He formally offers the entire captured merchant caravan to the Count as a token of his respect. He awaits an enthusiastic response but is instead met with a tense and awkward silence. Confusion grows as to why the Count is not reacting. The jovial atmosphere vanishes as the Count's fist clenches tightly at his side. His voice booms with unexpected anger, asking if Johann takes him for a man with no honor. Johann is completely taken aback by the Count's sudden, violent shift in mood. Count Jarfin declares he will not accept the caravan as a gift, but will instead buy it for a generous price while providing a separate, handsome reward for Johann's achievements. Thrilled by this turn of events, Johann eagerly accepts the Count's terms. Count Jarfin then promises him the finest treatment his castle can offer and urges him to rest and recover from his journey. With mutual respect established, Johann thanks him for his immense generosity. While the Count is fiery, he is a good man, leaving Johann optimistic about securing his future. He desperately needs a powerful ally like Count Jarfin, while the entire empire is still hunting for him, and he is determined not to make an enemy of such a man before securing his knighthood. Meanwhile, at the main castle of Abner County, news of Stefan's capture arrives and is not well received. The shattered remains of a wine goblet on the floor serve as a testament to the recipient's fury. From her throne, a furious Countess Abner demands that the messenger repeat the news once more. Her face contorts with rage as she processes the humiliating truth that her son was captured in the middle of his own base. Shock quickly turns to murderous intent as she demands to know the identity of the person responsible. The Abner guards report that the captor was a knight from an unknown house named Johann Yates. Countess Abner's roar of fury fills the castle, and Johann's determination not to get on a Count's bad side is crumbling without him even knowing it. In a desperate rage, Countess Abner, the furious matriarch, turns on her soldiers, demanding to know what they were doing while her son was taken hostage. The chief of staff attempts to defend their actions, claiming they did their absolute best to assist the commander, but there was simply nothing they could do due to Stefan's own poor conduct. Refusing to accept any excuses, Countess Abner screams for her guards and orders the immediate execution of her incompetent advisors. Terrified, the men scream and beg her to spare them. As the guards close in, the advisors desperately proclaim they did everything possible to protect Stefan. Yet their cries fall on deaf ears, and the Countess watches with cold, unmoved eyes as her guards prepare to end their lives. Suddenly, a whip hurtles across the room. The leather weapon strikes the floor right before the guards' feet as a sharp voice commands them to stop. The Countess is shocked as her eldest daughter, Ulrich, steps in to halt the execution. Making a dramatic entrance, Lady Ulrich, the next head of House Abner, confronts her mother, calmly stating that the advisors did their best and that Stefan was captured due to his own fault. Lady Ulrich argues that they cannot afford to lose competent advisors over one man's mistake. Incensed by the challenge, her mother screams that with her son taken hostage, this is no time for logic. But Lady Ulrich coolly turns the tables, placing the blame for the entire situation squarely on the Countess, leaving the ruler utterly speechless under her daughter's direct accusation. Ulrich confronts her mother, asking why she appointed the useless Stefan as commander-in-chief simply to spoon-feed him military achievements. She points out the immense losses from military costs, reparations, and now the upcoming ransom, demanding to know how her mother plans to handle it all. Flustered and enraged, the Countess tries to deflect, questioning how her daughter dares to hold her responsible. Unfazed by her mother's outburst, Ulrich simply tells her to rest for a moment. With her whip in hand, she declares that as the next matriarch of the house, she will take responsibility and resolve the matter herself. In the aftermath of the war, while House Abner descends into internal conflict under a stormy sky, a much more pleasant conversation takes place under the sunny skies of Zarpin Castle. There, Johann receives a chest full of treasure which contains the goods exchanged for the captured merchant Doris. The knight can hardly contain his glee, marveling that all this wealth is now his. This newfound wealth easily exceeds the entire annual income of his former eight's estate, a fortune he never imagined earning in the past. But the castle steward reminds him that it is too early to celebrate since Sir Stefan's ransom has yet to be collected. In the high-stakes world of knightly ransoms, the rules are simple. Capturing an opponent is a high-risk, high-reward endeavor capable of bringing in a massive fortune. Conversely, being captured results in a huge financial loss for one's house. Having captured Stefan, the son of a famous house, Johann can now name whatever price he wants. Later, Count Jarfin asks if Johann likes the gifts presented for his service. The rewards include a silver shield and a sword engraved with the Troll Slayer crest, along with a suit of dwarf-made chainmail. The final gift is a famed horse named Donham, said to have monster blood in its veins, earning Johann's deep gratitude for the Count's immense hospitality. Pleased with his reaction, Count Jarfin offers to introduce him to another noble who would be a good match. Johann is excited, seeing this as an excellent opportunity to build connections with the upper class. He eagerly accepts the Count's offer, declaring it to be his honor. The Count then leads him to a table where his prisoner, a sullen Stefan, is waiting. The meeting between the captor and the captive is understandably awkward, filled with mutual disdain as they glare at each other. Count Jarfin cheerfully excuses himself, leaving the two of them to have a pleasant time. The moment the Count is gone, an enraged Stefan slams his hand on the table and immediately explodes, calling Johann a lowly brat and furiously vowing to challenge him to a duel the moment he returns to his home territory of Abner. Johann calmly calls his bluff, asking why they do not simply fight right now, which leaves Stefan stammering. The noble flusters, caught in no position to issue challenges from inside his enemy's castle. Johann mercilessly taunts him, asking if he is scared because his mommy is not here to protect him, and if he has no one else to rely on. Enraged by the insult, Stefan shouts at him to watch his mouth while boasting of his Abner bloodline, proudly declaring that he was born differently from a commoner. But Johann casually dismisses the noble posturing and cuts right to the chase, asking how much his house will pay for his ransom. Stefan scoffs, declaring he will not speak with a lowly person like him. Johann sighs at this disappointing refusal to cooperate, while a nervous Stefan watches as the knight walks calmly toward the fireplace. While calmly retrieving a glowing hot fire poker, Johann ominously tells Stefan he is not planning on doing much. With a sinister grin, he adds that the hot poker might just help them get closer. Stefan panics, screaming and asking if he does not want to receive the ransom. Johann feigns ignorance, claiming he does not even know how much the ransom is anyway, before casually suggesting searing the man a bit to loosen his tongue. Unable to withstand the threat of the hot poker, Stefan immediately breaks and screams that he will tell him everything. Under duress, he tearfully blurts out that his ransom is worth 200 imperial gold coins. Johann is delighted, knowing this will be the most money he has ever earned from a single job. A terrified Stefan is left in disbelief, recalling rumors that Johann was an honest knight and questioning how this behavior looks honest in any way. With the ransom settled, Johann smoothly asks Stefan to tell him about his mother, Countess Abner. Revealing a pathetic and greedy motive, Stefan explains that the war began with a planned marriage alliance between the daughters of House Zarpin and House Abner to bond their power. In this world, marriage acts as a political bond, making same-sex marriage common, with each partner taking an adoptee or a lover afterward to avoid any issues. The problem arose when the greedy Countess Abner demanded a valuable silver mine as a pretext for the marriage. But when Count Zarpin refused the excessive demand, House Abner declared war in protest. Now Johann fully understands the petty greed that fueled the entire conflict. He realizes Count Jarfin is likely being generous with Stefan because in the end, all the high-ranking noble houses are interconnected. Just then, a nervous servant arrives, announcing that he has brought the wine Sir Stefan requested. Stefan rudely snatches the bottle, berating the servant for taking so long and asking if he fermented the wine himself. Johann watches silently as Stefan lifts the cup to his lips, but just as Stefan is about to drink, Johann suddenly tells him to wait, startling both Stefan and the servant. He then confronts the servant directly as he senses immediate foul play. Johann looks at the terrified man with a sharp, glowing gaze, holding out the cup as he commands the servant to drink it first. As Stefan grabs the glass, Johann recognizes that they originally seized this specific wine from Doris, finding its way back to them after all. Then, catching on to a strange detail, Johann intercepts the servant before the man can leave the room, commanding him to stop. He also tells Stefan to put the glass down. The knight is curious, asking the servant why he brought the goblet already filled to the brim. Bowing deeply, the servant apologizes, claiming he was unaware of the proper serving etiquette. While the servant insists it was merely a mistake, his visible shaking and sweaty face make it clear to Johann that the man is lying. In response, Johann tells him that since his service has been so hard, he deserves a reward, offering the servant his own glass and telling him to drink it. The servant expresses his gratitude and sheepishly accepts the cup. As the servant starts to drink, Stefan asks what Johann is doing, prompting Johann to command the servant to drink the wine from Stefan's glass instead. Hearing this, the servant immediately freezes in terror. With a stern expression, Johann remains adamant and commands him to drink. Before he can take a sip, the servant drops the goblet onto the floor, spilling the red liquid everywhere, and begins to bow while crying out an apology. Stefan stands shocked as the truth of the poisoned drink finally comes to light. Turning pale, Stefan watches in disbelief, unable to believe what the servant has done. A flashback reveals that earlier, a mysterious cloaked figure handed the servant a deadly poison called Niso's tear. The figure explained that a single drop could kill everyone in the castle, instructing him to apply a thin layer to the glass Stefan would drink from before leaving. The mysterious figure gave the servant 1 imperial gold coin as an initial payment, promising him 2 more coins upon completing the task. The servant had convinced himself that the deed was acceptable, given that Stefan was the enemy in the war and his death would not be a significant issue. He believed that performing this single deed would solve all his problems and allow him to save his impoverished family. Back in the present, guards drag the weeping servant away as he begs for forgiveness. Showing no pity, the guards condemn him for daring to poison a noble's glass, making it clear that his life is effectively finished. Johann looks back at Stefan, who instantly grabs a chair to defend himself. Stefan frantically yells that it was not his doing and that he did not order the assassination. The noble admits he requested the wine but swears he never told the servant to put poison inside it. Johann asks what he is talking about, pointing out that the poison was in Stefan's own glass. He explains that the assassin was not targeting Johann, but was clearly attempting to kill Stefan. Recognizing that a servant would never act on his own, Johann reasons that someone must be pulling the strings, asking if Stefan has anyone in mind. Stefan falls silent for a moment, but suddenly screams that his crazy sister Ulrich is trying to assassinate him. When Johann asks who he is referring to, Stefan explains that he means his sister Ulrich, declaring she is the only person who would do such a thing, as he always suspected her because of the cold way she looked at him. Johann feels confused, asking why his sister would want him dead since they are family. Stefan shouts back that he has no idea, calling his sister a lunatic from the very start. Considering how this arrogant noble behaves, Johann realizes his sister has a very good reason to hate him, while Stefan huffs and announces that he must report the entire incident to the Countess. Johann sighs at this unbelievable situation, recalling a saying from his previous life that real-life siblings are genetically hardwired to detest each other. Meanwhile, at the front gates of Bosan Castle in Zarpin County, news of the attempted poisoning quickly spreads, prompting the guards to order everyone to stand back and forbid anyone from entering or leaving under threat of execution. Yet the 2 cloaked conspirators who provided the poison have already slipped past the gates. Walking away, one of them scoffs that the lowly servant could not even manage a basic task, while the other complains that Stefan is far too lucky. They agree it does not matter as this is only the start, deciding to report the outcome to Lady Ulrich. Naturally, Count Jarfin takes charge of the interrogation himself. Shouting in fury, the Count asks how the servant dared to commit such a crime and strikes him hard in the chest, forcing the servant to cough up blood as he falls to his knees. The Count expresses his deep betrayal, stating he trusted the servant and welcomed him into his keep only to be stabbed in the back. He commands the guards to behead the traitor immediately and display his head at the castle gates as a warning to any other treacherous rat. Another servant nervously interrupts the Count's anger, announcing that he has brought Sir Johann as requested. Count Jarfin calms himself, letting out a sigh as he welcomes the knight and suggests they go for a walk to discuss the situation. As they walk along the castle walls, the Count expresses his gratitude to Johann for protecting his honor and cleaning up his mess, while Johann humbly replies that he only did what was necessary, but hesitates before asking who the Count believes is behind the assassination attempt. Count Jarfin explains that it is undoubtedly the work of Ulrich. He explains that she intended to assassinate Stefan to avoid paying his ransom. Using his death as an excuse, she would challenge the prisoner guarantee obligation and claim that any promise made with Zarpin is completely worthless, thereby attempting to cancel the war reparations entirely as well. The Count adds that she likely planned to frame Johann for the murder since he is an eyesore to her, which would allow her to eliminate him through a trial for the countship. Johann is shocked and asks why he was dragged into her scheme, to which Count Jarfin explains that because the war's reparation negotiations have concluded, the massive payment has caused House Abner to hold a deep grudge against the knight who caused their defeat. Count Jarfin reveals that Ulrich has been a ruthless child since she was young, recalling how she once tied up a wild stallion and whipped it to death, making her a formidable opponent now that she has grown. Nevertheless, the Count praises Johann, stating that his actions have forced House Abner into a desperate position and have saved not only the war effort but also the honor of House Zarpin. Johann bows politely, replying that the Count flatters him. Internally, Johann recognizes that he has indeed become a target for Countess Abner, deciding he must especially avoid the dangerous Lady Ulrich, but Count Jarfin suddenly interrupts his thoughts, mentioning a vital matter he has been considering. With a serious expression, the Lord asks Johann if he would be interested in receiving a formal knighthood from him. A knighthood ceremony serves as an official ritual where a king, lord, or count acts as the ordainer to formally recognize an individual as a true knight. While this represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for an unknown noble, it is never handed out freely to just anyone who asks. From the very moment a warrior is ordained, the ordainer must assume complete responsibility for any mistakes the knight commits. Therefore, knighthood remains a sacred ritual reserved only for a chosen few. For this reason, Johann immediately bends his knee, declaring that if such an appointment comes from a figure as honorable as Count Jarfin, he could never refuse. Kneeling before the Lord, Johann looks back on the hardships he has endured throughout his life. He grew up facing harsh discrimination from a very young age. While desperately trying to find an honest way to earn a living, Johann faced a continuous cycle of being looked down upon by others. Later, the emperor ordered his entire hometown burned to the ground, forcing him to become a nameless wanderer who had to hide his true identity. For a person like him, being offered a formal knighthood is a massive turning point, making it an opportunity he cannot afford to let slip away. Count Jarfin smiles, highly pleased by his devotion. The Count asks if he could perform one small favor in exchange for this honor. Johann asks what the Lord requires of him. Turning around, Count Jarfin explains that since Stefan is now his prisoner, they must travel to Abner territory to collect the ransom. The Count warns that Lady Ulrich will certainly not sit still, and will surely attempt to assassinate Stefan to resolve her own problems. He promises to assign a reliable group of escort knights to assist him, stating that if Johann can deliver Stefan alive to the Abner border, he will gladly ordain him as an official knight. Johann bows his head in deep respect, telling the Count to leave the matter to him and promising that he will safely escort Stefan to the Abner lands. Shortly after, the massive gates of Bosan Castle swing open. The victorious envoys, along with Sir Johann, begin their departure. Carrying the grand dream of knighthood in his heart, Johann sets out on the long road to the Abner territory. Half a day into the journey, Stefan pulls his horse closer to Johann's mount, anxiously pointing out that the sun is about to set. He asks if Johann is truly planning to sleep on the open road. Hearing his complaints, two of Count Jarfin's bodyguard knights rebuke him, declaring that it is pathetic for a knight to display such terror on the road and telling him to show some shame. Instead, Stefan defends his fear by pointing out that they all witnessed the sudden attack from the group of bandits earlier, reminding them that Johann had to hack the attackers to pieces. Stefan frantically asks if they are all crazy for remaining so calm, screaming that he has no desire to die in a desolate place like this. The bodyguard knights only smile and reminisce about the battle with glee, admitting they were initially jealous of Johann's great reputation, but seeing his valiant figure in action firsthand forced them to reflect on their own abilities. This praise only infuriates Stefan further, causing him to complain that everyone is taking Johann's side as he loudly declares that, as the youngest son of House Abner, he is terrified of bandits and assassins, demanding to know why no one will listen to him. Johann calls out to him, agreeing that the prisoner actually has a valid point, and deciding they should head to a nearby village to rest for the remainder of the day. Stefan is overjoyed by the decision and commands the escort to pick up their pace, calling them a lowly lot. As they ride into the settlement, Johann looks around and feels a sense of familiarity, having clearly visited the place before. Inside a house, a messenger informs the village chief that knights from Zarpin County have arrived. He immediately walks outside to greet the visitors. Upon seeing the leader, the chief stands shocked and eagerly calls out to Sir Johann. Johann is confused at first and asks who the man is, prompting the chief to eagerly introduce himself as the leader of Rutsbeck village. He reminds the knight of the time the local children messed with his sword as a prank, and how Johann had honorably forgiven them instead of punishing them. Johann smiles in recognition, finding that they have indeed arrived at Rutsbeck village. The chief excitedly says that they are glad he is here and will serve him with the utmost hospitality during his stay, before asking who the other people are with him. Looking around with disgust, Stefan insults the village by calling it a filthy and impoverished place, loudly demanding that the chief prepare clean water and a grand banquet post-haste. He also demands that they bring him 3 of the prettiest maidens, boasting that he is none other than the renowned son of the house. Before he can finish his sentence, Johann tackles him to the ground with a powerful impact. Stefan groans in pain and demands to know what that was for, asking if the knight has lost his mind. Johann looks down at him, telling the prisoner that while he knew Stefan was foolish, he did not expect his stupidity to be so extreme. Johann scolds him for making enemies out of commoners and trying to reveal his full name, questioning if Stefan is actively trying to invite assassins by spreading rumors of his presence. Johann then turns back to the chief, stating they will handle their own food, requesting that they only be guided to their lodging, and adding that they do not require any village maidens. The chief is relieved and asks them to follow him. As they walk through the streets, the villagers immediately recognize their guest, loudly cheering for the troll slayer of Marcel and showering him with blessings. Watching the warm reception, the bodyguard knights remark on Johann's immense popularity, pointing out that although this village is clearly situated within Zarpen County, the residents seem to welcome Johann far more than they welcome the Count's own knights. Johann is grateful for the warm hospitality, but silently acknowledges that standing out this much is dangerous, desperately hoping that word of his presence does not reach the ears of Lady Ulrich. They settle into a local inn where Stefan takes a hot bath, looking around the room with disappointment and complaining about the simple countryside lodging. He yells out to the guards outside his door, demanding to know if they are guarding him properly, warning that if an assassin slips inside, they will all pay with their lives. The bodyguard knight outside tells him to rest easy, assuring him that even the Count is not guarded this heavily. He explains that knights are posted at every entrance, Johann's mercenaries are patrolling the interior in shifts, and Johann himself is resting right next door. The guard promises that if anything goes wrong, the legendary hero will immediately rush to his defense. Despite the reassurance, Stefan is still filled with anxiety, knowing that Lady Ulrich is a terrifying woman capable of doing anything. Suddenly, Stefan hears a strange rustling sound coming from the ceiling. Through a small opening, a rat drops down directly onto his head. The two stare at each other for a brief second before Stefan begins to scream in absolute terror like a young girl. Hearing the screams, Johann instantly punches through the wooden wall with a devastating blow. He bursts into the room and grabs the rat in his gauntleted hand, leaving the naked noble in utter shock. Johann looks at the rodent in his hand, finding it is not an assassin at all, asking Stefan how he could possibly be screaming so loudly over a simple rat. At that moment, Stefan shivers in fear, believing that Johann is far more terrifying than any rat or assassin. He starts to scream again. The guards rush into the room to investigate the loud commotion, but Johann calmly assures them that it is nothing, explaining that a rat has appeared. The guards look at the massive hole in the wall in disbelief, asking if a mere rat could have caused such devastating damage, to which Johann simply tells them to accept the explanation. At dawn, Johann walks through the quiet streets to perform a patrol. Having decided to check the area just in case, he finds everything completely peaceful, wondering if any assassins are coming at all, or if he is simply being overly protective of the prisoner. Suddenly, one of the bodyguard knights approaches him, struggling to speak, and manages to stammer out that there is a guest who has arrived to see him. Johann stands surprised, asking who could possibly be looking for him at this late hour. But before the guard can answer, Johann notices a thick red leather whip wrapped tightly around the guard's neck. From the shadows, Lady Ulrich steps forward with a confident smile, announcing that they have finally met while addressing him formally as Johann Eitz. She states that she has some good liquor, asking if he would like to have a drink with her, just the two of them.